November 6th Board of Supervisors meeting to order. The first thing we have on the agenda is the citizen comment period. Can you not hear? How about now? Good, thank you. The first thing is a citizen comment period, and this is an open opportunity to talk about anything that's not on the agenda for later on in the meeting. So I'll now open the period for citizen comment. Would anyone like to come forward and talk about anything? Mr. Rayleigh, would you want to read the conditions? I don't see anyone. So I'll close the citizen comment. First is a public hearing, number 6470, District 4, CU 2025-0003, which is an application by Andrea L. Smith requesting a conditional use permit, CUP, for an accessory family housing unit detached on 4.6 acres at 831 Broad Street Road on tax map number 4610260. The property is zoned agriculture, limited A2. The CUP is required by County Zoning Ordinance Section 15-112 in accordance with Section 15-285.A. The comprehensive plan designates this area as rural enhancement. Mr. Ray Cash will present.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As referenced, this case is in District 4 for a conditional use permit for an accessory family housing unit detached on 4.46 acres. Outlined in red, and the circle there demonstrates where the property is, generally on the northern east part of the county. On the right side of the screen, the parcel is outlined in red. On the left side of the screen, it demonstrates the zoning map. This parcel is zoned A2, as are the surrounding properties, and this is located within the rural enhancement area. The property is currently occupied by a single-family dwelling, which is towards the rear of the property. The applicant is proposing to construct another single-family dwelling for a family, and upon approval of this conditional use request, that is outlined here, designated with the blue arrow. A community meeting was held on June 26th. There were 4 citizens in attendance. Generally, the concerns were about the purpose of the request, type of home, the location, an explanation of the process, as well as the underlying zoning. With the draft conditions, this proposed use would be in compliance with the comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission did recommend for approval with a 5-0 vote, and no one spoke at the public hearing. The proposed conditions are standard for accessory family dwelling units. The first condition relates to the use. It is limited to family. There is no rental of the property separate from the principal dwelling. As standard, there is a requirement for carbon monoxide and smoke detectors. There is a requirement that emergency access be maintained. The expiration is the last day of November 2035, so a 10-year approval, and the standard transfer or lease condition that the Community Development Department must be notified. Staff is available for any questions. The applicant is present. She is accepting of the conditions.
Would the applicant like to speak? No? Yes.
Consideration on this. This is a house for my daughter and son-in-law to build there. This was family land that was passed on to me from my grandparents, so we do want to keep it in the family going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Board, any questions?
Ms. Smith, I want to commend you. You certainly brought a lot of people with you tonight to speak in support. And I'm anticipating people will stand up and say that this is a good idea, but thank you.
And aren't you happy that we put you first? Okay, any comments? Do we have a motion?
Public hearing.
Oh, yes, excuse me. Now we have an opportunity for anyone from the public to speak on this. I'll open the public hearing. Anyone want to come forward and speak on this issue? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Okay, now,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I move that the board grant conditional use permit CU-2025-3, application by Andrea L. Smith, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Do I have a second? We have a second. Any further discussion? Let's do a roll call.
Mr. Lyle,
Yay?
Mr. Christie,
Yes.
Mr. Waters,
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour,
Aye.
and Mr. Winfrey.
Yes. Thank you. All right, so now I want to welcome you all again, and I want to thank you for joining us this evening for a public hearing on a topic that has received a lot of attention in our community over the past 5 months. This Board of Supervisors identified in the first month of our term in a special board meeting held in January of 2024 that increasing economic development opportunities for Goochland County was a priority of ours because economic development would provide much needed diversification of tax revenue by increasing the commercial tax base. In August of last year, we held a joint meeting with the Economic Development Authority to discuss how to make Goochland more attractive for economic development opportunities. Adopting a technology zone was one of the tools discussed in that public meeting. With that goal in mind, and with the eastern end of Goochland having long been identified for prime economic development, staff developed 2 proposed ordinances as tools to assist in attracting high-quality technology businesses to our county, a technology overlay district and a technology overlay zone. The ordinances were prepared over several months and first introduced at our community meeting on July 7th of this year. There has been a great deal of public engagement with our citizens and residents that has strengthened the initial proposal. Staff kicked off the informational meetings for citizens with July 7th community meeting, and since then, staff and members of the Board of Supervisors have participated in over a dozen different meetings with our community to gather feedback and perspective on this important topic. On August 4th, September 2nd, October 2nd, staff met with citizens from Eastern Goochland who represented Mosaic, Reader's Branch, and residents of District 4 and 5 to discuss the proposed ordinances. On August 18th, staff and Mr. Waters held a community meeting in collaboration with the Reader's Branch Homeowners Association. By early September, we had gathered information from residences to propose some changes to the initial TOD ordinance. We publicly released a revised ordinance and updated the webpage in order to notify the community about these changes. Then, on September 8th, Dr. Rayleigh and Ms. Worley led a community meeting in this room where citizens learned more about the revisions to the TOD that had been made since the initial July 7th presentation. Citizens asked questions through comment cards and that they completed that evening, and Dr. Rayleigh and Ms. Worley addressed citizens' questions that evening. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on September 18th regarding the TOD and TZ. Given the interest in this topic, the Planning Commission continued to receive public input for a second night on September 25th. This allowed time for all interested residents to share their perspective. On September 22nd, Mr. Lyle held a town hall for District 5 residents that included this topic. Board members and school board members hosted a countywide town hall on October 6th, during which many residents spoke to this issue. Dr. Rayleigh, Chief Ferguson, and Mr. Lyle met with residents of Mosaic on October 8th. And of course, the Board of Supervisors held its regularly scheduled public meetings on August 5th, September 4th, and October 7th, and several residents took the opportunity to provide public comment on this issue at those meetings. These public meetings to welcome the voices, viewpoints, and feedback from our community are in addition to the hundreds of emails we have received, dozens of phone calls, and numerous personal discussions board members and staff have had with our community. Again, in October, in response to the thoughtful feedback from our residents, we proposed a substantial number of revisions to the Technology Overlay District Ordinance. We specifically identified the proposed changes and published a revised TOD ordinance on the website a few weeks ago. We did this so that engaged residents would have ample time to review the revised proposals before tonight's hearing. Ms. Sarah Worley, our Deputy County Administrator for Economic and Community Development, will now provide a presentation on the proposed ordinances. This is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. As Mr. Chairman just announced, my name is Sarah Worley. I'm the Deputy County Administrator for Economic and Community Development for Goochland County. This evening, I will be presenting two items: the Technology Zone Ordinance Amendment and the Technology Overlay District Ordinance Amendment, along with a Comprehensive Plan Amendment. These items are complementary and will be used together to further economic development while balancing protections for nearby properties. After my presentation, there will be one public hearing where citizens can speak to all amendments. Then, if desired, the board will need two separate motions, one for the Technology Overlay District and Comprehensive Plan Amendment, and a separate motion for the Technology Zone Amendment. So, why are we here tonight? The Goochland County Board of Supervisors has made attracting high technology businesses a priority for the county because the tax revenue generated from such businesses is a significant benefit to the county tax base. The proposed ordinance amendments will give the county the ability to better attract large revenue-producing technology companies. But you might be wondering, why does the county want or need these types of businesses? Technology businesses have the highest revenue-producing impacts in terms of taxes and high-quality jobs. High-tech businesses pay significant real estate, business personal property, and machinery and tools taxes. The county's core government functions are largely supported by both residential and commercial taxes. Having more businesses helps alleviate the tax burden on citizens. In addition, the Technology Overlay District and the Technology Zone are central to Goochland's countywide strategy: grow wisely, protect rural character, and diversify the tax base. The plan preserves what makes Goochland unique while ensuring resources to thrive, focusing growth where it belongs, safeguarding rural areas, and securing long-term sustainability. It will help us concentrate our growth where we have the infrastructure to support it while supporting the other 85% of the county. It will help us sustain revenue and pay down the TCSD debt without adding additional tax burdens to the citizens of the county. I know I do not have to talk to you all about the importance of our comprehensive plan as our North Star to guide development, but I would like to point out that the comprehensive plan is about balance, protecting Goochland's rural nature while building a sustainable future. There has been a long history of plan development in the eastern part of Goochland County, dating back to 1975. In 1987, 3,500 acres were rezoned to create West Creek Business Park. In 1995, infrastructure was brought in to promote economic development. In 2002, the Tuckahoe Creek Service District was formed to bring additional water and sewer capacity to the East End. And in 2015, the comprehensive plan was adopted, showing the Eastern Designated Growth Area as the economic driver for the county. Our approach to the Technology Overlay District is designed to find balance where Goochland remains attractive to future investors while ensuring residents are protected. As you will see in my presentation, TOD standards add new protections such as buffers, setbacks, noise limits, and design controls. By right, opportunities remain available, giving businesses certainty and encouraging high-value investment. Balanced zoning ensures Goochland is competitive regionally while safeguarding quality of life locally. Success would look like a county that is both welcoming to innovation and protective of its rural character. Before I get into the details of the technology zone and the technology overlay district, I want to provide the public engagement that we've had thus far. We've created a website to host information such as our presentation, maps, and frequently asked questions. There was also a dedicated comment portal on the page. Other outreach has included hundreds of emails and calls, individual meetings, 2 countywide community meetings, 2 town hall meetings, individual neighborhood and citizen group meetings, a balloon testing for visual demonstrations, extended mailings to adjacent property owners, social media and email of notices and hearings, and staff review and response to questions via email, phone, and portal. On July 7th, we held a community meeting. There was roughly 20 to 25 members of the public who attended. There were questions and comments regarding proposed uses, development standards, utility capacity, and the public process. After the community meeting, we received a lot of emails, and we held a small group meeting to gain a better understanding of community input. Here is a chart detailing of what we heard and how often we heard. From that citizen engagement, staff made several changes to the ordinance, and we delayed the Planning Commission public hearing to consider input and go back to the citizens to gain further insight at another community meeting. We took those changes we made back to the public on September 8th at another community meeting. There were approximately 700 members of the public in attendance. We took comments via cards, and staff answered questions off the cards by category. We then analyzed more than 180 comment cards and grouped them into categories that we heard most often. Noise and quality of life being top concern, shortly followed by by-right development, utilities and infrastructure, buffers and height, and property values. The Planning Commission held 2 nights of public comment. In total, 53 people spoke. There was approximately 500 members of the public in attendance. During both Planning Commission hearings, we heard the most about pace and process, energy uses and buffers, setbacks and height, followed by noise. Since the beginning of this process in July, we have been working hard to digest all the feedback, research the issues, and provide an informed proposal for the board to consider. We have benchmarked with other jurisdictions, performed balloon tests to visualize potential height restrictions. We had outside counsel review the proposed ordinance. We had conversations with Dominion Energy regarding power transmission and nuclear technology. We held numerous meetings and conversations with an acoustics engineering firm to inform decibel levels, sound attenuation, and enforcement of our ordinance. Board members visited data center campuses. We had conversations with individuals in the data center industry to better understand their operations, and we had conversations with Virginia Nuclear Energy Consortium. The proposal tonight looks a lot different from the July proposal and even from the Planning Commission proposal. I will hit on all of these items throughout my presentation, but I would like to take a moment to highlight some of the major changes. First, There is no by right use for energy generation. That includes SMRs, or small modular reactors, and gas peaker plants. Any energy generation as a standalone or accessory use would require a conditional use permit. That would involve community input and public hearings before both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. The CUP would be subject to conditions imposed by the county. Also, no by right data centers in the 900 acres near Mosaic and Richmond Country Club along Hockett Road, known as TOD West. Data centers in TOD West will require a conditional use permit with full community input, public hearings, and imposed conditions. We lowered the noise standards requiring 55 dBA, and to address low-frequency noise, added a new limit of 65 dBc, both measured at the property line. The proposal also includes requiring a generator testing schedule be posted on a dedicated webpage and clarifying that an environmental noise impact assessment must meet industry standards as required, must be prepared by a third-party qualified professional, and must include modeling and industry standard software. It also prohibits generators from running except for testing and during emergencies. We defined emergency in the ordinance and mandated that generators must minimize noise by using one or more of the following options: acoustic walls, enclosed generators, locating generators on the side of the building away from residential, berms in the setback, or by generator type. In addition, this proposed ordinance limits the height of structures to 80 feet adjacent to residential and agriculture zoned properties that are not part of the TOD development, and requires use of public water, not wells, for commercial usage. It also increases setbacks to 500 feet for data centers for properties with the base zoning of A2 adjacent to residential, and clarifies that generators and outdoor mechanical equipment must meet setbacks. Lastly, it increases setbacks for transmission substation adjacent to residential or agriculture zone property. It prohibits road access through residential zone property, and we limited construction activity hours. As previously mentioned, there are two components to this proposed initiative. One of them is the technology zone, which will be the first item I present this evening. This ordinance pertains to financial incentives for technology companies looking to locate or expand in the county. As I mentioned, the technology zone ordinance is complementary to the technology overlay district. The technology zone will encompass the same area as the TOD, which I will detail later in the presentation. The technology zone is a tool that allows the Board of Supervisors and the EDA to attract businesses to locate in our prime economic development areas in eastern Goochland. Some of you may be aware that it is common practice to incentivize businesses to locate or expand in the county. Goochland has given numerous incentives over the years to businesses such as Capital One, Hardywood, and the Residence Inn. These were done on an individual basis and by what is known as a performance agreement. The technology zone will not change or in any way affect performance agreements. Those are completely separate and not part of this amendment. All performance agreements are approved by the Board of Supervisors in a public meeting. For any incentive, whether it's a performance agreement type incentive or a technology zone incentive, staff performs a return on investment calculation to ensure that the county is making a smart investment by offering the incentive. Return on investments look at what kind of taxes and how much taxes will be paid over a certain period of time. In a performance agreement incentive, a portion of those taxes are then reimbursed on an annual basis for a period of time. For example, in 2021, the Residence Inn received an incentive of $200,000 to build the county's first hotel. Since that time, they have contributed over $400,000 to the commercial tax base. The proposed technology zone amendment will not change that. It does, however, give the county more flexibility to reimburse building permit fees or water and sewer connection fees for technology businesses that locate in a technology zone. This additional incentive adds flexibility to attract high revenue producing projects. For example, a utility connection fee for a high water user could be as high as $2 million. The county could look at that future water use and tax benefit and determine that the connection fee could be reduced to $1 million. Having this flexibility to provide these types of incentives makes Goochland more competitive and shows commitment to the business community. So what is a technology business? A technology business means a for-profit business, either new to the county or existing, which derives its gross receipts from the design, development, manufacture, or creation for lease or sale of technology-based products and processes. The important thing to note here is the definition is complementary to the uses we will review with the TOD, and we specifically state that the business must be for-profit. A technology zone must demonstrate that they are a for-profit business that will provide sufficient tax revenue to fund the proposed incentives. For example, a data center for a bank may not qualify if the equipment inside the building is exempt from business personal property. We added this clarification language to ensure that businesses will generate sufficient tax revenue to offset the incentive. There will be certain requirements for technology companies to receive incentives. First, they must demonstrate that they are a for-profit business that will provide sufficient tax revenue to fund the proposed incentives, as previously mentioned. Second, there are requirements that the businesses must meet. We purposefully drafted these requirements to be low because we wanted to be able to attract technology businesses of all sizes. For example, there may be a small AI or financial tech company that is creating software, or a small robotics manufacturing company that we would like to incentivize for growth. Again, we will perform an ROI, return on investment, calculation for each proposal to ensure that the county is making a smart investment. So with that, are there any questions from the board before I dive into the larger portion of the presentation regarding Technology Overlay District?
It has an automatic shut-off on it, I think. And I just want to suggest that we're going to run right through this, so if any board member feels they want to get up and get something to drink or go to the bathroom or anything, feel free to do that. We're going to do that on a flow basis. So, Ms. Worley, would you continue?
I sure will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So moving on to the Technology Overlay District Ordinance Amendment. To start from the beginning, I would like to establish what is an overlay district. An overlay district is a zoning district that is in addition to, so it overlays existing zoning districts. Overlays are typically used to regulate design, use standards, and types of uses permitted. An overlay does not replace the underlying zoning. It is not a rezoning. It's used to promote specific types of development or target specific regulations to guide development, address specific locational concerns, and enhance or protect resources. Overlay examples in Goochland County are our village centers of Oilville, Courthouse, and Centerville, our entrance corridors are Pattison Avenue and River Road, and our floodplain and dam and inundation zones. You all might be wondering, what is a technology overlay district? The Technology Overlay District is a regulatory overlay, again, that supplements and overlays the underlying zoning as we just discussed. But it is targeted for technology uses such as data centers and advanced manufacturing. It is very important to note that the Technology Overlay District is not a rezoning of A2 to M1. The TOD only allows for a handful of uses out of the 50 that are allowed in the M1 zoning district. It will only allow for uses such as data center and advanced manufacturing and those uses that support them. For example, a distribution center or an airport cannot be located in the area with the base A2 zoning, even with the TOD. In addition, the uses that are allowed under the TOD will be subject to development standards such as setbacks, buffers, noise, and design criteria to ensure compatibility with the adjacent properties and protect areas outside of the TOD. We all know that Goochland is a very special place, and we do want to keep it that way. These amendments will help us protect land outside of the TOD by specifically directing investment to the areas that can support and are planned for this type of growth. The TOD will provide additional security for certain adjacent residential zone property that would not otherwise exist, since both data centers and manufacturing uses are allowed by right in the West Creek Business Park. This is the revised map of the proposed TOD area. To note, there are 2 parcels who have opted out and they have been removed from this map. In addition, we have added hatching to the area known as TOD West to designate that these parcels have more restrictions for data center development. To orientate you, the parcels in white are the proposed TOD. To the east, the right side is Henrico County line. The blue in the middle is Route 288, and the red at the top is Interstate 64. County staff analyzed water, sewer, road, electrical, and natural gas infrastructure to determine the areas where we thought the TOD would be appropriate. We took into consideration existing zoning and large tracts of developable land to determine these areas. The proposed TOD boundary encompasses around 2% of the total county and around 21% of the East End designated growth area. There are a lot of colors on this map, but it's important to note that the majority of the area in the proposed TOD is designated either prime economic development, industrial, flexible, or office in the comprehensive plan. Again, this is the zoning map for the proposed technology overlay district. Lots of colors, but please note the majority of the land is already zoned industrial that is shown in purple. So how is the technology overlay district applied? Permitted uses in an underlying district continue in accordance with the base zoning ordinance or the individual zoning conditions. For example, a single-family home in A2 continues to be permitted. Veterinary hospital in M1 continues to be permitted. Uses or structures permitted only under the TOD must comply with the TOD standards. For example, a data center in the Agriculture Limited District must meet all applicable TOD provisions. To continue, permitted TOD uses that accept incentives under the technology zone must also comply with TOD standards. An example would be a data center in M1 must meet all applicable TOD provisions if the technology zone incentives are granted. Now, I will say this next sentence is a change from the ordinance that is posted online. Permitted by right data center use adjacent to residential zone property or mixed-use development with residential use must comply with TOD standards in section 15449A. An example would be a data center in industrial limited district adjacent to Reader's Branch must meet all applicable TOD provisions. We heard from many citizens that the flexibility for landowners to choose whether to develop under the TOD or choose to develop by right should not exist next to residential for data centers. During my presentation, I will be proposing an amendment to eliminate that flexibility for properties adjacent to residential, and I will be explaining further in my presentation. First, I would like to review again what is a technology business. Examples of technology businesses include a data center, a manufacturing of technology products such as chips, panels, computer equipment, electronics, or manufacturers who use robotics or 3D manufacturing methods. Specific examples can include the recent Eli Lilly announcement or the Lego in Chesterfield County. This is the same definition we reviewed under the technology zone. A technology business is a for-profit business, either new to the county or existing, derives its gross receipts from the design, development, manufacture, creation, or lease, sale of technology-based products and processes. Again, we specifically state that the business must be for-profit. So what uses will be allowed in the Technology Overlay District? First, there are 3 types of uses in the proposed TOD: by right, accessory, and conditional use permit. The first we will review is the by right. It is a use that is allowed to locate without further public hearings at a local level. It does not mean that those uses are not regulated. The by right uses still must meet all applicable local, state, and federal regulations, which could include additional public input at the state and federal levels. It is important to note that several of these uses, such as advanced manufacturing and data centers, are currently already allowed by right in West Creek. These by right uses were strategically chosen because they are either high revenue producing users or they act as a support system to these high revenue projects. Also, to bring to your attention, utility generator station, commonly referred to as an SMR or a gas peaking plant, has been moved to a conditional use permit. These items are not allowed anywhere by right in the TOD or in the county. In addition, any behind-the-meter energy generation would require a conditional use permit. Lastly, I would like to address some information that we have heard. We have heard that in any use in the ordinance, there must have a use standard. That is not true. The majority of the uses in the zoning ordinance do not have specific use standards. We are proposing new use standards with the TOD to enhance protections. Energy storage is one of the uses that is allowed by right. However, we are limiting where it can locate in the TOD. This use would be restricted to 1,500 feet from zoned residential and the county line, and only allowed within a quarter mile of Route 288 or I-64 as demonstrated in the blue on the map. In addition, we are limiting the battery type and requiring a siting agreement. Similar to a conditional use permit, the siting agreement can require items from the user, such as training and financial contributions to offset the impact of the facility. The second category of uses is accessory. This category of uses are only allowed to support one of the main uses we just discussed. It cannot be a standalone use, and to clarify that last bullet, the zoning administrator cannot allow a conditional use as an accessory, cannot allow any conditional use as an accessory use without going through the CUP process. For example, a behind-the-meter energy generation cannot be allowed as an accessory use without first obtaining a conditional use permit. The last category is conditional use permit. This category of uses are only allowed through a conditional use permit, which means that these uses can only locate it if they are subject to full community engagement, which includes a community meeting, a public hearing before the Planning Commission, and a public hearing before the Board of Supervisors. Also, a conditional use permit provides more control over development than a rezoning. In a rezoning, the applicant decides which proffers or conditions to offer. But in a conditional use permit, conditions can be created and imposed on the development by the Board of Supervisors. This is a major change from the last proposal. This proposal now requires a conditional use permit for data center to locate in the TOD West area as demonstrated by hatching on the map. We are not proposing to require a CUP for a data center use throughout the entire TOD. If the board recalls in the beginning of the presentation, the purpose of the TOD is to attract high revenue producing users to areas where infrastructure exists and is already designated for development. The other areas of the TOD have a different character than TOD West and lend themselves to technology developments. While the TOD West area is still identified for development in the comprehensive plan, this proposal also adds another layer of protection by requiring a conditional use permit. In addition, this proposal also moves utility generating station, again commonly referred to as an SMR or gas peaking plant, to a conditional use permit. Utility generating stations are not allowed anywhere by right in the TOD or in the county. As previously stated, the board can impose conditions such as specific siting, best available technology, continuous monitoring systems, requiring emergency action plans, and bonding during the conditional use permit process. There is an important note, again, by right does not mean free from oversight. All uses subject to local, state, and federal regulations, including air emissions, building code, zoning, environmental, and stormwater compliance. All uses must meet all local, state, and federal permitting requirements. Here is a chart outlining some of the oversight and by which authority. As you can see, there are many different entities that oversee development, such as EPA and DEQ for air quality, SCC and Dominion for electrical, Army Corps and DEQ for wetlands, DEQ and Goochland for stormwater and erosion and sediment control, VDOT and Goochland for transportation and plan of developments. In addition, the Uniform Statewide Building Code and Goochland County regulate the building. Virginia Department of Health and DEQ and Goochland regulate water and wastewater, and the Virginia Statewide Fire Prevention Code regulates fire suppression and fire access. So what are the development standards that we've been talking about? So let's dive into some of those development standards. There has been a lot of confusion about how properties can develop under the TOD and whether they can develop by right or under the TOD. I hope to provide some clarity over the next several slides. There are two development paths for the properties included in the TOD. For properties on the left side of the slide, these properties are currently zoned agriculture and would have to conform to all development standards that I'm going to present if they wanted to develop as a use under the TOD, such as a data center or advanced manufacturing. For properties on the right side of the slide, these properties are currently zoned industrial. Staff is proposing an amendment to require areas adjacent to residential to develop data centers under the TOD regulations. In other areas of West Creek, the developer can choose to develop under the TOD regulations or choose to develop under their base zoning. You might be asking yourself, why would someone choose to develop under the TOD regulations if they can do it by right? This is where the technology zone incentives and added height allowances come into play. If one of the properties on the right side took advantage of the financial incentives of the technology zone, or needed a substation, or wanted to go higher than 60 feet without additional public input, they would have to develop under TOD. For clarity, it is important to note that today, without the technology overlay district, the properties on the right side have the ability to develop data centers and advanced manufacturing uses as part of their base zoning of M1. A plan of development application may be filed to develop data center adjacent to residential with no noise protections and very little buffers. I will go into details further in the presentation. First, let's tackle outside of West Creek development scenario. This area is adjacent to what is known as Mosaic and Bellevue Gardens neighborhoods. This area has a base zoning of A2 and must meet all development standards. So what are those standards? These standards are intended to address impacts and promote quality development. I would also like to point out that these additional standards and there are other base zoning standards and regulations that still will apply. For example, all uses will have to go through a transportation impact analysis to determine the transportation impacts of their development that must be addressed by the developer. Development will still be regulated by all the entities I mentioned earlier. So the development standards are lighting, comply with Article 25 of the County Code, which is dark sky, except increased pole mounting heights from 25 to 30. Fencing of improvements must be interior to the required buffer. A conceptual master plan is required. A plan of development is required. A signed design package is required. There are robust architectural standards, an open space minimum of 20%. We are prohibiting access through residential zoned property. We're requiring the use of public water, and we are changing the parking for data centers. To note, there are 2 new items listed that are new with this proposal and were based on citizen feedback. The prohibition of access through local residential roads and a requirement that any TOD use must be connected to public water. To note, there is no requirement for a closed loop system. Goochland has excess water capacity and would like to provide flexibility for developers to use whichever system is best suited for their site. I would like to take a moment to pause and specifically address parking and why there is no recommended change to the previously published parking requirements. There have been numerous citizen recommendations to keep the parking requirement at 1 to 300. The 1 to 300 is not an appropriate parking ratio for certain uses like data center. It would create acres of unused asphalt that is not in character with the area and would contribute to stormwater runoff, heat, and noise, impacting the surrounding environment. By reducing the parking to an appropriate ratio, it will provide users with the flexibility to further buffer or install noise mitigation strategies that would not be achievable with the existing parking ratios. Further development standards include buffers and screening of use from roads, including I-64 and Route 288, screening of equipment from external roads and residential zone property, screening and buffering of outdoor storage, trailer parking, refuse, vegetated buffers for the perimeter of the master plan, setbacks up to 500 feet dependent on adjacent zoning, use, and road type, vegetative buffers up to 250 feet dependent on adjacent zoning and use, and vegetative buffers along roads. I would like to take a minute to clarify the difference between a setback and a buffer. A setback is a distance whereby no building or accessory structure can locate. A buffer is an area inside the setback that cannot be disturbed. For example, if a building or generator must be set back at least 500 feet from a property line, that would mean that there is at least 500 feet of space between the building or generator and the property line. There would be at least 250 feet of vegetative buffer inside of that setback. There is nothing allowed inside the buffer except for fencing. Parking and stormwater will be allowed inside the setback, but outside of the buffer. So let's get into some of the noise standards. We heard a lot of feedback regarding noise, and this is an area where staff spent a lot of time making changes. We consulted with an acoustics engineer to review and benchmark other ordinances and make recommendations based on the unique needs of both adjacent residential and technology businesses. One of the major changes proposed is decreasing the noise decibel level to 55 dBA and adding new restrictions of 65 dBc. This change was made to address both types of sound produced by data centers, the mid-level and low-frequency noise. We changed where the sound will be measured to the property line, so sound should not exceed those levels into the adjacent property, and limited exterior construction hours from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Friday, to reduce sound impacts during construction. I would like to pause here to let the board know that the Monday through Friday restriction was not in the ordinance posted online. It was our intent to limit exterior construction Monday through Friday, and it was listed in the summary of changes. Staff is presenting the ordinance with the addition of this language and will be asking the board to adopt with the amended language. To note, the proposal still exempts sounds from construction, generator testing, and generators running in emergencies. However, it keeps generator testing limited to 2 hours per day between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. In addition, we have defined emergency as when, due to circumstances beyond the facility operator's control, the principal energy source to the facility is temporarily unavailable, or if the regulated energy provider directs temporary use of generators for protection of the energy grid, or at the direction of public emergency services. In addition, the proposal includes a requirement that generator testing schedule be published on a dedicated webpage hosted by the company, and mandates that generators must minimize noise by using one or more of the following options: acoustic walls, enclosed generators, locating generators on side of the building away from residential use, berms in the setback, or by generator type. Many have asked why we are exempting generators from sound requirements. As I previously mentioned, this ordinance is designed to strike a balance between what is needed from industry and protecting Goochland citizens. The goal of the TOD is to attract high technology businesses and provide additional protection to areas that are adjacent to the by right development. Requiring that generators run only a limited amount of time and taking steps to minimize their noise, but not applying a specific decibel level, is the right balance. In addition, an environmental noise impact assessment shall be submitted with the initial plan of development detailing the noise, how the noise limit will be met, or ways to mitigate sounds to meet the limits. This environmental noise impact assessment must meet acceptable industry standards, be prepared by a third-party professional, must include sound modeling and sound plan, CADNet-A, or an acceptable equivalent, and will include existing ambient sounds to ensure that the user does not exceed sound levels at the property line. A second noise impact assessment verifying compliance with noise limits under operating conditions must be provided within 3 months of operation. Additional assessments, up to 4 annually, must be provided upon the request of the zoning administrator, upon alterations or modifications to the facility or equipment, or to investigate a noise complaint. I would like to take a minute to explain how enforcement of sound regulations would work. In addition to the user submitting the pre- and post-environmental noise impact assessment, if there is a complaint, the county has the ability to contract with a third-party sound engineering firm to document the sound utilizing industry standard equipment through industry standard methods. If their report shows that the user is in violation of the ordinance, enforcement action will be taken to ensure that the user comes into compliance. That enforcement action typically allows for a 30-day compliance period, after which, if deemed not in compliance, the county can elevate to the circuit court for an injunction to comply, which could also result in a cease and desist until compliance can be achieved. So let's get into the height, setback, and buffer details. We heard concern regarding height, so the proposed ordinance makes significant change to the height restrictions adjacent to residential or agriculture zoned, not part of a TOD development. With the current proposal, any building 60 feet or less will have a setback of at least 200 feet. It will be more, up to 500 feet, if the use is a data center. Any building 61 to 80 feet in height will have a 500-foot setback, and any building over 80 feet in height is only allowed with a conditional use permit. This proposal still allows an increased height limit up to 120 feet in areas adjacent to industrial zoning. Given these revisions, there will not be an 120-foot building next to any residential zoned property. Okay, so remember we are talking about development standards for properties outside of West Creek. Please also recall that the areas in the hatched, known as TOD West, require a conditional use permit for a data center. The Planning Commission recommended for any properties with the base A2 zoning adjacent to residential zone property, the setback be increased to 500 feet with an option to go to 300 feet with a conditional use permit. The area shown and circled in blue and the residential zone properties are identified as Mosaic and Bellevue Gardens. Additionally, if a data center wanted to locate in the hatched area, they would have to obtain a conditional use permit, and that means the board could consider a 300-foot setback or impose higher setbacks during that process. Other TOD uses would require a 200-foot setback and a 200-foot buffer. So let's talk about A2 base zone adjacent to agriculture zone property that's not in a TOD. These areas are shown encircled in blue and are generally identified as the Richmond Country Club area, Sadie Drive area, and the Ashland Road area. Data centers would require a setback and buffer of 250 feet. All other TOD uses, except for transmission substation, would require a 200-foot setback and a 200-foot buffer. A transmission substation would require a 100-foot setback and buffer. Also, please note that in areas that are hatched, a data center would be a conditional use permit, so the Board of Supervisors could impose higher setbacks through the conditional use permit process. Now, let's specifically talk about buffer requirements. Buffers are important to help mitigate the visual and auditory impacts. Our base ordinance buffer requirements were insufficient, so we are proposing much more substantial buffer requirements. The buffers proposed with the TOD are dense and include a variety of plant materials. These are designed to be more like natural areas and not landscaping. As the buffer vegetation matures, the distribution and variety prevents loss of buffer from seasonal changes, creating a much better visual impact. These buffers will be more than just 1 or 2 rows of evergreen trees. They will be significant and they will look like natural vegetation. Important to note that if the area is already established with trees, the TOD will require that it remain in its natural state. It can be supplemented but not destroyed. The requirements shown are for areas without adequate natural buffer. Here is a visual representation of what a 60-foot building could look like utilizing the TOD restrictions. Notice the variation in building height with step-backs and recesses to break up the building mass. There is a requirement for fenestrations. An example is a faux window. Accessory equipment, including generators, rooftop equipment, must be screened, and the setbacks and buffers are also detailed. So now we will transition into what development in West Creek could look like under the TOD. Let's dig into the second development path for properties located inside West Creek Business Park as detailed on the right image. This area is near the Reeders Branch and Creekmore neighborhoods. These properties are currently zoned industrial and, as currently proposed, can choose to develop under the TOD regulations or choose to develop under their by right zoning. I mentioned this earlier, but you might be asking yourself, why would someone choose to develop under the TOD regulations if they can do it by right? That is where the technology zone incentives, added height allowances, come into play. If one of the properties on the right side took advantage of financial incentives of the technology zone, needed a substation, or wanted to go higher than 60 feet with without additional public input, they would have to develop under the TOD. We have heard from many citizens that this flexibility should not exist next to residential for data centers. Staff is proposing an amendment to eliminate the flexibility to choose whether or not to develop a data center under the TOD standards for properties adjacent to residential. As stated earlier in the presentation, it is important to note that today, without the TOD, the properties on the slide have the ability to develop data center and advanced manufacturing uses as part of their base zoning of M1. A plan of development application may be filed to develop data centers adjacent to residential with no noise protection and very little buffers. The TOD provides protections such as noise and larger buffers that would not otherwise exist. Because these protections are so important adjacent to residential, staff is proposing to eliminate the flexibility to choose how a data center use will be developed adjacent to residential property. This is the proposed amendment language. I will direct your attention to number 3. With the addition of this language, any data center use adjacent to residential will have to develop under the TOD regulations, including setbacks, buffers, and noise restrictions. While this amendment will ensure residential properties in Reader's Branch are protected from potential data center impacts, it is also a change to certain West Creek properties, as West Creek is allowed to build data centers under the existing M1 zoning and approved proffers. In addition to this change, staff also has 2 minor housekeeping type changes that we are recommending. The first is number 1, to add the word structure and to reword number 2 so the language is aligned. These are not substantial changes. I will pause here and allow the board time to read this language. To be completely clear, the proposed amendment only regulates data centers. All other uses allowed in both the TOD and the underlying zoning can be developed by right without TOD protections unless the developer chooses to develop under the TOD provisions or receives technology zone incentives. So that means advanced manufacturing, technology college, technology research and development facility, or a technology training center could develop under the existing West Creek proffers and by right zoning. Now let's discuss what development in West Creek under the TOD could look like. Again, if a user took advantage of the financial incentives or wanted to go higher than 60 feet adjacent to residential zoned without a conditional use permit, or have a transmission substation without a conditional use permit, or with the current amendment, develop data center adjacent to residential, they would be subject to TOD restrictions, including the TOD noise restrictions we previously discussed, the TOD mandated setbacks and buffers of 300 feet setback and 250 buffer for data centers, the height restrictions as we detailed, dark sky compliant lighting, fence location requirements, requirement to connect to public water and sewer, restriction on use of local roads, restriction on exterior construction hours, and lastly, transmission substation buffer requirements. Other uses allowed in the M1 zoning can still develop by right under the M1 zoning and West Creek proffers. In addition, if developed under the TOD, there will be these added development standards from the proffers and restrictive covenants: architectural standards, landscaping requirements, open space of 30%, perimeter buffers, and required screening of equipment from roads and adjacent property, outdoor storage, loading areas, and refuse. Here is, again, a visual representation of what a 60-foot building could look like utilizing the TOD restrictions. Okay, I'm wrapping up here shortly and just want to formally present the comprehensive plan amendment that coincides with the TOD. As staff considered the technology overlay concept, we think it's important to lay the groundwork for planning area of the technology overlay district, and that it should reside within the comprehensive plan. Therefore, we are proposing an amendment to the 2035 comprehensive plan to establish technology overlay district as a category under land planning areas. It is important to note that the comprehensive plan amendment does not provide the exact locations of the technology overlay district. That is done in the zoning ordinance. And the Board of Supervisors may adopt or amend the TOD district in the future. In conclusion, the approach to the TOD is designed to find balance where Goochland remains attractive to future investors while ensuring residents are protected. As you saw in my presentation, the TOD strikes a balance attract high-quality economic investment in previously identified economic growth areas, while at the same time protecting nearby residents. TOD development standards lead to stronger protections for adjacent landowners, buffers, setbacks, noise limits, and other design controls. Without the TOD, by right development can currently occur in West Creek with very minimal protections for adjacent properties. Board members, before I officially conclude, I would like to quickly review the staff proposed amendments. The first three are small and could be considered housekeeping amendments. The first is to ensure that the words Monday through Friday were included in section 15449, an exterior construction activity. The second is to clarify in section 15448B1 that if a use or structure is permitted by virtue of the TOD, then the TOD standards apply. The third housekeeping is to reword section 15448B to align the wording with the other sections. The last amendment is more substantial. It removes the flexibility for a user to develop by right or under the TOD in West Creek, where adjacent to residential for data centers. While this amendment will ensure the residential properties in Reader's Branch are protected from potential data center impacts, it is also a change to West Creek properties, as West Creek is allowed to build data centers under their existing M1 zoning and approved proffers. To wrap up, I would just like to add that any future changes to the proposed ordinance would require a public process with a community meeting, planning commission hearing, and a board hearing. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Worley, let me just take this opportunity. It's quite obvious to all of us that you and your team have worked diligently and tirelessly, and the detail you've presented tonight is very educational, enlightening. I personally feel like I've been through a master's degree on technology overlay district, so thank you all. I know you've worked hard on it. Board, do you have any questions of Ms. Worley before I open the public? Yes.
A boomer using technology, not pretty. Ms. Worley, I appreciate, and I want to iterate what Chairman Winfrey said. This is a lot. And please don't take that as criticism, but I would have liked to have seen this before tonight. This is a whole lot for me to take in. I am going to ask that you're just going to keep us here longer if you clap. And I've said that once, and you all will do what you do. I have probably 7 or 8 questions, and so, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to dominate and take them all, so I don't know if you want to go in rotation or if I should just work through the ones I've got.
I'm not sure any of the other board members have any questions.
Chairman, I'll be stating my questions till after the public hearing. Thank you.
Okay.
My first one's on slide 61, and I think that is the parking and development standards. And I don't have that right here in front of me, so there we go. Look at that. So the development standards are, in essence, zoning requirements. I mean, help me understand what a development standard does. Is this in lieu of a CUP or a requirement that takes place? I mean, this controls. Is that what I'm hearing?
The development standards control the development that is allowed under the TOD.
All right. And I think now I'm looking at my own scratchings here, the notes. So the parking is going to alleviate these massive amounts of asphalt that do create stormwater issues. So we would not be requiring 4,000 square feet of parking for, unless it's office space.
The proposed requirements are 1 to 4,000 square feet of other space. So if it's a data center, there still will be required 1 to 300 for office space, and then 1 to 4,000 for other space.
And other space could be a warehouse.
This is specifically for data centers.
That, you're absolutely right. Like I said, I hadn't seen this before. All right, on 64, we have noise. And I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before, I was graced with a 52-page ordinance that I believe Prince William County has instituted. Have you had a chance to see that?
Yes, sir, we have.
Is there any possibility that some of the extremely heavy lifting that was in there could be incorporated into this? It seems like they had a lot of new, or what I'll say, cutting-edge approach to noise abatement. And if you recall your own client, citizen comments, noise is just right up there. It's either number 1 or number 2 practically all the time. And as I was reading through it, I was seeing highlighted parts that said the industry was okay with that or could comply with it. I don't know if okay is the word they would have used, but they could comply with it. On existing units, they might need 12 months to comply, but for new development, they could comply, and it was going to get that noise level perhaps under 50 decibels. Is that something that is worth looking at?
We did review the Prince William. We reviewed it when it was in draft form. Our acoustics engineer had that, and we did review it with him. So we have reviewed it and benchmarked, and it was taken into consideration when we developed our standards.
So that's not something we want. Mr. Chairman, you're going to
Yeah,
interrupt?
Mr. Lyle, I looked at that study that you referred to, and I believe I concluded that the noise limitation levels were no lower than what we were proposing here.
And I freely confess that it takes me a while to absorb
Not to be
something.
argumentative.
No, sir, I'm freely confessing. I'm asking questions because I don't know some of this stuff, and I'm not embarrassed to say so. And this is, it's not a gotcha, but as some of this development takes place, if a building is between 2 residential areas, what side of the building does it go on if it's going to front on both sides?
I guess it would go in the middle.
Well, I mean,
It would depend on the site layout, yeah.
I
So
understand, and I appreciate the
Yeah.
concept, but we are seeing, and I saw some pre-application that somebody would like to put some residential into areas along Hockett Road, which could put the building in the middle of 2 residential areas. I'm just looking for clarification.
Sure, and it's an option, so that's an option. It's one of the options that they have if they can meet their noise decibel levels using other options.
Okay. On 67, the noise enforcement, how do we enforce it? What enforcement, is this something the sheriff's department would take care of, or how do we enforce?
If a complaint was to come into the zoning office, we would have an on-call contractor, a professional third-party sound acoustics engineering firm that would come out and measure the noise.
And so when it's in violation, then what happens?
If it's in violation, then they typically have 30 days to meet the requirements. If we come back and find that they're still in violation, then we will cite them in violation, and they have time to comply. And then if they continue to be non-compliance, it can be elevated up to a circuit court judge for an injunction.
2 months, maybe? I'm asking because I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how long compliance would take.
I think Ms. McGee is turning on her mic to help
Sure.
answer that.
From the time that we're able to put an injunctive action together, including the evidence to support it, as we've recently done in our office, we got it filed, and the court gave us the initial hearing within a week. So I think that action took, from the moment we started it, a total of 2.5 weeks until we had an injunction from the court.
Okay, all right, thanks. I've written down some. was that me? Oh. Are we awake? On slide 74, I wrote it down. I must have had a question. I'd have to look at 74 again to see what that might be. And that does not ring a bell, so I'm going to move on to slide 76. I just, I don't know what's going on. I apologize. And I'm looking at and making sure I'm comprehending this, but Creekmore does abut West Creek, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I wanted to confirm that. And then on slide 81, West Creek standards and conditions, that was referenced. We don't have standards or conditions for the 900 acres, is that correct? They would, they're currently A2, and so there are no standards or conditions for that.
Under the current base zoning, there is no standards and conditions. However, in this proposal for a data center development would require a conditional use permit. The board can impose standards and conditions.
What about a cosmetics company?
An advanced manufacturing company that wanted to locate in the TOD West would be allowed to locate using the Technology Overlay District standards.
Okay, and then I wrote down slide 90, so I will have to look at that and see what my question was there. I spent over an hour on the phone Tuesday with folks who are either very reticent or concerned or opposed to this. So this would be an imposed downzoning, is that correct?
We would be changing the by right zoning of West Creek with this, yes.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that we're clear that this is not something that current development or property owners are happy with or comfortable with. Is that fair?
I will let the property owners speak for themselves.
Okay, right, and then I'll let you phrase it. My impression is that the current West Creek property owners are not comfortable with this from the correspondence they sent staff and the board members.
We have received correspondence as such, yes.
Yes, and so I'm concerned because I've been told, though it's not a court case, that downzoning is not usually well received when it's challenged. And so I'm just asking for clarification, and those are all the notes I took, and so I appreciate you giving me some time to answer those. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is this on? Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Are there any further comments or questions from the board? Let me start off by welcoming you all again. Your input and thoughts as we provided the opportunity through this public hearing to gather additional perspective is important. At this time, we would like to open the public hearing for comment on two separate agenda items, and I'll read them. Countywide CP-2025-2 and ZOA-2025-1. And the amendment to the comprehensive plan related to the establishment of a technology overlay district and an amendment to the zoning ordinance establishing a technology overlay district amending section 15-331 off-street parking and loading and unloading requirements to decrease parking standards for data centers and amending section 15-500 to include small modular nuclear reactor facility, natural gas peaking plant, and a utility generating station. This public hearing is also for countywide ordinance amending Goochland County Code Chapter 8 to add Article IIA, Sections 8 through 100 through 8-106, establishing a technology zone. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the board will consider and vote separately on each agenda item. Dr. Rayleigh will share the process that we will follow for our public hearing tonight. Dr. Rayleigh.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Winfrey. As you see on the screen, each speaker tonight will have the opportunity to speak only once for a 3-minute time period. And as you approach the microphone, please state your name and your address. You do have the opportunity, if you're present today, to have up to 4 other citizens come to the microphone and identify themselves and cede their 2 minutes of speaking time to the group representative. Ultimately, the speaker will have 10 minutes to speak. And you can see below the list of time allotment scenarios. So to make sure that everyone in our audience knows what the 3 minutes sounds like, I'll ask our team to play the 3-minute sound. Thank you. So at that sound, your 3 minutes is up, and we ask that you conclude your comments so that the next person can speak behind you. We do ask this evening for an orderly environment and that you direct your comments to the chairman, not to the audience. The board will not be responding to any questions that they receive tonight through the public hearing. They will be listening as it is a public hearing. If you have not already signed up, please come forward and see our staff at the bottom of the stage to get your name on the list to speak. You do not have to sign up to speak, but it does help us organize the speakers. If you do not sign up, there will be an opportunity at the end of the public hearing to speak. And as Mr. Lyle noted, we want to make sure that everyone's voices are heard this evening and that we have an efficient and orderly meeting. And so we ask that at the conclusion of the speakers, you do not applaud so that we can continue through the process and hear all the voices with us tonight. Mr. Winfrey, feel free to open up the public hearing.
I'll now open the public hearing. Ms. Baskewitz, please call the first set of speakers. And as you are called upon, please come forward to the microphone and state your name and address. As Dr. Raley noted, speakers will have 3 minutes to speak unless time has been ceded to them, in which case all parties please come forward. After the speakers finish, please find an open seat in the auditorium. After our first set of speakers are finished, Ms. Baskewitz will call additional names. When you hear your name called or see your name on the screen, please come to the front 2 rows to be seated and wait until your time. After you have spoken, please return to your seat in the audience, and please keep the queue behind the microphone to 2 or less. Dr. Raley shared earlier this evening, please refrain from clapping so we can keep our public hearing moving along and provide everyone time to speak.
Mr. Winfrey, I will share just for the benefit of our audience today that we have over 80 folks who have signed up to speak today, so this will be a great opportunity to hear from many of our neighbors, and the board will be here to hear all the voices this evening who want to speak. So just for awareness for our audience that we have many who are here to speak, and we plan on hearing all those perspectives tonight.
Board members, I'll call the first set of speakers. Ralph Reeb, please forgive me if I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Tina Carroll, John Pushy will all be ceding their time to Arnold Rosenberg. If you could come forward and give your name and address, please, for the record.
Good evening, members of the board and staff. My name is Ralph Preeb. I'm a resident of Goochland. I live at 7006 Bisque Terrace. Thank you for having us this evening.
Good evening. My name is John Pusha. I live at 12032 Talavera Terrace, and I cede my minutes to Arnold Rosenberger.
Good evening. My name is Tina Carroll. I live at 15641 Mosaic Creek Boulevard, and I cede my time to Arnold Rosenberg.
Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Arnold Rosenberg. I reside at 14003 Mosaic Nook and serve as president of the Mosaic at West Creek Homeowners Association, representing 500 families who live directly adjacent to the land included in these ordinances. We are not here to resist progress. We are here to ensure that progress does not come at the expense of promises made, the quality of life of our residents, or the values that have built Goochland into the community that we all cherish. While greatly improved from its original version, and we thank staff for that, the TOD ordinance as it stands before you today is still flawed. It shifts the balance too far in favor of industrial developers and too far away from residents who are directly affected. Goochland has never been a county that sacrifices its citizens. Peace for convenience or speed is not what we need, and we should not start now. There are 5 critical areas that require correction before this ordinance can earn the trust of your community. First is TOD West, and we want you to honor your commitment. Residents along TOD West purchased their homes with the clear understanding that any change in use adjacent to their properties would require public notice and public process. Including this area in the TOD removes that right. That is not alignment. That is, for a whole host of reasons, a broken commitment. A broken commitment to your citizens you are sworn to protect. We respectfully request that TOD West be removed entirely from the TOD ordinance to preserve the public voice that was promised. We're not asking for special treatment. We are asking for what was promised. Second, noise. We need practical standards with real enforcement and true accountability. Noise is not theoretical. It affects sleep, health, and property values. Standards without enforcement are meaningless. Enforcement without accountability is only symbolic. And noise, to a great degree, is what data centers and other industrial developments will bring to the residents of our communities, unless reasonable and cumulative sound limits for adjacent residential properties are set. Adequate controls must be maintained and enforcement with teeth instituted. Therefore, we ask for defined enforcement provisions, operational performance bonds to be provided by the operators to guarantee noise compliance, clear, measurable, cumulative thresholds set at property lines adjacent to residences as follows: 45 dBA, 55 dBc under day and night conditions, and 65 dBA maximum for periods of generator testing. If these facilities are compatible with residential areas, they should be required to meet these responsible and measurable limits. Performance bonds will ensure that if noise standards are exceeded, there is real accountability and real financial consequence, not just promises on paper. Third, setbacks. This is a matter of equal protection for every family. Every resident in Goochland, regardless of their adjacent zoning, deserves the same level of protection, irrespective of where they live. A 600-foot setback is a reasonable, consistent, and protective standard that we ask for. If a facility cannot operate safely and soundly and responsibly at that distance from homes, then it is not appropriate for a residential adjacency. Safety, fairness, and predictability must guide this ordinance. Fourth, open space. We need to preserve the character that defines us, Goochland County, not defines the developer of a property. We talk a lot about West Creek Business Park. West Creek Business Park was conceived as a community that struck a balance between commerce and nature. reducing open space requirements from 30% to 20% chips away at that very value that makes Goochland attractive to families and businesses alike. We request that the 30% open space standard, excluding required buffers, be maintained. What we erode today cannot be reclaimed tomorrow. Preserving open space is not optional. It is essential. Fifth, conditional use. Transparency strengthens trust in government. By right, approval removes public from any decisions that have permanent and lasting impacts. A conditional use permit is not an obstacle and should not be considered an obstacle. What it is due diligence. Every project and every development is unique in its characteristics, its impacts, and its benefits. And each should demonstrate compatibility, mitigation, and community benefits before approval. That is good governance. That's not delay. It ensures the county is making decisions responsibly, deliberatively, and with community input. Technology zone incentives. Let me say, our money, our way. We understand that incentives are a separate but related ordinance, but incentives should benefit the community, not just the developers. Tax incentives, infrastructure contributions, or other financial tools must be aligned with resident priorities and protections. In short, our money, our way. Every dollar invested in this zone should reflect the values and needs of all of Goochland citizens, not external pressures or short-term gains. Our critical request today is for a minimum 180-day deferral. We are asking both strongly and respectively for a 180-day deferral. This is not a delay for its own sake. This period will allow county staff and the community to refine best practices, to correct the critical areas outlined tonight, to implement enforceable noise standards backed by operational performance bonds, rebuild community trust in its government, and ensure growth aligns with Goochland's long-term values. This deferral is about doing it right, not doing it fast. Growth must be guided, not granted. Standards must protect residents first. Promises made to families must be honored, and incentives must serve the public good, not just private profit.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Board members, our next set of speakers, Robin Campana, Charlene Meredith, Joy Begley, John Bayru, James Begley are ceding their time to Lisa Sykes. Please come forward and give your name and address.
Ms. Piskewitz,
Yes,
could we
sir.
call this second group up so that they can be ready to go after this group speaks?
The next group would be Lynn Webster, Susan Willis, Dolina Jean Smith, Karen Mann, ceding their time to Stephen Levitt.
Hi, my name is Robin Campana. I live at 12308 Beach Hall Circle in Reader's Branch, and I cede my time to Lisa Sykes.
Good evening. My name is John Byro. I live at 12481 North Crossing Drive, and I cede my time to Reverend Lisa Sykes.
Hi, Joy Begley, 12322 Beach Hall Circle. I cede my time to Reverend Lisa Sykes.
James Begley. I live at 12322 Beach Hall Circle, and I cede my time to Reverend Lisa Sykes.
Good evening, supervisors and administrators. I'm Reverend Lisa Sykes. I live at 12482 North Crossing Drive, and I had planned to preach tonight. My opening image was going to be Odysseus returning home to Ithaca and the peril he faced when he sailed past the irresistible call of the sirens. I'm sure you're familiar with it. Had he succumbed, his boat would have crashed into the shoals, but he was lashed to the mast, and the ropes kept him from making a fatally flawed decision. Long sermon short, the sirens are the data center. The lure of their song is a promised irresistible revenue stream. You supervisors are Odysseus, and we Goochland citizens, we are the ropes, trying with all our strength to keep you from making a fatally flawed decision for our county. We who elected you do not want data centers in Goochland. We want to be a rural, data center-free county. Let's be honest, the proposed Hockett Basin data center offer is being considered with reckless urgency because of Meta money, or Amazon money, or Google money, or someone else's money. But we now have an ethical voice that pronounces a word sorely lacking in this data center dialogue to present, and it's on the screen. Sustainability. In support of the Goochland Residents Alliance, the Board of Church and Society of the Virginia Annual Conference of the United Methodist Church declares, quote, "We acknowledge that unsustainable human activities have placed the entirety of God's creation in peril. It is the opinion of the Board of Church and Society of the Virginia Conference of the United Methodist Church that continued building and using the resources of the Commonwealth of Virginia for new and expanded data centers is not sustainable nor helpful for the long-term health of our Commonwealth's ecosystem, human or animal, plant or mineral, and in the integration of all God's earthly creation." The statement is signed by the board's co-chairs, Ellen W. Comstock and J.D. Hansen, together with the Episcopal leader of the Virginia Annual Conference, my bishop, Bishop Sue Happert Johnson. I asked you supervisors, who actually cares about the citizens of Goochland more, my bishop or Mark Zuckerberg? Who is a better judge of ethical decisions made here, my bishop or Jeff Bezos? Supervisors, let the voice of the church give you permission to wisely slow things down and not break the public trust you hold just because you listen to the cyber sirens' call with their lure of untold cash. Now there's another slide I'd like to invite the projector to bring up now. This is a chart done by Patrick Duke of deficiencies in the TOD as proposed. I want to talk about them now. Oddly, emissions are nowhere in the TOD, even though they are the most impactful environmentally byproduct of diesel generators atop data centers and of gas peaker plants. If emissions were in the TOD, more of us would be talking about it because we would be more aware of it. Goochlanders across the county will be breathing in nitrous oxides, carcinogens, particulate matter, and CO2. Would you 5 gentlemen who are supervisors here like to explain to young women across Goochland County why they will be more likely to go into preterm labor due to breathing in particulate matter? That's a serious question. Or explain to Goochland mothers why their children are more likely to develop asthma due to these emissions. Is Meta or Google or Amazon dictating the standards or lack thereof in the TOD? Is their money more valuable than our clean air and our good health? Please accept for inclusion in the TOD standards for data centers offered by Patrick Duke, and the sheet has been given to the clerk of the board. He is an expert in human-centric project delivery, and I quote his work now. Foundational recommendations: shift from by right to conditional use permitting. Right now, high-impact facilities like data centers and advanced manufacturing can be approved by right. A CUP requirement would allow case-by-case review of environmental impacts, give the county authority to tack enforceable conditions on emissions, water use, and storage. Follow tested precedents in Fairfax, Loudoun, and Albemarle counties. This is the single most important change. The single most important change. It puts Goochland in control of its own environmental outcomes. 2, air quality standards. Require, please, Tier 4 diesel generators and best available control technology, again, for the sake of emissions. Mandate air quality impact analyses with modeling to prove facilities won't degrade local air quality. Limit generator testing to weekdays between 10 and 4, and never simultaneously across multiple units. These steps protect nearby homes from recurring diesel exhaust and noise exposure, a major issue in other TODs. 3, water quality and conservation. Require closed loop or air-based cooling systems. No more once-through water systems that draw millions of gallons per day as currently proposed. Mandate water impact assessments detailing usage, discharges, and chemicals like PFAS. Adopt advanced stormwater management. These measures ensure that Goochland's rivers, aquifers, and wells remain protected as the TOD grows. 4, accountability and enforcement. Require post-construction monitoring of air emissions. Please don't forget that. Water use and generator hours. Require companies in the TOD to fund a transparent, real-time monitoring program for the county. The companies would fund it, and the county would administer it. Annual reporting to the county and the right of inspection for compliance. Patrick requests, with more detail than I will say here, please ensure that the use standards are added to the TOD, and the specific citations are in the paper that the clerk has. Members of the Board of Supervisors, please understand what we are desperately trying to tell you. The TOD is incomplete and it's flawed. At the very least, defer the vote on this imperfect proposal until July of 2026 and partner first, not with data centers and large landowners, but with local Goochland citizens who too are landowners, faith leaders, and community experts to keep this ship and our intentionally rural county of Goochland from succumbing to the call of the cyber sirens and catastrophically running aground. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Love it.
Good evening. I'm Karen Mann. I live at 12380 South Readers Circle in Readers Branch,
and I am ceding my time to Stephen Levitt.
My name is Susan Willis. I'm at 12384 South Readers Circle, and I cede my time to Steve Levitt.
My name is Delina Jean Smith. I live at 7011 Ben Hall Circle in Parkside Village. I cede my time to Steve Levitt.
My name is Lynn Webster. I'm at 7180 Yare Street in Parkside Village, and I cede my time to Steve Levitt.
My name is Steve Levitt. I live at 7036 Ben Hall Circle. Before I start my prepared remarks, I just want to make a statement that I feel that it was very disingenuous of Ms. Worley to propose things which the county and the citizens have not had the opportunity to thoroughly vet and discuss and think about. It's wrong. In today's fast-paced society, listening has become a lost art. On October 7th, I presented statistics and analysis of the emails and electronic messages received by the county pertaining to the TOD-TZ proposals. I read every one of more than 1,000 emails and portal messages received by the county as of October 1st. Without repeating my presentation and detailing my methodology, I'd like to recap my findings and update my results and analysis. I begin by posing a question. If somebody tells you everybody is against this, should you listen? Can I have the next slide? Thank you. So, through October 1st, the county received 948 TOD-TZ related emails and web portal messages. Of those, 6 were in favor, 942 were opposed. That's 6% for, 99.4% against. As I noted in my original presentation, 2 of the pros were from members of the county's Economic Development Authority. Discounting the EDA messages, only 4 people out of nearly 1,000 supported these proposals. During October, I submitted 2 additional FOIA requests and received all additional TOD-TZ emails and messages through October 31st. I can have the next slide, please. The cumulative total of all of the TOD and TZ emails and messages is 1,172. Out of these, 1,166 are con and 6 are pro. During the month of October, not a single email in support of the TOD was received by the county. With the additional emails and messages, the percentages have shifted slightly. Now, 99.5% oppose the TOD and TZ proposals. That's an increase of 0.1%. And 0.5% support them. That's a decrease of 0.1%. Statistically, I think it's fair to say that everybody has concerns with these proposals. Knowing this, should you listen? An email from Kathy S., dated October 21st, sums up community sentiment very succinctly. The whole thing is a nightmare. This should not be happening to retirees that thought they were in their peaceful forever home. Now we're trying to decide how to sell before our property prices dump by what you are all planning to do to us. We have not been able to even sleep worrying about our future. Kathy's feelings and fears are very real. Should you listen? My initial FOIA request was for a pro and con tabulation of TOD, TZ emails received by the county. A tabulation didn't exist. I now understand why no citizen comments were tabulated and presented to the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors, as is normally the case. It would be very uncomfortable for Ms. Worley to make her presentation and then negate it by saying, oh, by the way, everybody we have heard from has problems with these proposals. They're worried about their health, their quality of life, their property value. They're outraged by the manner in which we're changing zoning protocols and shutting them out of public hearings and the decision-making process. Ms. Worley, advocating for the county, which is the de facto developer, could not cast a shadow on her own proposals. Full transparency just wouldn't be helpful in getting these proposals across the finish line. Listening now. Can I have the next slide, please? Gentlemen, look at these numbers. Following the latest revisions, the feedback you have received still indicates that the proposals are unacceptable. Even without a formal tabulation, as I have presented, how could anyone working on the project not recognize the sentiment of the community? Every email, save 6, expresses issues, problems, and concerns. Never have I seen such a statistical landslide of opposition. Your constituents and the people of this region deserve better. They deserve to have their concerns, which are not trivial concerns, addressed. Your goal of passing these proposals in 3 to 4 months is not realistic and not in the best interest of the county or the citizens. This decision should be deferred until at least July of 26 to give your staff and the community more time to collaborate and resolve these issues. If we're to have a TOD, it must be the proverbial gold standard, not for industry, but for the citizens of this region who will have to live with it for generations to come. The current proposals are heavily weighted in favor of industry and data centers and against the citizens, bypassing establishing zoning protocols to allow M1 approved businesses on A2 land without rezoning, requiring CUPs for data centers in certain sections of the TOD, but not every section, establishing DBA and DBC noise levels which are still will not adequately protect residents, exempting diesel backup generators from any noise restrictions, and failing to regulate or even address perhaps the most important issue, the toxic emissions from diesel generators and methane power plants. Knowing that the DEQ requirements fail to protect citizens from small particulate matter and diesel particulate matter. These are all major problems which have solutions. Bending your knee to big industry at the expense of every citizen in this region is irresponsible. And I think I say that with a great deal of emphasis. Please defer these proposals and work to protect the region. Time and resources would be better spent collaboratively discussing, researching, and resolving issues rather than litigating them in court, which is sure to happen if you approve these proposals as they exist tonight. Everybody is against these proposals. You should listen. Thank you.
The next set of speakers this evening, Mike Dugnan, Sarah Parkerson, Barbara Hanson, Nancy Moyers, Patrick Collins, Peggy Nisley, Richard Grebe will be ceding time to Stephen Chirac. Following that, the next set of speakers, Martha Brock ceding time to Bill Brock.
Good evening. I'm Peggy Nisley. My address is 1633 Centerville Park Lane. I'm ceding my time to Steve Sharrock.
My name is Sarah Parkerson. I live on 12229 Bremner Ridge Circle in Reeders Branch, and I'm ceding my time to Steve Sharrock.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Hanson. And I live at 12323 Beach Hall Circle in Reeders Branch, and I'm ceding my time to Stephen Schwab.
Mike Diagnan, 12563 North Reeders Lane, Mannequin Sabbath, and I cede my time to Steve Schrock.
Hey, thank you. I brought too many people up here because you never know if somebody wants to go home early or whatever. Steve Sharrock, 12201 Bremner Ridge Circle. Closer? Closer? Ooh, that's too much. I'm going to talk about changes in the parking requirements, and I was going to speak about how that works with developers opting out of the TOD, but some of the code that we've seen tonight makes that obsolete and makes some of my slides obsolete. First, but I am going to talk about the future of Goochland outside of the TOD. And if I have some time, I have some bonus content. But first, I am requesting that the TOD be deferred to have a working meeting. All of the supervisors and planning staff in the same room at the same time. I know right now you're stuck with the whole only two of you at a time situation because of sunshine laws. Also, I know you'll be listening tonight, and the audience here is looking for changes, but I am concerned about ordinances being modified verbally without the time to study the language. That's what I meant last month when I said I was concerned about seeing the final wording of the ordinance the day after the vote. Could I, next? No. That's the one I want. Yeah. Okay, raise it up. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Okay, next slide. I'm not sure I can see it from here without my glasses. The way the ordinance change is written for parking, it applies to the entire county. It cuts the required parking by 13. It applies to parcels north of the I-64 Haydensville exit, west of the courthouse, Oilville, almost everything on Ashland Road north of I-64. It could cover the economic development zone on Rockville Road, right across the street from the Highfield development that you just got done approving. Next slide. Okay. Think about a building 4 to 30 million square feet. A small future data center, for example, 200 feet deep and 3,334 feet long. The previous Board of Supervisors 10 years ago, greatly underestimated the size of future data centers. Now, by right, in all of the M1 and M2 properties across the county, this is what's going to be happening. But by current rules, the current required parking for that would be 24 acres. The building itself would have a footprint of 15 acres. This is, again, 6 stories, 200 feet by 3,000 feet. If you go to the next one, please. And you're going to have to click several times. Actually, yeah, a lot of times. I was expecting to have the clicker in my own hand. One more time. Yeah, that is what the data center would be. Each of those squares is 200 feet by 500. If you can see all those little tiny parcels up there, that's Reeders Branch. I know that that's an obsolete example now, but it's still an example that could serve throughout the rest of the county. Let's see. Okay, next slide, please. This is the USS Nimitz. It's awesome. But it's 1,009 feet long. The water line to the flight deck is 57 feet. I'd like to give you a sense of what future data centers are going to look like. Next slide. And click it a few more times. That's what it's going to look like. And actually, I didn't quite get that right. The grand total of the length of the data centers are going to be about 300 feet longer than the 3 times the Nimitz. Okay. Now, next slide. Again, this is an example of what it's going to look like with the parking that's in the ordinances right now. I'll tell you when to stop. Keep going. 2 more. Yes. That's the ratio of parking to data center. Yes, of course, it's not particularly useful or needed, but this is the leverage that you're giving up. Okay, next slide. And by the way, how much room does a data center need? Well, for 4 million square feet, it's going to need somewhere between 80 and 400 acres. That's a huge range, and it's not terribly helpful. So let's go, but you do have need for data center footprint cooling. Is it going to have 100 to 150 diesel-powered generators? Will it have natural gas electrical generation? We don't know. Next slide, and you're actually going to skip that, go one more. Obsolete. Okay. Again, the small data center, and again, with current zoning, with the proposed changes, you may say, why would they put the data centers within 50 feet of a neighborhood? One, it's going to be crowded. There's actually a lot of things that have to go into a data center besides the building itself. 2, they might, with good intentions, put all those generators on the side opposite the buildings. And you can click one. Or they might fit more data centers. Next slide. Okay. Now, I have heard data centers want to be good neighbors. This one shows one house directly backing a data center. The buildings that you see, those data centers are a fraction of the size of data centers of the future. Again, the future ones are going to have going to be deep 200 feet. Of course, the actual dimensions, can be whatever. But for example, they'd be 200 feet. Those are about 60 feet. Those 2 buildings together are 400,000 square feet of data center. The small data center of the future is going to be around 4 million. So next slide. Skip this one. That's all that has changed. A lot of this has changed too, but one thing is that data centers don't need TOD incentives. They will build wherever they are allowed. BlackRock, I wasn't planning on talking about this, but I have a few extra minutes here. You can see how profitable some of these companies are. BlackRock invested in bonds for data centers a few weeks ago. And it was about $3 billion, and they made 10.2% in 1 week. Now, the bankers on the board know that that kind of profit only happens once with any one specific bond issue. But it does get the attention of Wall Street. Through the magic of compounding interest, 10.2% over an entire year is an APR of over 17,000%. Money is flooding in. And next slide. So, some of the key takeaways. I do want to say the parking change is important and it covers the entire county. It's not part of the TOD. So what does the future hold? I know the board has been committed to keeping growth in the east. I know you want to keep Goochland rural, but sometime, maybe years in the future, you may decide that this job is not fun anymore. Someday there will be other people in your seats. Next slide. A $4 million farm might fetch $40 million. That's a rough rule of thumb, very rough. Sometimes farmers' children do not want to work on the farm. That farmer may be sitting on the board. Data centers need electricity. They need to be near the grid, or they need to be near natural gas, which, by the way, is probably where the power is going to come from in West Creek. They sometimes need water, but not a lot. They really don't. Next slide. And you can, I apologize for this, you can hit enter about 15
Thank you, sir.
times. Your kid, oh,
Your time is up. I'm sorry.
okay.
Robert's Rules of Order provide that people be given a reasonable period of time to speak. I don't find that that gentleman was taking an unreasonable amount of time to speak. I think you giving people 3 minutes is what's unreasonable.
Next speaker, please.
Will you let him finish?
Could we have the next speaker?
You're Martha and Bill. I'm going to call a whole bunch of names in a minute.
You want this fixed?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I'm Martha Brock. I reside at 12219 Brimner Ridge Circle in Mannequin-Sabat. I cede my time to Bill Brock. Thank you.
My name is Bill Brock. I reside at 12219 Brimner Ridge Circle. It's in the Reader's Branch development. I first want to thank the board for providing the opportunity for this public comment period. I also want to acknowledge the public outreach of Supervisor Mr. Lyle. His engagement with citizens of Goochland County, including citizens who are not in his district, should serve as a role model, I believe, for all elected officials. Now, I do have a few comments with regard to the revised TOD. My first comment pertains to the disparity in the revised TOD to require a conditional use permit for a data center in the 900-acre TOD West site and no requirement for a conditional use permit for any other data centers. I think this disparity fails any logic test. We all witnessed earlier this evening the county requiring a resident who, as I understand, owns over 4 acres of land to request authorization to build another residence on his own property. We all witnessed as well the opportunity for public comment on that application. Now I ask you, what's wrong with this picture? The board's now considering a proposed TOD that allows any building construction in the TOD, excluding power generation facilities and data centers in the 900-acre TOD West site, to proceed with no application, a blanket approval, no public engagement, as long as it meets the building requirements in the TOD. Very simply, what you require of a Goochland County resident to build on their own property should also be required of any organization wishing to build in the TOD. That is, require a conditional use permit and provide for public engagement in the review of the application. Now, moving now to my next comment, the Board of Supervisors has approved multiple residential developments in the area of the proposed TOD. It doesn't matter whether you were on the board or not when the residential developments were approved. You who are on the board now have the very fundamental responsibility to protect Goochland County residents and their property. The residential developments approved by this board brought my wife and me and many other new residents to Goochland County. Now, considering the responsibility you have to my wife and me and all the residents of Goochland County, the board should defer and revise the TOD to require an application review and approval process with public engagement for any new developments. You need to protect eastern Goochland County from becoming a very undesirable place to live. Now, government of the people, by the people, and for the people. I know this is a phrase we've all heard many times. We probably learned in middle school or high school that Abraham Lincoln, often referred to as the greatest Republican president of all times, used this phrase in the Gettysburg Address. But let's stop and consider what this phrase means. This phrase defines democracy, our form of government at the national level, the state level, and yes, at the local Board of Supervisors level. Democracy is a system that serves the citizens' interest. I've been to multiple county meetings, planning commission meetings, and Board of Supervisors meetings. I think the Goochland County citizens have made their interests very, very clear. I've heard almost no Goochland County citizen interest or support for the TOD. And now for my last comment. I recently sent an email to the board and multiple county staff on the TOD proposal to include small modular reactors. I retired after working for over 42 years with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. In my email to you, I offered to meet or have discussions with you or county staff on your apparent either misunderstanding or perhaps you were misinformed about SMRs. Most importantly, it's not apparent that you all understand the legacy of used spent fuel that will remain on the SMR site for perhaps many decades to come. We heard earlier this evening that staff has met with Dominion Power on nuclear technology. I wish they had had discussions with them on fresh fuel movement, spent fuel movement, as well as visited the storage sites they have for spent fuel that have been on the sites for 30 years and will be for the foreseeable future. I strongly recommend that the proposed TOD be deferred and that you revise it as I and so many other Goochland County citizens have recommended. We just heard tonight additional changes are being made that we hadn't beforehand heard. I thank you for listening to my comments, and I hope that you decide to defer the proposed TOD. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joyce May, Rita Nuara, Anita Brock, David Leary, come forward. Anne Marie Frank, Lawrence Frank, Michelle Williamson, Rob Williamson, Eric Taylor, Larry Lane, Gerald Haas, Cynthia Haas, Anita Green, Cynthia Atia. Please come forward, be seated to prepare for speaking.
Anita Brook at 177 Woodfern, and I cede my time to David Leary.
Rita Nuara at 100 Box Elder in West Oak, and I cede my time to David Leary.
I'm Joyce May. I live at 162 Gray Ash in West Oak, and I cede my time to David Leary.
Carl Koenig, 183 Woodfern. I cede my time to David Leary.
I'm David Leary from 177 Woodfern in West Oak subdivision of District 5. First, I want to underscore that I would welcome just about any business into West Creek Business Park except a data center, both because of the public hazards posed by such centers, which I'm surprised haven't been emphasized, the health hazards, but also to make matters worse because those hazards would be centered precisely in the most populated portion of Goochland County. That strikes me as doubly wrong. Not only would there be damage to the quality of Goochland's environment, but also to the quality of life, health, peace of mind, and property values of many surrounding residents. And if that weren't bad enough, in all likelihood, those residents, and probably the rest of us, would also have to endure occasional restrictions of water and energy usage, especially in times of drought and hot weather, and we would all have to pay more for water and electricity, and probably a great deal more for the electricity. And mind you, my concerns about such hazards were formulated while I was envisioning a typical contemporary data center of about 100,000 square feet. So you can imagine how my concerns have escalated since learning about the 2 million square foot data center that has already been proposed for West Creek, contingent upon the approval tonight, if it happens, of the new TOD. A center of that size is 20 times larger and multiple times more hazardous than anything I had envisioned and feared. For comparison, the Short Pump Mall is just over half that size at 1,300,000 square feet. So I don't want any data centers in Goochland, but if you won't consider banning them altogether, then I want to propose another amendment, which I hope you supervisors will consider seriously. It is based on the October 20th revision of the initial TOD that you yourselves have proposed for that portion of land that you want to add to West Creek. Your revision calls for an approval of any data center on that land to be subject to a conditional use permit, a CUP. A CUP process, of course, would require that any data center proposal be submitted to public scrutiny and feedback. Although it doesn't guarantee that public concerns would lead in the end to any modification of data center plans, it represents a recognition that the public has a large stake in any data center that is built in West Creek, and it provides a chance, at least, that you or some future Board of Supervisors might take public concerns into account, as I think you and they should, during the negotiation and approval process. Now, I know I've been told that changing a by right regulation to a CUP procedure, a so-called downsizing of current zoning regulations, could lead to complaints and even a lawsuit from current landowners within West Creek Business Park. Well, so be it. That's one of the reasons the county has lawyers, to fight for changes serving the public good, despite possible resistance from those who have other interests in mind. To provide a rationale for my proposed amendment, I want to say a few words about why a CUP would make sense and how the county's lawyers might formulate a good argument in defense of downsizing zoning regulations. When West Creek Business Park was established in the late 1980s, there were no data centers as we know them today. It was still the age of mainframe computers. Hence, the Board of Supervisors at that time would have had no expectation of truly enormous buildings filled with thousands of stacked and interconnected servers with their massive, almost insatiable thirst for water and electricity and energy, and their release of toxic gases and particulate matter upon the public and the environment. True, in 2014, the Board of Supervisors specifically acknowledged data centers as falling under the by right regulations governing West Creek properties. But at that time, the typical data center was closer to 20,000 square feet, which is 1% of the data center proposed for the land between Richmond Country Club and several bordering neighborhoods. Although those 2014 supervisors probably realized that data centers would grow larger in the future, it seems unlikely they envisioned a 2 million square foot data center and all that comes with such monstrosities. And if they didn't envision it, they couldn't have consciously and explicitly approved it. And finally, I'll point out that without a CUP, there would be no mechanism for the county or residents to question the inevitable proposal at some future time of a 3 million square foot, or as has been mentioned, a 4,000 square foot data center, possibly placed on environmentally sensitive land. Now, as for the rights of landowners, well, we homeowners, as has been said, we're landowners too. And contrasted with some landowners in West Creek, we're landowners who actually live in Goochland. When I hear from someone that the county shouldn't or can't limit the right of landowners to sell their land to whomever they want, I'm mindful that the person is speaking about landowners who invested in land that they have, for the most part, left empty so that they can make a profit when they sell it. The land to these obstinate absentee investors is simply a financial asset. Meanwhile, in contrast, what about the rights of us other landowners who love our land so much that we have invested not just our money, but our life savings into it, built or maintain our homes upon it, and entrusted ourselves and our children to the gracious governance of Goochland County. Many of us did so with a desire to escape the less delightful aspects of urban life, specifically choosing Goochland for its quiet, safe, healthy, and bucolic environment. Have we no right to expect the county to protect our land and homes, our neighborhoods, and the surrounding environment that drew us to and kept us in Goochland County? What about our rights, our access to affordable water and electricity, and yes, our financial investments and prospects? I would hope that the Board of Supervisors and any judge overseeing a possible lawsuit would feel some obligation to put our needs and expectations into the balance. And if it came to it, I would even hope that you board members would put a finger on our side of the scale, since it is we who have invested our lives, not just our dollars, in the county. And it is we who elected you to represent us, not outside business interests, no matter what those interests might, or as it might be, might not end up paying someday into the county's coffers. In rebuttal to what I've proposed, I can hear someone saying that a change from by right to CUP would discourage potential data center proposals. Of course, I personally hope so. But beyond my own preference, I ask you to consider that if the proponents of a data center don't want county residents to know ahead of time what impact that center would have upon them and their part of the county, and don't want to take that into consideration in drawing up or revising their plans, the county needs to decide who matters more, outside the county business interests or inside the county residents. So there's my plea to you. If you can't or won't ban data centers entirely from Goochland, as I'd prefer, at least amend the TOD or the TZ or whatever needs changing to require a CUP process for any and all data center proposals submitted to Goochland County. This seems the most obvious way to try to balance, to provide at least the possibility of some kind of balance between business interests and public interests. And finally, if you are at all moved to discuss these proposed amendments, or if the comments by others tonight give you pause, or if you feel you should consider the spate of the huge number of recent reports about the significant problems being created for other counties by contemporary data centers, or finally, if you believe, as do more than a few experts, that there will probably be alternative ways of facilitating artificial intelligence in the future, I hope you will opt to postpone tonight's vote to allow yourselves more time for full and thoughtful deliberation before deciding on a TOD that will have serious and possibly irreversible consequences for Goochland County. I'm sorry for reading so quickly, but I wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And folks, we do have 2 sets of mics, so whatever's convenient for you to come to.
My name is Anne-Marie Frank. My name is Anne-Marie Frank. I live at 12162 Readers Point Drive, and I cede my time to Lawrence Frank.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Lawrence Frank, and I reside at 12162 Readers Point Drive in Mannequin-Savit. I have been a proud Goochland resident since 2002. In the more than 2 decades that I have been here, I have never seen the county and its citizens so out of alignment as we are today. Over the past several weeks, I've spent a lot of time thinking about how did we get here. I believe it began with the original proposal for the Technology Overlay District. It was introduced and positioned in a way to protect residents from the inevitable arrival of data centers, since they're currently allowed by right under M1 zoning. This framing immediately raised alarm among the citizens because it created the sense that data centers were a foregone conclusion and that the only choice was somehow mitigate their adverse impacts. Then, the absurd distraction of small nuclear reactors was added to the proposal. To think that the county was going to allow them and hoping we'd focus on them rather than data centers. But the reality is, data centers are not inevitable. What has kept them out of Goochland for decades are the existing height and parking restrictions under M1 zoning. These practical limitations, not overlays or incentives, have done the job, and with the evolution of data center design will be an even greater deterrent. Yet, instead of preserving those safeguards, the county now proposes to significantly reduce the parking requirements and increase the allowable height, which would make the area far more attractive to data centers. Combined with the proposed technology zone and its financial incentives, we would be essentially be inviting data centers into the most densely populated parts of Goochland, despite overwhelming citizen opposition. Supporters of the TOD and the technology zone have said we shouldn't remove data centers from the current M1 zoning because it would amount to downzoning and somehow harm the commercial property owners. But let's be honest, maintaining the current parking and height restrictions is not downzoning. It simply preserves the long-standing balance between business and community that has made Goochland so desirable. Commercial property owners and TOD proponents may not like those limits, but they're the only real protection that we, the residents, have. What troubles me most about is that after hours upon hours of public comment, virtually every speaker opposed to the TOD, the Planning Commission still voted to move this proposal forward to you folks. The county has not presented to us a single expert to support its case, while every expert who spoke did so against it. So I ask you to consider this. Why change what's worked for decades? Why use taxpayer dollars to attract companies that citizens clearly do not want? Why recruit industries that have proven to be difficult and undesirable neighbors across Virginia? Why risk destroying what makes Goochland such a wonderful place to live? Most of you ran unopposed in the last election. That gives you a unique opportunity and a responsibility to show that you truly represent the wishes of your constituents. Please, do the right thing. Stand with the Goochland's residents. Reject the technology overlay district and the technology zone. Keep Goochland aligned with its people. Preserve your legacy. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker, please.
I'm Michelle Williamson. I live at 2262 Wheatlands Drive, Mannequin Sabbath, and I'm ceding my time to Rob.
Good evening. My name is Rob Williamson. I live at 2262 Wheatlands Drive, Mannequin Sabbath. Tonight, there are too many gaps and too many new items to approve this item tonight, in my opinion. Therefore, the TOD deferral is what's warranted. And we've learned tonight data centers by right or by TOD, their new requirements with it being next to residential. There's a lot of talk about it being adjacent. What if the property adjacent to residential is not the data center location, but the next property's over? And are they within 500 feet? And does that matter? I don't even know if that's an issue or not in this short amount of time. And speaking of M1 and not TOD, Article 20, Section 15283, use standards for commercial and industrial uses. I want to point out, meat processing plants have 7 provisions. The shopping center has 12. You know what has none? Non-TOD data centers, utility generators, and battery storage facilities. Does that make any sense? It's illogical. That needs to be fixed. Another gap, there are over 1,200 A2 acres inside and outside West Creek affected by the TOD. So just like the 900 acres on the TOD West map, all A2 acres in the TOD should be CUP for data centers. There should be consistency there. In 2024, you eliminated floor area ratio in all commercial zonings. The justification, and you assured us that there would be protections against too big of buildings on too small of lots. Do you remember what those protections were? One was parking. Now you're downsizing parking for data centers. I have a better idea. For data centers, keep the parking area requirements as is, but set aside the non-needed locations in reserve. Just don't pave them. Don't take the time to do the construction. Give them their dozen or 2 dozen required spaces for their employees and their uses, but no requirement to actually build the rest. Just have it in reserve. Have you considered all the possible scenarios? What if a data center builds under TOD and later picks an adjacent M1 to expand? Is the expansion under M1 by right, or do they have to expand under TOD? It's not addressed. How about an M1 data center by right, not next to residential, and expands into other parcels, including A2, and wants the TOD incentives? Can we end up with M1 data center expanded with TOD incentives and none of the setbacks or other requirements? These are just 2 possible scenarios. Data centers fill in all available parcels around it. Data center expansion is not defined nor addressed in the TOD. That needs to be corrected. When Meta wants to build a hyperscale AI data center in Goochland, and it does not fit inside the patchwork of TOD parcels, what are you and a future board going to do? Well, looking at my crystal ball, I see a future meeting just like this one. And what I see coming is a new TOD Map 10B, an Oilville-Caldwell Road corridor with public water courtesy of data centers. Also see a 10C map for districts 1 and 2 with no public water requirement and the use of wells. All of that's a possibility. So with these and the new items that we've seen here tonight, please consider deferral. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next set of speakers, please. Next set of speakers.
Hello, my name is Eric Taylor. I reside at 424 Regina Lane. I cede my time to Larry Lane.
Good evening. My name is Larry Lane. I live at 409 Regina Lane in Creekmore Park. Civics, at its best, is the science of understanding why people hold certain positions and then working through those differences to find common ground. As it said earlier, we're at a divide. We need to find common ground, and I'd like to thank the county for allowing us to all hone our civic skills. I do want to start by thanking the staff and the Board of Supervisors. There has been some hard work in this ordinance. I know it's not easy. There have been some concessions. There have been some progress. There were a few surprises tonight that many of us need time to get our head around. I've come to an uncomfortable truth. I'm convinced that the county's going to be hell-bent on putting in a data center. Can we choose where we put it? More importantly, my goal is not to stop the progress of a data center if it's put in the right spot. We get it in the right spot and we get it right the first time, as long as the citizen protections are maintained. So tonight, I respectfully ask the board to have the courage to do 2 things. 2 important actions. First, pause the TOD for 180 days. Let's close the gaps and make the Goochland TOD the gold standard, a model for world-class data center zoning. The data center gold rush has taken over. Isn't going anywhere. What possible harm can come for waiting 6 months, especially when the county's already operating at an operations and maintenance surplus? I do understand you need capital funds, and that's a great way to get it. Keep in mind that research shows that only 5 out of 1,000 data centers make it from concept to operation. And fewer than 15 out of that 1,000 even make it from concept to shovel ready. You see the news, you see what's going on in the industry. Many people these companies get tired and they pull out. In this proposed location for some of these data centers, the longest pole is trying to get power. Electrical power to run if this 8 million square foot building gets built, is about 1 gigawatt. That's equivalent to 1 nuclear power plant. That's a long pole. That could be as long as 3, 5, 7, or 10 years, depending on how you do it and who you look at and who does it. So that tells me that we have time to get it right. Let's use that time to get the standards, the specs, all the citizen protections in place. The biggest threat to these failed projects is the need for speed. All too often, citizen protections and community character are sacrificed for a false need for speed. There's ample time to get this right. The second request is to exclude the 900 acres that surrounds the Richmond Country Club and butts up towards the Mosaic. Please amend Figure 10A to remove these parcels. These borders exist against neighborhoods. They violate fundamental gradient zoning. I noticed in the TOD tonight we talk about if we do put these data centers in, that the substation is going to be a 100-foot setback. That's not enough to a residential community. Most of that land is all zone A2, and it essentially translates in my mind as an expansion of West Creek. Sarah was kind enough to put something in her slide that caught my eye, that the TOD wouldn't allow A2 land to go to M1. That's what I read, but that's not what the intent is, I'm sure. If you look at what M1 Industrial Limited means, it means that these uses are put in so they do not detract from residential desirability. If we build these data centers, it could very well detract from residential desirability. Very few people really want to live right next to industrial zoning, no matter how much your buffers are. The comprehensive plan was written in 2015. It's clear that anything of this nature would break the transitional promise made that, and that's why many of our citizens moved from Henrico and other areas to Goochland. If this proposal was untouched, if it was put in an untouched industrial corridor, I would agree that that would be the best use of that land, is to put it and make it industry, but it's not. Your previous boards have put residential areas in, so we have to make decisions based on that legacy. I know this is a tough decision, but I want you to think about it in three ways. Is it legal? Maybe. Is it ethical? Shades of gray. Is it the right thing to do? I say no. If we approve this as written, Goochland begins to lose what makes it special. It becomes indistinguishable from Henrico and Chesterfield. That's not the Goochland way, and it's not the right thing to do. I'd like for each one of you that are deciding on this tonight is, what do you want your legacy to be? Do you want it to be in stone, or do you want it to be in sand? It's your choice. Make a good one, please.
Thank you.
Carol Chase,
Next
John
speaker, please.
Kent, Beth Stein, Robert Boyer, Karen Farntuna, Debbie Tweet, Karen Albright, Patty Kish, Pat Hendy, Spencer Smith, Anita Glim, Nicholas Glim, Bella Glenn, Ryan Glenn, Ann Dennis, please come forward and be seated in the reserved seating.
I'm Gerald Haas, live at 12313 Beach Hall Circle, Reader's Branch, and I cede my time to Cynthia Haas.
Gentlemen, I want to talk to each of you regarding the consequences of what you are considering doing, the consequences of your actions regarding the TOD, the legacy each of you wants to leave behind for both Goochland and residents and for the supervisors who will come after you in the future. Very few of us really need to consider our legacies. We live our lives and don't affect that many people. You 5 men are different. Your decisions affect over 28,000 people. Your decisions affect all of the people who live in Goochland County. You 5 men will determine the type of life each of those 28,000 people will have. That is a huge responsibility and legacy. So what type of life do you want those 28,000 people to have? Will they be able to enjoy the peaceful rural life Goochland County has always offered its residents? Or will you decide that money is more important than the quality of their lives? Because that's really what the issue comes down to, isn't it? Money to run Goochland County or the quality of the lives of every single resident in Goochland. To me, it looks as though you gentlemen believe you have no choice in this matter to allow Goochland to survive, to bring in the tax revenue the county needs. You feel you must allow the TOD to pass. I'm not sure that's correct. But if that is how you 5 men feel, you can pass the TOD with the necessary protections for the residents that elected you. Data centers have been zoned in Goochland for many years. They were first zoned for West Creek in 1988, and the definition of data centers was changed in 2014 to update the meaning of what a data center was. So why hasn't a data center ever settled into West Creek? That's a great question. Why haven't we seen a data center in West Creek in almost 40 years? One, the current zoning in Goochland hasn't been conducive to data centers. Two, there were no incentives offered to data centers. Three, the parking requirements were too strict for data centers. We keep hearing how a data center could come into West Creek right now and build 50 feet away from a resident. Ms. Worley keeps threatening us with that. But it hasn't happened in almost 40 years. So why the fear-mongering from the county? 3 reasons they haven't come in, the ones I just gave you. The county knows if they want data centers to come to West Creek, they must change the current zoning to be so favorable to data centers that data centers won't be able to resist Goochland County. The door will be thrown open so wide, Goochland will be overrun with data centers. But the county can't do that without the TOD overriding the current zoning to throw that door open. The language in the revised TOD proves this point. It reads like an open invitation to data centers. A campus-style environment, technology center campus, campus-style development. It's all code for data centers. Let's get back to my point regarding you 5 men and your legacy. How do you 5 men want to be remembered? You have a choice. Are you going to be the ones that open Pandora's box and let data centers come to Goochland? Or are you going to add the modifications residents have been asking for? Not the half-hearted ones we've been offered so far, but the actual safeguards that residents deserve. How do each one of you want to be thought of as men who realize that 99% of the communication you received from your constituents were against data centers, and because of that, you modified the current TOD to give residents the protection they deserved? If you believe data centers are the only way to save Goochland County, then put the protections in place for the residents. You have the power and the ability to do so. You can modify the current TOD to protect residents. You 5 men can be remembered as men who protected Goochland's 28,000 residents and leave a legacy you can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Anita Green. I live at 401 Regina Lane. I'm ceding my time to Cindy Attia.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Attia. I reside at 422 Regina Lane in Creekmore Park. You've been provided with a map that has my name at the top of it, Cynthia Attia, and my neighborhood, Creekmore Park, is circled in red next to Patterson Avenue. If the 900-plus acres, now called TOD West, are included in the proposed TOD and industrial uses are permitted there as they already are in West Creek, my neighborhood will be boxed in by industrial development, with only the Richmond Country Club in between. What you can't see on this map is the medical offices on the Patterson side of our neighborhood, directly behind my home. When we moved in, we knew that property was zoned RO, office no retail, and intended for medical offices, and we accepted that. Even then, we had to appear before the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors 3 separate times to stop it from becoming rezoned to B1. Each time, the board upheld the 2035 comprehensive plan, affirming that business and commercial uses simply aren't compatible with existing neighborhoods. That's why it's hard to understand how land long designated for office no retail and single-family residential in this TOD West could now be considered for industrial development. Even the nearby A2 area, which we keep hearing is identified as prime economic development, could be used in ways that can complement nearby homes without introducing industrial uses. According to the JLARC report on data centers, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, modern data centers of today, are industrial scale facilities largely incompatible with residential uses, creating an abrupt contrast to a residential home. They bring constant low frequency noise, visual impacts, and heavy construction disruption, conditions completely unsuited for neighborhoods. The Urban Land Institute, which supports data center development, states clearly that because data centers are ultimately an industrial use, they are not appropriate in residential districts. Goochland's own comprehensive plan says that growth should be balanced, that rural and residential areas should be protected, and that new developments should be compatible with its surroundings. Yet TOD West borders the Richmond Country Club, the Mosaic community, and homes along Hockett Road, and lies within 1 mile of many other neighborhoods. We've all seen what's happened in Loudoun and Prince William, where unchecked data center growth has overwhelmed communities, strained infrastructure, and diminished quality of life. Goochland has the chance to learn from those mistakes and to set a higher standard, a standard that values careful planning, transparency, and respect for the people who already call this place home. I absolutely support thoughtful, responsible development of these 900 acres, but it must align with the character of the neighborhoods that Goochland County itself approved and encouraged. You may not have been the supervisors who approved them, but they are here now, and the families who live in them deserve to be protected. That's why I respectfully urge you to exclude the 900 plus acres TOD West from the Technology Overlay District and delay the vote on the TOD by at least 180 days to fix the flaws and fill the gaps. It's impossible to express how deeply hurt and honestly disappointed I feel that this is even being considered. We truly believed Goochland County valued its people. We love our home and our community. We raised our son here, but we would never have chosen to move to Creekmore Park if we'd known we might one day be surrounded by industrial development, data centers, and possibly gas-fired power plants. Please do the right thing for the residents who have invested their lives here. Protect what makes Goochland special. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Next speaker.
I'm Beth Stein at 526 Hickory Drive, Mannequin. I cede my time to Karen Fortune.
My name is Carol Chase. I live at 9732 Kaleidoscope Row in Mosaic, and I cede my time to Karen Fortune.
Hello, I'm John Kent, 9707 Kaleidoscope Row in Mosaic, and I cede my time to Karen Fortune.
Robert Boyer, 9723 Kaleidoscope Row. I cede my time to Karen Fortuna.
Hi, I'm Karen Fortuna. I live at 9705 Kaleidoscope Row in Mosaic. Well, a lot of people have left, but the room is filled, and I know people will be watching the replay of this if it's not on live now. You've obviously disturbed the hornet's nest with your technology overlay district and data center plans. And What's the reason? What is the rush? Roughly 99% of the constituents in Districts 4 and 5 are opposed to the data center proposal of West Creek. While the Board of Supervisors may have good intentions with the use of a TOD to help strengthen the building requirements and restrictions, it falls short with one small but major exception. The Board of Supervisors approved our subdivisions, and we were first, not the data centers. We're here. They need to compromise with us, okay? Our compromise is allowing them to build in our county. They may bring money to the table, but at a great cost. The cost-benefit analysis of having a data center so close to residential is extremely unbalanced. On the benefit side, they generate revenue, but they don't bring in jobs, and they cost the taxpayers in higher utilities, insurance, water, infrastructure, and personal health, quality of life, and downturned home values. They ruin water tables and air quality with toxic chemicals and pollution. They cause health issues in people and animals and damage home foundations, walls, and pipes. The balance sheet is not balanced. And yet you persist. Why? Have you already sold us out and just neglected to inform us that we were for sale?
Please.
The data center investors don't like paying money for these issues because they simply don't care about our lives. They don't live here, and they want to make money without spending it. Too bad. We have the asset, the land, and they have billions to pay for it. I can promise you that they're not waiting in line for their SNAP checks. You are elected officials and do not report to developers, wealthy landowners, big business, or the data center conglomerates. They are all here to make money, and you are here to serve and protect the entire county with fair and equitable planning. There's nothing fair and equitable with bringing the residents of Districts 4 and 5 to the sacrificial altar of the data center gods. You are in a very unique and fortunate position to change your path before it becomes a billion-dollar mistake. Loudoun County is recognizing all these mistakes and forcing the data centers to retrofit their buildings with soundproofing and emissions controls. They've even revamped their zoning ordinances. Their target setback in residential areas is 1,000 to 1,500 feet setbacks and more for taller buildings. The comment from the data center developer was they could have done more to mitigate these issues if they were addressed prior to building. You are in this position right now, tonight. You can vote to defer for 6 to 12 months and conduct the necessary tests and studies. Bottom line, you can either make the data center locate 1 to 2 miles away from residential clusters, or you can make them honor 1 to 2,000 feet setbacks and height restrictions and all the newest technology that addresses sound, emissions, water, and energy issues. In other words, make them invest in their own product and our county's infrastructure needs. This will keep them from walking away when the economy takes a downturn, and it will. It will. Because they will have skin in the game and investment to protect. If we were asked to give you an Amazon rating tonight, no doubt it would be 1 star. And only 1 star, because that's the lowest rating you're allowed to give. But it's within your power to defer the vote to 6 to 12 months, I say. Tonight will determine if you keep your 1-star rating or if you earn another chance for 5 stars from all 5 districts. Do the morally and ethically right thing here. Defer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next speakers.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Tweed. I live at 14014 Mosaic Nook, and I cede my time to Patty Kish.
Hello, my name is Karen Albright. I live at 14006 Mosaic Nook, and I cede my time to my dear friend Patty Kish.
Patty Kish, 12055 Talavera Terrace. Good evening, and thank you for this time. I live in Mosaic, and while I applaud the efforts of the county in making some positive changes in this TOD in response to citizens' concerns, there are a lot of holes in this plan. I appreciate that this new TOD requires public water use. The first two drafts did not, and that could have been a devastating oversight if data centers had been allowed to come into the county and tap into the aquifer that the western part of the county needs to supply their wells. That's frightening to me that citizens had to point that out, that it was missing in the original drafts. What I'd like to suggest tonight is that you consider deferring this vote. This is just too important, and the possibility that there are misunderstandings, mistakes, and oversights means that the only responsible thing to do is to give it more time. I had the privilege of being invited to a meeting held on October 20th in the Goochland County offices with Dr. Raley, Sarah Worley, and a number of residents to hear this latest TOD proposal just prior to it being released publicly. At that meeting, one of the residents asked Dr. Raley if this TOD must pass in order for Eli Lilly to develop in West Creek. His answer was a definitive no. The TOD has nothing to do with bringing in Eli Lilly. The county is prepared to make the necessary allowances to clear that project. This resident said he had spoken with one of you just days beforehand who very clearly believed that he had to vote for the TOD in order for the Lilly plant to be built. I realize that you all are in a very difficult situation because this is a lot of information, and it's not like you can call each other and get together for a beer and talk about what you know or what you don't know about the TOD. But it's too important not to know exactly what you are voting for or against. The second concern that I had that came out of that meeting, and this is a little backstory on this amendment that you're considering tonight, is that Reader's Branch, I expressed concern that Reader's Branch would not be fully protected under this TOD as it currently allows developers to choose whether they wish to come in under the TOD and take advantage of the financial incentives and meet the requirements, or develop under the old existing by right standards within West Creek. Given the requirements that you are now placing on these developers, it is very possible that the cheaper alternative is to come in under the existing by right standards. Dr. Raley said that was incorrect. He said that once the TOD passes, all development would have to meet the new criteria: the sound limits, the setbacks and buffers, every restriction. Another resident at the meeting then pulled up the TOD wording, reading it back to Dr. Raley, clearly stating it was up to the developer to decide. After the meeting, Dr. Raley researched this and called both of us to let us know this was a mistake and that he would be meeting with the county attorney to fix it. And this is the amendment that you all have tonight. And it was a glaring mistake. I'm not an attorney. I have no business background, yet was able to find this. This could have been disastrous for Reader's Branch, in particular because a data center could have been built with no noise restrictions, minimal setbacks and buffers. The only thing that might have protected them would have been the parking space requirement, but I would not have wanted to count on that. My concern is that 3 weeks before passage, mistakes and misunderstandings are popping up with this TOD. I realize from Dr. Raley that the intent has always been to protect Reader's Branch from unrestricted encroachment from a data center, but that's not what the TOD stated. And your intentions are simply not going to be defensible in court. The sharks that will be coming to Goochland seeking to develop here will find every mistake and every loophole and use it to their advantage. I believe you all want what's best for this county, but if every detail is not clearly spelled out, perfectly written, and ironclad, these developers will find the mistakes and exploit them. You cannot hope that they will do what's best for Goochland and use clean energy, the latest sound attenuation measures, and closed-loop systems that limit water use. But this is all technology that is currently available, so why not require it in the TOD rather than hoping a developer will choose it? Please give this more time. If you do not understand every minute piece of this plan, including the potential long-term environmental and economic impacts to the county of this latest draft, which I don't know how you possibly could because the studies haven't been done, then please, please defer this vote until every detail has been thoroughly and exhaustively examined. One of the grave concerns I have is about the lithium-ion battery storage that is allowed in this latest draft as a by right use. I didn't realize that. Energy generating facilities have been changed to conditional use permits, but energy storage is still by right. Do you know that this TOD allows up to 20 megawatts of lithium-ion battery storage? That's a massive warehouse with approximately 8 to 12 shipping containers holding these very volatile batteries. A fire in one of these facilities would be devastating. Are you familiar with the term thermal runaway? You should be if you're going to vote for this allowance. And are you aware that the TOD states that up to 2% of the TOD area can be filled with energy storage facilities? That's potentially 88 acres. So while the TOD states that any individual facility can be no larger than 20 megawatts, there is no limit to the number of facilities. They could be placed side by side, referred to as co-location, which provides for a much larger aggregate facility. I don't believe that's what the county intends. However, this is a loophole that exists in this working. Have you talked to your fire chiefs about their concerns of allowing these battery storage facilities here in the TOD? Have they given it their blessing? Counties of Virginia have spent millions of dollars in legal fees being sued over data centers or being sued by data centers. Recently, Prince William County spent over $500,000 to hire outside legal staff when they were sued by data center companies over tax bills. This is huge. Please, please delay this vote until every detail has been examined.
Thank you.
Next, Pat Hendy, Spencer Smith, Anita Glenn, Nicholas Glenn, Bella Glenn, Ryan Glenn, Ann Dennis, Kathleen Barrow, Margaret Levitt, Jane Christie, Gregory Vita, Gail Minnick, Harvey Summers, John Gessner. Please move forward to seating to prepare for speaking.
I'm Patricia Alvis. I live at 2810 Hanover Road, Rockville, Virginia, and I give my time to Spencer Smith.
Pat Hendy, 2337 Wheatlands Drive.
My name is Spencer Smith, 15692 Mosaic Creek Boulevard in Mosaic. I very often drive down West Creek. It's a lovely place. You have 3 headquarter building, Performance Food. It used to be the home headquarters of the Federal Reserve of Richmond, but they've abandoned the site. And you have the Farm Bureau of Virginia. Lovely, lovely sites. And across the street, you have Bluffton's. And when you pull up the Bluffton's webpage, this is what it says. A thoughtfully curated community where every consideration is taken to ensure a lifestyle experience above and beyond in homes second to none. Well, what you're doing here with the technology overlay and the technology zone, those houses are gorgeous. they've only built a few, and they haven't sold many, but the list price is over $1.8 million. And their neighbor is going to be the Eli Lilly plant. They will never sell another house in that development. I mean, if I asked 1,000 executives, business executives, what is the one word that will make a difference between success and failure? That word is trust. And to do that, you've permitted these people to build $1.8 billion houses, 30 of them, and they're not going to sell any now. There's no trust in that. And Mosaic is a nice place. And the park at Centerville is a nice place. And Reader's Branch is a nice place. But they're all done, so you can pee all over them. Now, to have trust, you have to tell the truth. You have to do your work, you have to know what you're doing, and you have to be honest. You've said that the technology overlay was picked because the infrastructure was present. Well, that is absolutely incorrect. Where do people of Capital One and the people who would come into the technology overlay, where would they go home to live with their children and wife? They don't head west. You can't head east because 288 is in the way. They're all heading down to Midlothian and Robius and Chesterfield. I mean, just go out there when it's afternoon rush hour or morning rush hour, and 288 is just stop dead. There are no homes for these people in Goochland County because for the past 10 years you've been building Mosaic and Reader's Branch and the park at Centerville and Avery Park, 4,000 units where people could live. But they're all restricted to people who are over 55 or over 62. So these are not homes for workers like the workers at Amazon or Eli Lilly or anywhere else. So you don't have housing as an infrastructure. And the highways are incapable of handling what they have now, and you're going to add another 30, 40, 50,000 people fighting for the same highway. That's not going to work. And water is infrastructure. And data centers require up to about 5 million gallons a day. And the technology companies that you want to locate in this overlay, like Eli Lilly, they're mini data centers, and they will require over 1 million gallons of water a day. Right now, the eastern part of Goochland County is buying 5 million gallons of water a day from the source, Henrico County. It can't get bigger because to get bigger, they have to take more and more water out of the James River. And you can't dry up the James River because downstream you have a nuclear power plant which needs tons and tons of water, 30 million gallons a day. You starve that nuclear power plant, it overheats, and boom. So you don't have water. We don't have power. We have no power plant in the county of Goochland County. There was one nuclear plant in Louisa because it has North Anna Lake, which is a large body of water. You don't have a large body of water, so you can't run any power plant. So you don't have power, you don't have roads, you don't have highways, and we don't have electricity. So the question you have to ask yourself is, we never had a hearing as to whether the placement of an overlay where you placed it was proper or not. I know you've had other choices to consider. I think we have to have a hearing on whether that overlay was not the correct thing to do and figure out where an overlay might be correct. because you can't do it here. You show no trust in your decisions because you screw people after you make decisions. You get 1,000 people into Mosaic, and then you say, oh, we'll locate some debris next to you. And it's an industrial park you're creating. So don't say you're not changing the zoning, because zoning is A2. Residential, medium density residential, and farm. Just like everything has been in there for the last 20 years. So you're not worthy of trust. And because you're not trustworthy, you will not succeed. You will fail. And I don't root for you to fail. I'm trying to protect you from yourself.
Next speakers, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Klein. I go by Nick Klein, and I have a couple points I'd like to make. First, my wife, oh, wait a minute, where do I live? 9733 Kaleidoscope Row in Mosaic. My wife Anita and I, along with our neighbors and friends behind me, represent the single largest investment in Goochland County's 300-year history. When you look at the value of the homes that we have built, I estimate, you would likely know, $750 million, perhaps, between Raiders Branch, Mosaic, Bluffton's, and the surrounding neighborhoods. So surpassing even Capital One. And so my point is, you need, this investment is not just a financial investment, it is, for most of us, it's our life savings. And so what we're asking for is the respect and the courtesy that you would put our investment first and protect it for us, because we count on you. And let me go to another point. The West Creek Industrial Park, prior to the rezoning for residential, was sleepy. It was failing. It was actually going to bankrupt the county. I understand that there was a refinance of the bonds that kept the county out of bankruptcy. But then what did you do? You built homes that required no infrastructure, like no schools, very little security. And so it's a win-win. The county gets all this money from 55 and up, and you don't have to spend for it. It's such a genius idea. But the Board of Supervisors then, and you now, have a moral obligation to protect that investment. And the county, you can hide behind buyer beware, but you should have disclosed to every potential buyer that they were buying in a wrapped neighborhood of industrial use around us. So my point is that there is a obligation by the current board to protect the value of our homes and our life savings. So that's the kind of the point of what I want to say. But then I'm a banker like a couple of you on the board, and so as a banker, you're constantly in risk assessment, right? You have to look forward. You have to understand where you are today, where you've been, and then identify risk and mitigate them. In this group, I know of at least 2 attorneys that have been hired. And so the board votes yes on the TOD. There is only 30 days to file a motion to upend that approval. So tomorrow morning, with a yes vote, there will be 2 attorneys, one being the gentleman who stopped the digital gateway in Prince William just a couple months ago, and that was a 2,000-acre data center campus next to the Manassas battlefield. And so that gentleman will turn over every stone, and if our neighbors found heirs, I promise you we'll find what we need.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Bella Glenn, 1136 Getaway Lane in Tuckahoe Creek, and I cede my time to Ryan Glenn.
Hello, Ryan Glenn,
1136 Getaway Lane, like she said, Tuckahoe Creek. I've been in, 1136 Getaway Lane, Tuckahoe Creek, Ryan Glenn. I've been a professional in cybersecurity for the last 15 years, as well as data science, so hopefully you'll actually listen to my opinion on this. There's a bit of mismatch between your stated goals in the presentation and the reality. The materials say that you will attract high technology businesses that produce high quality jobs, but your main focus of this entire presentation has been data centers, and data centers don't fit that description. They have about the lowest per square foot per employee. It's about 0.1 per 1,000 square feet. It's the lowest employment density of any industry. Not only that, but it is very capital intensive, but there's absolutely nobody that works there. If you've ever been in a building, you would know that there's maybe about 20 people. And so I found it a bit disingenuous when you said that you visited a data center, but then you are still approving this and acting like it's going to help with job creation and young people living here. Spencer said that, or I think his name was Spencer, but he said something along the lines of how all these communities are 55 and plus, and my wife and I got lucky where we could actually build somewhere in Tuckahoe Creek that wasn't 55 and plus, but if you want to attract young top tech talent, data centers are not going to bring that. It's just going to bring you industrial buildings that devalue homes. Not only that, but the utility and infrastructure impacts. The ordinance requires data centers to use public water and wastewater, but the technology zone also allows up to 100% reimbursement of utility connection fees, which that undermines the entire idea that the growth pays for growth, because if the county reimburses those fees, residents are still footing that bill. Even if a developer pays upfront for their connection, the ongoing water use is enormous. Data centers use up to 6 million gallons of water per megawatt every year. And this is based on Virginia data centers that were recently constructed. A 100 megawatt data center, which is common in Virginia, could use anywhere from 50 to 650 million gallons of water annually, which is more than what the county of Goochland uses on the public water infrastructure. The scale of demand could strain our treatment plants, require new infrastructure, and eventually raise water rates for everybody. You say that taxpayers aren't subsidizing their utility usage, but who's going to pay for the repairs of the water system? There's also risk to homeowners and community character. The county says that the residential tax rate won't change, but the FAQ also states that inside the TOD, it could be reassessed based on the highest and best use, which means higher property taxes based on higher land values because the data centers value land more. These facilities also affect our community character with noise that everyone has been talking about, but you still aren't listening. And for a better path forward, honestly, you should just differentiate clarity between true high-tech employers and infrastructure users like data centers, because data centers aren't going to bring what you're advertising that you want to bring. Clarify exactly what the 100% utility reimbursement covers. Does it cover the fees that are eligible, such as tap, capacity, or connection? And confirm, does it not include infrastructure construction or expansion costs as well as maintenance? Also commit that no long-term maintenance or capacity upgrade costs will ever be passed on to the residents, and that it will be subsidized by these companies. Quantify the expected power and water usage from potential data center projects and show how that fits within Goochland's actual system capacity. Refocus Goochland's technology strategy on things that attract people and not servers. One thing that's interesting about Eastern Goochland is that we still don't have fiber, and it's also not included in the fiber build-out plan of Goochland County. And if you want top tech talent, most people actually want fiber in their infrastructure, not Comcast, and yet nobody will expand fiber to the residential areas, but I guarantee you that those data centers will somehow get it. And I also believe that if you actually want to attract top tech talent, you should do other zoning incentives such as small tech offices, research spaces, and maker labs. I know that certain other areas of Central Virginia do startup grants and co-working hubs. Those would attract tech talent, and those would attract the types of people that you claim to want to have here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Ann Dennis. She has a presentation. Kathleen Barrow, she will also have a presentation.
Thank Thank you. It's going to be very quick. My name is Ann Dennis. I live at 2984 Davis Mill Road. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for revising this plan. Thank you, everybody, for wanting good things for Goochland. Please, please forgive my ignorance in these matters and processes. I've only recently learned that this truly seems to be happening all around us. I see big developments and changes now in Powhatan, Louisa, and Chesterfield, and I absolutely think many residents are unaware, as I was unaware, and why isn't this a bigger discussion? Next slide, please. I really appreciate mailers like this. I absolutely love living in Goochland. I love this community, but why no mailer to all residents? Why wasn't I informed earlier? I appreciate the website, but to me it's not enough. I would have come to meetings. Next slide, please. Especially this big important meeting in July, I would have been there. I would have asked questions. I would have tried, and I would like to know who was here to answer questions. Where's an expert? Where's somebody from Dominion or DEQ or any one of these organizations? Next slide, please. Because this is what I do see going around, misinformation, rumors. I don't know what to think when I see things like this, and I don't know where to look for answers. I don't feel I'm getting it from Goochland. Next slide, please. Our Goochland West Creek map here. This is a statement from the West Creek site, and I do think it would be beneficial to update that site and to start changing statements like this. There's key statements on there that I'm sure are going to change, and how many residents are aware? Forget county lines. This is just such a huge development, and it is scary. Next slide, please. And I mean everywhere. This is Luis's map, and this really shocked me. I had no idea this was happening. At what point do we talk to our neighbors and plan together? Next slide, please. To say this isn't happening in the West seems false to me. This is Shannon Hill, and again, this is Louisa. I know this is not why we're here. When do we talk as a community? Next slide, please. Gum Spring, this shocked me as well. When do bigger organizations get involved? When do we hear from DEQ? When do we hear anything from Dominion about what's going on? When do we collaborate and communicate with our neighbors like Louisa, like Henrico, up against West Creek? Next slide, please. I ask again that you listen to all these residents. They seem so educated. I'm so proud of our residents. I'm looking for an expert, and I haven't heard from one. I wish we had more time. Please, I ask you to delay and look into all of these things people have brought up. So much more research could be done. Please make a smart decision, not just for Goochland, but for our entire region, but mostly for Goochland. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dr. Kathleen Byro. I live at 12481 North Crossing Drive in Mannequin-Sabat. I made these slides, so please forgive me. They're not the best, but I do a little bit with PowerPoint. And I have to say, I've come to all the meetings, and as a healthcare provider, I am exquisitely interested in the human condition. I have loved taking care of patients throughout my life, and right now, I still feel like we need to take care of each other. And we, the people of Goochland, have spoken to you all, as well as Planning Commission and everyone else with emails, letters, verbally, small meetings, large meetings. We do not want data centers in this county. No diesel generators, no SMRs. Next slide, please. No gas peaking plants, and no utility generating stations, basically. Next slide, please. Please preserve this county. Save our natural resources from destruction, and save our people from the dehumanization of generative artificial intelligence. Next slide. Stop promotion of data center development in Goochland. That's all that's been going on. Next slide. Vote no on the TOD and the TZ. I should have added that. But better yet, do not allow data centers to be built in Goochland at all. There has been a shocking overgrowth of data centers across America. Representatives from Amazon Web Services, Alphabet, Microsoft, Apple, and Meta have been sending out company representatives for over a decade, buying up tens of thousands of property, predominantly in rural areas, specifically to plant data centers on them later. You know that. When the data centers come, counties are initially enthralled by the promise of lots of revenue coming to the county. After the shininess of the new business wears off, the reality of the abuse of the land and the natural resources can be seen, felt, and smelled. In some cases, as you know, there may be no financial gain at all for the county. It's a gamble. And there's a much larger issue right now I want you to ponder it on a bit. The growth of artificial intelligence venues, such as ChatGPT and Claude, are quietly stealing our most wonderful gift of all, the ability to learn, grow, and make our own neural connections, which enable us to live and work in this complex world and develop our own uniquely human characteristics, such as judgment, empathy, and kindness to others. The choice supervisors have tonight is much bigger than bringing tax dollars to Goochland. Will your legacy be about preserving the rural character?
Next speaker, please.
Or will it be about preserving humanity?
Good evening. My name is Margaret Levitt, 7036 Ben Hall Circle. As I stand here this evening, I recognize what is before you is an application that, according to Mr. Spoonhauer, was conceived by, and I quote, conceived by and fully supported by the Board of Supervisors in our joint work session last year. I'm confident it will be a good product. After participating in numerous meetings regarding the TOD and related TZ, including focus groups, community meetings, town halls, Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors meetings, there are blatant and important omissions in what the county is presenting. Omissions that can and will affect the health and well-being of citizens, not just those residing in eastern Goochland, but citizens in the western part of the county, those in surrounding counties, and yes, even statewide and beyond. With the millions of taxpayer dollars the county wishes to extend to these entities to incentivize them to come to Goochland, it's unacceptable that all residents of the county were not informed of this application. Dr. Raley cited cost concerns for this. Really? A drop in the bucket compared to what you are willing to extend to these mammoth corporations. Because these data centers are built in complexes, are you evaluating the cumulative effects, bombarding citizens from all directions? Chesterfield, Louisa, Powhatan, Henrico, Hanover, and hopefully not Goochland. The effects of cumulative emissions poisoning the air we all breathe. Cumulative noise, DBA and DBC. Consumption of natural resources. Cumulative effects of power generation and storage, wastewater contamination, which can affect well water. Based on what the county has presented, there are no downfalls or pitfalls related to this type of invasive industrial development. If you don't recognize these issues, you can't mitigate them. You can't establish standards and set up protocols for effective enforcement. Smart people learn from history. More than 40 years ago, Allied Chemical in Hopewell was responsible for contaminating the James River with ketone, a carcinogenic chemical which remains in the sediment of the river till this day. What you don't know can hurt you. However, with all the work that citizens have done to educate themselves, along with you, our representatives, you do know. The Keepone story is a compelling reminder of critical ongoing importance of government oversight in the protection of human health and the environment. Respectfully, I ask you to scrap this
Thank
application
you, ma'am.
altogether. Scrap
Your time
this
is up.
application altogether.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jane Christie. I've lived in Goochland for over 30 years. I live at 489 Mannequin Ferry Road. This proposed technology overlay district was initially presented as a way to attract technology business and manage noise and building standards within the West Creek business area. Instead, a landowner requested change to the maps in August, has created a completely new area of over 900 acres in the Hockett Basin where industrial use would now be allowed. This vast TOD West area is completely outside the West Creek Business Park, includes a great deal of residential and agriculturally zoned land outside the county's own prime economic development area, land which is described in the Goochland County Comprehensive Plan as being suitable for development as low-density, single-family residential office, no retail or recreation open space, no industrial. Why would the county use this overlay district to add over 900 acres of industrial use in this area, especially when the West Creek Business Park, established in 1988, currently has around 1,700 acres available for development, and only around 800 acres have been utilized in 37 years. The TOD West area is currently not zoned or planned for this use. The existing residents are very unhappy about it, and it will further undermine development in West Creek. It may benefit a small number of commercial landowners, but it's detrimental to many existing residential landowners, especially when a recent FOIA request disclosed the existence of a contract to sell land in this proposed new TOD West area to develop a 2 million square foot, 8-building data center, which is apparently contingent on inclusion in the TOD. Please remove the 900-acre TOD West area from the TOD altogether. It was not in the initial proposal, it does not belong in this area, and any proposed industrial uses in this area should be subject to the regular public hearing and planning process, not allowed by right with nothing more than a conditional use permit. The second issue is allowing sufficient time for the county and the community to do due diligence re mega data center development, which is unlike any industrial project that has come before this board before. The proposed overlay district bypasses the planning process to allow data center development and associated uses in West Creek that are far more extensive than the current M1 zoning, which only allows light industrial use compatible with adjacent residential use. Even though the M1 zoning permits data centers by name, it likely never anticipated the mega data centers of today that cover vast tracts of land with their associated gas peaking plants, hundreds of diesel generators, the size of shipping containers, small nuclear reactors, power generation and storage, their power usage and impact on residential electricity bills, the massive and largely undisclosed water usage, the noise, the associated potential for pollution in air and water, plus the detrimental impacts on local desert residents and property values. There are so many unanswered questions here. Is there a limit to the percentage of land or square footage of data centers that the county will permit within the proposed TOD? Has the county had independent studies done to look into the potential impacts, health impacts re noise and water pollution, or determine current levels for comparison? Why are closed-loop systems not required for data centers?
Gregory Vita, Gail Minnick, Harvey Summers, John Gessner, James Dudley, Andrew Castellano, Dwight Gordon, Bruce Silverman, Barry Moore, Wes Atia, Andrea McGill, Cherry Lane, Lisa Ferris, Lisa Taylor, Cynthia Peck, please come forward.
Hey, good evening. My name is Greg Vita. I live at 14005 Mosaic Nook in the Mosaic at West Creek Development. In response to constituent inquiries, one member of this board said that his vote tonight would be based on what is best for the good citizens of Goochland. So how can he know what's best for the citizens? He could listen to them. I've attended multiple meetings where dozens and dozens of citizens spoke about this proposal. I've heard that well over 1,000 emails and letters have been received concerning this. Although some citizens have thoughtfully spoken about how to minimize the adverse impact on our community or sought the delay to evaluate this proposal further, few, if any, have spoken in favor of this proposal. This proposal is not what the good citizens of Goochland want. He could also look at what happened in other Virginia counties where they opened their doors to data centers. They are now faced with declining quality of life in their nearby neighborhoods, reduced property values, increased demand on their limited water supplies, noise pollution, air pollution, and skyrocketing energy prices. They are now attempting to place restrictions on these data centers, but have had minimal success. A neighboring county, which has a much more urban environment, has had a similar proposal. After studying what has happened elsewhere in Virginia, they determined it's not right for their county. So I ask you, if it's not right for Henrico County, how in the hell can it be right for Goochland? Finally, this board member could listen to his own inner voice, some call it his conscience. He could ask himself, how would I vote if this was being proposed adjacent to my neighborhood, if this was going to be built in my backyard? So members of the board, before you vote on this, I want you to stop and ask yourself these questions. How would I vote if this was going to be built adjacent to my neighborhood, if this was going to be put in my backyard? If you are truly interested in representing the good citizens of Goochland, then you will vote to reject this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Reverend Gail Minnick, and I live at 9174 Bellini Crescent. I am the last house on the left before entering into the 900-acre void at Mosaic, and I bought my house in September. In the previous meetings that I have attended, I have listened and ceded my time to others. I was a novice at what was going on and what was being said, the science, the technology, and all of the words. Tonight, though, I need for you to hear my voice. I agree with all the changes that have been requested. As a matter of fact, I was impressed with how it has changed from the first time I heard it to now. And that led me to believe, I can't believe that you're still thinking about this, because in so little time, there has been so many changes with so much going on. How can you still even think about approving this? It just blows my mind. I came here tonight with really two questions, because I've heard a lot of stuff over the times that I've been here. I wanted to know how the 900 acres got in there in the first place, okay? I didn't understand that. I said, you know, we looked at maps before and looked at maps now, and then all of a sudden, all of this acreage was just added. How did that happen? How did that happen? And then I said to myself, well, you know, I came to a meeting and I heard hundreds of my neighbors talk. And I said, well, let's still buy the house. Let's sign on the dotted line, because surely our supervisors are going to listen to their constituents. We have nothing to worry about. When they hear all of this and the overwhelming objections we had, they will listen. They will listen, that's what I thought. So I signed on the dotted line September 30th, okay? This is my retirement home. I have worked 72 years for this. And I came here because I thought it was an ideal place to spend the rest of my life. And you guys are trying to do something within 5 or 6 months. 5 or 6 months that's going to affect, as I heard tonight, 28,000 people. How can you do that with a clear conscience? Now, I have been impressed with the work that's been put in and the changes that you've tried to make. But I came here tonight, and you know what happened? Tonight, I changed my mind. I said, I don't want you to delay it. I don't want you to answer it or improve it. I want you to just say no. I did not come here tonight to say that. I did not come here tonight to say that. But after listening to the passion and everything else, you have no choice but to say no.
Next speaker. Harvey Summers, John Gessner,
Good evening. I'm Andrea McGill, and my address is 418 Regina Lane in Creekmore Park. Tonight, I'd like to share just a few additional reasons why you should defer your vote on the proposed Technology Overlay District ordinance. One key concern is the lack of detail about generating stations. The county's FAQs on the website actually contain more information than the ordinance itself, but FAQs are not enforceable legal standards. For example, FAQ number 22 says that, quote, locations for energy generation would only be allowed in specific areas of the proposed TOD, end quote. Yet the ordinance itself places no such limits on where generating stations could be located. FAQ number 23 goes even further. It says generating stations should only be in areas separated from residential uses where there are existing heavy industrial uses and where the comprehensive plan designates property as flexible or industrial. And I note that flexible and industrial locations on the comprehensive plan are different from areas that are designated as prime economic development. None of those standards appear in the ordinance, however. To make matters worse, the FAQs even contradict each other. FAQ number 36 states that a utility generating station could be permitted throughout the TOD under a conditional use permit, which directly conflicts with the other statements I just mentioned. The same lack of clarity extends to energy generating facilities for on-site consumption, which the ordinance lists as an accessory use. If on-site generation is meant to fully power a data center rather than serve as a backup, how is that any different from a utility generating station? If such facilities are allowed, they should also be limited to areas designated as flexible or industrial in the comprehensive plan. I ask you this: if there were no deal already on the table for TOD West, would you be more inclined to defer your vote, to take the time needed to close these gaps and ensure the ordinance is complete and consistent? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Barry Moore, 9730 Kaleidoscope Road. Thank you for being here tonight. I want to start out and say thank you for each of you for listening. I hope you've heard your residents. Maybe not each of you have heard the residents the right way, but we have come here, I think, over the last month or two with much respect and very much appreciation for what you do for us. But we are encouraging each of you to listen and to find out maybe something that you don't realize. I could find each one of you a home tonight for $1 million in one of our developments, and you're welcome to move in and watch the project be built, if that would be your desire. I would assume you would say no, because you're not going to take that financial step to then live on the back of a data center. It's interesting watching this past couple months how things are presented and where we wind up. It's, if you buy a casket in the funeral home business, I took the course in 1979. They start over here, you go to the lowest one, they get you in the middle, and that's where they make the money. So the numbers we keep looking, or we negotiate with ourselves, aren't coming from anything other than a couple articles we're reading, a couple things we're doing. None of us have gotten to visit the data centers like we should. We need time to do that. We can learn from the history in this state, having the most data centers ever right here in the Commonwealth, and there's a lot of reasons for it that most people don't realize where the data's going and stuff in Virginia and being transmitted around the world. We're a great hub for this, but we have to say what's the right thing for the residents. The county needs money, development needs to happen, but it's got to happen the right way. Rumors are, oh, the residents of Goochland, they just don't want anything. Can't do anything for them, and so we're just gonna push it through. Where those rumors come from, I have no idea. But they start, and it festers. And then I get compliments or comments then from people on the west end of the county. You idiots bought in those neighborhoods. You deal with the data centers. Imagine that. Some of you got to tell your constituents the data centers will come around. It's going to surround us. It doesn't just go one place. Go to Loudoun, go to Prince William. So let's pause, let's defer, let's vote no. Mr. Chairman, I will tell you from the bottom of my heart, the minions behind me, we want you to defer, not to spin you around and joke around with you guys and give you more heartache. We want you to listen and find out the best way to treat our property and our will here. And just listen. So as the chairman, our conversations, make sure you're really pointed on seeing these folks, because that's what's important. And that's what I'd like to end with, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Chairman Winfrey and members of the board. My name is Dr. Bruce Silverman. I reside at 1340 Hounslow Drive. You all know that I'm the volunteer medical director at Goochland Cares, and I'm here to urge the board to consider the serious public health consequences of data center development in Goochland County before approving any new zoning or permits. 3 major studies by the Sierra Club of Virginia, Harvard's Dominici Lab, commissioned by the people of Pittsylvania County, and Virginia's JLARC Commission reveal consistent warnings. The unchecked growth of data centers in Virginia is already straining our electrical grid, degrading our air quality, and putting surrounding communities at risk. According to JLARC's 2024 report, the data centers now consume 21% of all electricity in Virginia, and demand is projected to triple by 2030. Much of this power comes from fossil fuel generation, including new gas-fired plants like the one proposed for Pittsylvania County, which Harvard's Dominici Lab found could cause hundreds of millions of dollars in healthcare costs from increased particulate pollution, or PM 2.5. PM 2.5 is the fine soot from combustion of diesel generators. There is no safe level of exposure. It penetrates deep into the lungs and bloodstream, leading to heart disease, asthma, stroke, and cancer. The Dominici Lab found that even 0.1 microgram increase per cubic meter can significantly raise hospitalizations and death rates, particularly among older residents, children, and those with pre-existing illnesses. Once air quality declines, recovery is slow, and the health impacts are permanent. In Loudoun and Prince William counties, residents have already experienced chronic noise, degraded air, and increased heat from the data centers. The Sierra Club report from 2024 warns that if current siting practices continue, rural counties like Goochland will face the same problems. More diesel emissions, millions of gallons of water used for cooling, and the permanent loss of green space that buffers our communities. Goochland has a rare opportunity to act responsibly. Before moving forward, I urge this board to pause all data center approvals for 6 months and conduct a health and environmental impact review, and ensure that any future projects meet strict standards for air quality, noise, renewable power sourcing, and water use. Thank you for protecting the health and future of Goochland County. Please do not trade our health for wealth, because without health, there is no wealth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silverman.
Hello, and thank you for allowing us to speak here this evening. My name is Dwight Gordon. I live at 521 Hickory Drive in Manikin-Sabot. That is in the Hillside Estates community, and you should be in receipt of a petition that in 3 days was signed by about 50% of the homes in both Manikin Farms, which is adjacent to our community, and also in Hillside Estates. So I think we all know everyone is opposed to some aspect of the plan. There's different oppositions from different points, but you need to listen and pay attention to the overwhelming comments that you're hearing on so many different levels. First of all, I'd like to point out this semantical dishonesty of saying that when you take something that's zoned A2 and suddenly you can put commercial development on it, that it's not being upzoned. You can call it whatever you want, but it's upzoning. And I think that is just semantically dishonest and dishonest on so many levels. I know this was touched on before, but let me read a section of 15261, which is the statement of intent on M1 zoning. The district is intended to permit certain industries, ones which do not in any way detract from residential desirability. You cannot tell me in 2025, with an AI data center of 2 million square foot, that does not detract in any way from residential desirability. You cannot make that statement. And let me go further, because that same section says this district allows lower impact industrial uses. Lower impact data centers? Come on. You've heard it all. You know what the uses, what the requirements are. There is nothing in data center and low impact that belongs in the same county, state, or planet. So, I urge you, with everything that you've heard tonight, with all the holes in the plan, with issues of enforcement, of closed-end water systems, admissions, dimensions, sizes, on and on and on, defer this decision. Live up to your conscience, live up to your requirements as our leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is James Dudley. I live at 421 Regina Lane. I had prepared some statements, but I think the thing to get across tonight that became very apparent is that you're constantly changing and trying to make this better. You're never going to make everyone happy about what you're trying to do. I'm not opposed to development and growing our economy, strengthening Goochland County, but you're not there yet. I mean, even Jonathan Lyle said tonight, you're seeing proposals that you're going to vote on tonight. You haven't even seen them. You haven't even contemplated them. The gallery didn't know anything about it till tonight. That's not sufficient. You're not there yet. So I would like to see you defer any action tonight, strengthen this proposal, fill the gaps, because you still have a lot of gaps in this ordinances that you're trying to do, and make it better. You have that ability to do that, and I think you owe it to the constituents of Goochland County to make that happen. And also, I would like to see the 900 acres be removed from the TOD. I think it's totally inappropriate use of land, and it's at our expense if you do that. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much, sir.
Karen Kennedy, Jen Earl, Charlene Meredith, Mike McDuffie, Farley Fitzgerald, Garo Mandigi, Lori Henson, Brian Henson, Ann Bridges, Joe Essed, Michael Marcellini, Paul Costello, Judith Thompson, Dennis Monaghan, John Parker, please come forward.
Good evening, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having us and your service. My name is Wes Attia. I'm at 422 Regina Lane in Creekmore Park. And my family and I have lived in Goochland for more than 12 years, and I've been a real estate broker for over 35 years, and I can honestly say there's no place quite like Goochland. We moved here because of what this county represents: peace, space, and community. The Mannequin Sabbath and the Route 288 corridor captures that spirit perfectly. Beautiful homes, tree-lined roads, and a rural character that gives families a sense of calm and belonging. It's the kind of place people are proud to raise their children and proud to call home. That's also what makes this area such a strong economic foundation for Goochland. In the 23103 and 23238 zip codes, there are over 2,100 homes assessed valued over $1 million. These homes generate some of the county's most stable and consistent property tax revenue, funding our schools, fire and rescue, community services year after year. But the stability we built over decades is now being threatened by proposals to build industrial-scale data centers into or near this corridor, and by the idea of expanding the technology overlay district to the west, our area to include more than 900 acres surrounding Richmond Country Club and nearby neighborhoods and single-family homes, just because of a handful of landowners asked to be in the TOD, is wrong in so many ways. If you look, allowing industrial scale development here would place massive electrical substations, backup generators, and 24-hour operations directly next to family neighborhoods and one of Goochland's desirable places to live. It would permanently alter the peaceful character, the visual landscape, and the market confidence that have defined this area for decades. Even a modest decline in home values would have a lasting impact on county revenue and the community's overall well-being. Now I want to be clear, I'm not against growth. I believe in smart growth, the kind that builds on what's already works. Goochland has over 3,500 acres in West Creek that are all zoned and ready for commercial development. That's precisely where this development and industrial leading projects belong, not in the middle of residential core that has all been approved. So tonight I'm asking, as a neighbor, a father, and a proud resident, to please remove the 900 acres TOD West from the proposed TOD expansion and to defer any related decisions for at least 6 months. This will give you time to find a balanced, forward-looking solution that preserves the character and value of this community while still allowing smart growth economy. In all my years of helping families find homes, I've never once had a parent say, "We want to live next to a data center." People move to Goochland because they love what we already have. Peace and quiet.
Thank you, Ross.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Cherie Lane, 409 Regina Lane. I'm in Creekmore Park. I'd like to thank the 3 Board of Supervisors and Dr. Raley, who took the time to meet with me personally and to ride the Richmond Country Club side of the 900 acres. I've also been asked by a couple of supervisors, how do we bring the temperature down and turn this into a positive? Well, unfortunately, after Sarah presented some new changes tonight, I think the temperature's even higher now. But there's still a couple of things you can do. 1, remove the TOD West. Take those 900 acres out. 2, defer and delay. And why do I say defer and delay? Well, we've heard already that some residents have offered some great stuff that has made some changes in this TOD. So why not form a working panel that includes county staff, planning commission, the Board of Supervisors, and those knowledgeable residents. Goochland is home to an incredible number of experts. They include engineers, energy professionals, data center specialists, environmental scientists, building professionals, sound experts, lawyers, etc. Many of them are willing to volunteer their time and experience to get this right the first time. Goochland has long prided itself on being the gold standard for thoughtful planning and community engagement. Let's continue that legacy. We can do this, guys, and we can turn this around, and we can work together. Is some gonna have to give, some's gonna have to take? Yeah, but let's do it together and get it right the first time. Anything less would be a huge step backward, and none of us wants to see Eastern Goochland diminished. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Mike McDuffie. I live at 7208 Shinfield Avenue in Glen Allen. I had some prepared remarks, and after I heard Sarah's presentation, it kind of changed, the direction that I wanted to go. And anytime I go off script, my wife really hates it. But she's not here. So I'm going to go off script. And the reason that I'm going to do it is because when I looked at that presentation, it was so much different from how we began. So it said a few things. Number one, maybe they're really listening to us. Maybe they feel our pain. Maybe they know, hey, we're not just focused on our districts. We need to be focused on everybody that's impacted by this. Because when I look at the redraw of the map, and I look at how it's being presented, to me, it began to change to where it looked nothing more than a landing zone for data centers. And the homing beacon is directed straight at those. And that's what I really don't get, because when you look at all of the fallback that's happened with data centers and all of the groundswell that is growing against them, I mean, look at the crowd here. When this started, you had these meetings in a very small facility. And now it's expanded to where you have a lot of people that are saying, use your best judgment. I'm saying to you tonight, I don't see that. And what really bothers me is that when you allow the door to be open to the data centers, it's just the beginning. Because what happens is that they bring extremely deep pockets to the game. And once they do that, they're going to do everything they can to fight zoning laws, to change them, to influence things, because they have money that you aren't going to be able to fight, and your influence is going to be usurped. They'll do it in ways that they've done all over the country until people begin to wise up. And it has happened in countless places where now people are wising up, and they're putting these things in remote areas where they don't impact citizens. They don't impact economic livelihood. They don't have the kind of impact that you really don't want to see. I would suggest that one of the comments that I'm going to read to you that really appealed to me is that I believe deferring the yes-no vote on the TOD until July 2026, it will provide more time for staff and residents to recover from the past 4 months of meetings, research, and correspondence. It is also an opportunity to relieve some of the anxiety and emotion presently being felt. Ideally, this will allow additional changes to be made that will improve the final TOD draft, which comes from Jonathan Lyle in District 5. So that comment is exactly what we are asking you to support. And more importantly, that comment reflects wisdom. So please subscribe to that wisdom.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Farley Fitzgerald, and I live at 1610 Beaver Dam Creek Road in Crozier. Like many here, I moved to Goochland for its rural character, peace, and quality of life, and we count on this board to help preserve it. We elected you to uphold the mission and vision of the Board of Supervisors. Your vision to provide a vibrant community where citizens and their rights are protected, and your mission to deliver high-quality services in an efficient, effective, and accountable manner. Protecting citizens' rights means protecting our right to live in a safe and healthy environment, ensuring that our freedoms aren't compromised by profit-driven decisions made without transparency. Providing high-quality, accountable service means doing your due diligence before approving projects that will permanently alter our community. Virginia has more data centers than anywhere else in the world. This means that we not only have an opportunity, but a responsibility to show leadership by being thoughtful about how these projects are implemented. Communities in Northern Virginia are already paying the price: excessive noise, water depletion, rising energy costs, health issues, and lasting environmental damage. Data centers are not ordinary developments. Their scale, energy use, and impact require unique oversight. This process needs to be transparent, with open communication and full disclosure to the public, responsible, grounded in sound planning and long-term sustainability, protective with clear safeguards for residents, land, water, nature, and air, and also accountable, ensuring enforcement when companies fail to follow those safeguards. Growth is not the problem. Irresponsible growth is. Data centers are not singular. They come in clusters, bringing a range of consequences that must be addressed before approvals are granted. Issues such as permanent loss of rural land, noise and health concerns near homes and schools, air pollution, Diesel generators the size of shipping containers, sometimes hundreds per site, release extremely harmful emissions under very outdated EPA standards. They use enormous amounts of water, up to 5 million gallons per day, and they demand massive amounts of energy. One data center can use as much electricity as the entire city of San Francisco. The vote tonight needs to be no, or it needs to be deferred until July 2026 to allow time for additional independent expert consultation, research, and careful planning in partnership with the residents. There is no reason to rush this. The fact that we are all learning about new changes tonight shows that we need more time. The 900 acres also needs to be removed from the TOD. That area is not designated for industrial use. In a time when so many people are divided, our community has come together with a common message. We are asking you to demonstrate true leadership by putting residents, responsibility, and the long-term health of this country or county ahead of corporate interest. Voting tonight would be irresponsible.
Lisa Taylor, go ahead. So I need to coordinate this.
Go ahead.
When you start, I gotta start. Am I ready? Okay. My name is Lisa Taylor. I live at 12023 Talavera Terrace. Good evening, Goochland Board of Supervisors. Are you gotta play the movie.
Oh. Sarah, do you have a presentation for Lisa Taylor?
Yeah. All right. Much thought and preparation went into this 3-minute presentation tonight. My words versus AI. My words. For my movie and poem, I reflected on the amazing concert experience with my daughter, the Mumford & Sons sold-out Railroad Revival Tour at the Richmond Alliance Theater on August 5th. The word alliance means joined or associated in interests, nature, or qualities. The concert was uniting people in an exhilarating musical joy. Now, my involvement with the Goochland and Henrico Neighborhood Alliance and the Goochland Residents Alliance has a feeling of determination and effort to work with you for all of what is right and good for Goochland and the surrounding counties. Everyone, I have a poem, written from so many hours of involvement in this situation. Goochland, rural USA. Aiming for the rural land, Mosaic was the place to call home. Friendly neighbors and summer concert bands, the vibrant 55-plus community dome. What happened to burst my life bubble? The technology investments are booming. But now there's huge trouble. The dark side, hyperscale AI data centers are looming. The Goochland TOD sets the stage for a major invasion. Beautiful Central Virginia is now another page for the destructive contagion. Uniting communities in Hanover, Henrico, and Goochland, our voices spread across social media, emails, and news. Please listen to our band. We sing a song of the grassroots blues. Preserve the land for future generations. Respect the citizens who pay taxes, volunteer with Goochland Cares, and are good stewards. We pray for the Board of Supervisors' decisions. May they protect our life, health, and happiness from the greedy NDA billionaire cowards. Now, AI. I respectfully request the Board of Supervisors defer action on the proposed zoning change, including the guidelines and preferably exclusion of AI data center adjacent to neighborhoods. Additional time is needed to fully assess the potential community, environmental, and infrastructure impacts and to ensure continued meaningful public engagement. This is becoming a national crisis, not because innovation is bad, but because the pace of construction is outpacing our ability to manage the consequences. Massive energy consumption, water depletion, grid strain, and land use conflicts. These are not local anomalies, they are systemic challenges. Local governments are now on the front lines of a global industry shift. You have the opportunity to show leadership by pausing the vote and asking the right questions before it is too late. Defer this vote to ensure innovation does not come at the expense of our citizens and their futures in these neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gauri Manki and I'm a resident at 419 Regina Lane in the Creekmore area. We recently moved to Goochland and purchased this property overlooking the golf course, and what attracted us was the open spaces, the peace, and basically the quality of life in Goochland. You have heard from dozens of people here who've brought up several concerns which have not been satisfactorily answered. So I share these concerns, the first one being traffic congestion. As it is, it's very heavy during peak hours, and we have not heard any answers on how this is going to be addressed. They've talked about noise and light pollution, environmental factors, including drainage, impact to wildlife, open spaces, and several other things where the numbers and evidence has been provided. We've also talked about property values and how it impacts all of us as neighbors and residents of these places. They say the devil is in the details. These 900 plus acres of the TOD West were added subsequently to the plan, and there has been no transparency. There is data which is being given to us, and no answers have been given on how data centers versus development of other options are going to impact the residents and what are the final results. As our Board of Superintendents, you guys have a mandate to address our concerns and needs of the current residents and not just focus on future development and future needs for the county. So we urge you that instead of rushing this decision today, please remove the 900 plus acres from this decision and defer this vote and continue to listen to our concerns and do what enhances and not diminishes the quality of our life and the character and livability of this community. Thank you for this time and for your service.
Thank you very much.
Lori Henson, I live on Cerulean Place in Mosaic. I can't really say a whole lot more than what you've heard tonight, but what is overwhelming to me is all of these residents, these people, these communities sitting here so passionate, and frankly, you all look bored. You're like you're watching a movie, you're having your sodas and your snacks. We're not sleeping, we wake up angry, we're not getting the answers we want. We need you to hear us. You are not listening to us.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Karen Kennedy. I live at 420 Regina Lane in the Creekmore Park neighborhood. I think most everything has been said, at least what I have heard, it needs to be said. But I do want to bring up from a practical standpoint, I'm a chemical engineer, many years of experience in environmental permitting compliance, and very heavy industries such as the steel industry, power generation. And after listening to everything tonight and all the research I've done, I really do believe that you need to take a pause. And you need to listen and work with the people out here and their concerns. And I'll tell you why. Because whoever comes in industry, they're going to have to go through environmental permitting. All that's going to be public hearings. And it's going to be long and drawn out. So you want happy neighbors. And I come from that, from being in industry. It's easier to work with people who've already gotten a lot of answers. And they make long-term good neighbors. Because if you don't, and I worked at a steel mill, one of them, and had a neighborhood right next to us. So unfortunately, there were a lot of nuisance calls in the future, and you can expect that. We did have chemical releases. That's been at many of the industries I've been in. There's been diesel fuel tanks that have leaks, even though they have burns and containment. So the other issue is here, you need to work this out. There's other environmental concerns. And also, that's one reason why I couldn't quite understand why you included 900 acres. Because the equipment, the infrastructure that's talked about, like the 500K transmission line, switchyard, substation, all these cooling towers, this is the same equipment that we had at steel mills. I wouldn't want that in the middle, surrounded by residential areas. So I really do believe the 900 acres needs to be removed. and you should take a delay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Hey, Brian Henson, 9263 Cerulean Place. I'm the guy who's done the sound presentations a number of times. I'm sure you remember me. I'm going to read straight from Goochland County Code, Chapter 15, Zoning, Article 18, Section 15-261, one paragraph. The industrial district M1 is intended to permit certain industries, ones which do not in any way detract from residential desirability, to locate adjacent to residential uses. The district regulations are designed to protect and foster both industrial and residential development. In order to preserve the characteristics of the district, which make it compatible with residential use, limitations on the type of industries permitted and standards of operation are established. The district is designed to protect and foster the residential desirability of adjacent areas while permitting industry to locate near a labor supply. That is your current definition of M1.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Joe Essed, 1373 River Road West in Crozier. And I want to thank the board for their time and their service. For the record, I do research on artificial intelligence and education. I teach at the University of Richmond. And based on my research, I think I can only recommend that you defer this decision for several reasons. I've sent you this, but I want to share these 10 reasons, some of which have not been given tonight. First, the AI industry is not turning a profit and has shown only limited return on investment for hundreds of billions of dollars in venture capital. Subscriptions, including my own, only make up a small portion of their revenue. Two, the current model of AI relies on what Dr. Jory Denny, who used to be with us at UR, now he's with Google, calls brute force computing. That has resulted in these enormous hyper data centers that use enormous amounts of electricity and water. Three, what the industry wants is called artificial general intelligence, also known as AGI or superintelligence. This is unlikely with the current generation of microprocessors, yet it remains the stated goal of companies like OpenAI, Anthropic, Meta, and Google. Four, while Meta and Google have other forms of revenue, other big AI firms are one-trick ponies. When, not if, today's gold rush becomes a bubble that bursts, it will harm the entire economy. Five, NVIDIA just announced a workstation that brings AI to hardware on a developer's desktop, meaning they will not need data centers for much of their work. This type of technology will eventually come to our devices we consumers use. Six, when we have that on our devices, will we need these enormous data centers? Apple AI, or Apple Intelligence, is already based upon that model. Seven, does Goochland want to build power-hungry, thirsty data centers that may become obsolete in just a few years? Eight, we incurred $100 million in debt when Motorola pulled out of West Creek. Do we want that again? Nine, quality of life issues are a form of return on investment. We taxpayers invested in this lovely county not to become Henrico or Fairfax. Finally, 10, when we grow, we need something more sustainable and more in keeping with this county's heritage than data centers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Paul Costello, 2011 Sycamore Creek Drive, Mannequin Sabbath. First, I want to thank everyone who's been engaged in this process. We're extremely lucky to have so many neighbors with deep professional experience and expertise who study this ordinance and have shared their insights. This valuable work has helped keep our community informed and united. I want to be clear, I support responsible economic growth, but the proposed TOD ordinance, as written, is flawed in very material ways. For example, a major concern is the inclusion of properties zoned A2 in the TOD district. What's being proposed is effectively rezoning by default, allowing M1 and TOD uses by right without going through the proper rezoning process. That's never been how Goochland operates, and it sets a dangerous precedent. No other properties have been given changes this sweeping without public input. It undermines transparency and long-standing land use procedures. Another issue is that the ordinance defers entirely to state DEQ standards for air and water. Those are minimum standards, not necessarily what's best for the people living nearby or for the health of our community. Goochland is not a county in financial distress. We don't have to risk low quality or substandard projects. We should be attracting only high quality development that protects property rights, ensures clean air and water, and preserves the quiet character and natural beauty that define our community. Other Virginia counties have strengthened their use standards while staying within the Dillon Rule. We can do the same responsibly, legally, and effectively. What worries me most is that if this ordinance passes as written, it could put the health, safety, and property rights of Goochland counties at real risk. Over 1,000 residents have communicated with one clear message, and many have offered specific, constructive recommendations to improve this ordinance. I believe this is the highest level of community engagement in our county's history. We're not opposed to growth. We're asking for smart growth, growth that's balanced, transparent, and consistent with Goochland's values. So our message is simple. The TOD still needs fixing in very material ways. If you're missing this message, you're not listening. I respectfully urge the Board of Supervisors to defer action and continue working with the community on a more carefully balanced and publicly supported plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Parker, Jean Ferguson, Stan Korn, John Wright, Catherine Fallon, Adam Specht, Stephanie Haranchar, Jim Haranchar, Roy Peters, Sophia Cole, Samuel Jones, Ben Coleman, Courtney Dare, and Scott Cole. Please come forward.
My name is Dennis Monahan. I live at 10,009 Potter's Wheel Way, Mosaic at West Creek. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. One thing I'm taking away from tonight, I've been to a few of these meetings, is the question of, have we really done the due diligence to ensure that we're not rushing headlong into a situation that will be both detrimental to the residents and irreversible? Example, have we held serious conversations with residents and supervisors of other counties that already allowed data centers and now regret it, to the point where they've reversed or significantly modified their policies? Example, in Varina and Henrico, a data center plan was pulled recently. Why? Loudoun County, nicknamed the AI data center capital of the world, back in March, eliminated by right data centers. Why? Do we know that? Stafford County implemented 750-foot setbacks. Why is ours only 300 or 400 square feet? Prince William County hired 3 acoustic experts to perform a comprehensive study that resulted in adopting noise standards and, more importantly, enforcement. At the presentation before, it was asked, I believe Mr. Lyle asked, did we consider that? And the answer was, we looked at a draft of it and we gave it to our consultant. What was the result? Are our standards better, worse, or the same as Prince William? I really think it's time. When I came here, I thought it should be delayed 180 days, but I'm almost at the point now, I'm changing my mind, and I don't think we should do data centers at all without really looking into it. And can we see any testimony from any experts? Acoustic experts, anything. So thank you for your time and thank you for all the hard work. But I think this is going to be a big problem, and I think it should be at least delayed 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Judith Thompson needs to speak first. Go ahead, Judith.
Excuse me, did you skip John Parker?
No, sir, you're two below my name.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right. My name's Judith Thompson. I live at 3370 North Road in Sandy Hook. I understand that I don't have property adjacent to this technology overlay district or a technology zone or the 900 acres that were added in to this process mid-process. But I do see on the horizon where anything that happens with this today could potentially affect me in Sandy Hook or those further west at the far end of our county in the future. I don't think we can remain a rural county ad nauseum forever with no growth. But I think we need to heavily weigh our decisions and actions that we take today and in any concern with technology overlay districts and any overlay districts. Before we take those actions, it sets precedent that will affect things in the future that we may not understand yet. And we have a vast pool of experts in this county who reside here, who are willing to give you their expertise, probably for no cost. And we can learn a lot from each other and develop meaningful, sustainable, protective growth that will not end up in a we versus them versus you. We need to come together. It's our home for all of us. So if you can't see the way forward, perhaps we need to pause and allow that way to make its way seen. Thank you for your time. I know we're all at past our bedtime.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Ann Bridges, 1283 Flat Rock Crossing in Sabbath Hill. My notes are all over the place because I had a prepared speech for tonight, but thanks to a brand new detail of the TOD tonight, which was very illuminating, and I could tell it took a lot of effort, so thank you. But I have great angst about what was presented tonight. I'm an engineer, and one of the things that was said is that closed-loop systems would not be mandated, but data centers are not required by any regulation to provide their water consumption. It is a trade secret in the industry. So I don't know how we can conscionably allow them free access to the water. I don't care if it's well water, I don't care if it's municipal water, but municipal water is not available as a Goochland resource. We are buying that. So I think that's a very dangerous position. That's just one thing that alarmed me about this presentation tonight. I don't know how a newly presented set of guidelines could be voted on tonight, and it's a cautionary tale. I'd like to draw a quick analogy. This was not on my notes, but they're all over the place because of kind of the beginning. It's hard to comprehend the amount of money that these data centers have, or that even they could bring to the county. You're talking about billions of dollars and trillion-dollar companies. None of us really understand what that kind of money is. However, I think we like the thought of the zeros that it comes with. To us, it's a big deal. Granting them $1 million in savings on their utility does not matter to them because they're trillion-dollar companies. A data center to them is like a pair of socks. So we're throwing $1 million at them to bait them to take care of their socks that they can walk away from. And I just think this is such a big thing that to rush would be unwise. And I do want to thank my Board of Supervisors because Jonathan Lyle has returned my phone call and he's come to some town hall meetings that were outside the scheduled events of the county. And I think you all want to do a very good job. And I think you've put a lot of time in and maybe you're tired, but I can tell you that we are all tired. And I feel blindsided by this presentation tonight. And a show of hands if anybody else feels blindsided by it. Respectfully, I just would like to see you make the best choices. And we would all support the best choices, and I don't think we can make them tonight. So I request that you delay and defer this decision for 6 months, a year, until it's together and we're not presenting last-minute presentations to vote on. Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, if no one else is going to stand up, I'll go ahead. So I'm Adam Speck, 9419 Tesserae Way in the Mosaic Development. As number 93 on the list, I've had to do some mental editing of what I was going to say tonight, as it's been excellently expressed so many times in so many ways. That being said, my wife and I moved to Mosaic, bought a house 1 year ago, moved in the spring, and blindsided was a word I was going to use with regards to what has evolved here. I recognize also that a tremendous amount of work has been done on your collective parts to try and make this work. I too support progress, but if I could turn back to the initial presentation, which was quite expansive, and I commend Ms. Worley to what she did, but a couple of points. Your long-term plan cited that you like to do things wisely. Well, in light of new information, even as recent as now, that it seems like it would be unwise to try and make a decision tonight other than to defer and potentially establish moratoriums. To another point made in the presentation, 2% of the county, but it's 100% of our lives that is being consumed by this. And I think that's an important point to be cognizant of. To have to deal with new information now where you yourselves, the decision makers, you're tasked every day with seeing to our well-being, for you to be presented with new information. I'm sure it was from full faith and effort of trying to get it in on time. That screams for only one vote to be held tonight, and that is to defer. Now, if there is a loophole with regards to the scenario now where there is this hazard of a TOD bypass through by right, then I would also recommend that not only is a vote deferred, but a moratorium needs to be established so that there can be no development that end runs what we are trying to fix on a much larger scale. So please try to fix the loose ends. You have been listening tonight. A 4-hour meeting is exhausting. You are still hopefully left with at least one decision tonight, and I hope that's the right decision of not making this thing go forward. Please don't just listen. You need to hear all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Or Hickory Court, Mannequin-Sabot. I'd like to direct your attention to the Board of Supervisors' own Code of Ethics adopted January of this year. Paragraph 1, uphold the Constitution, laws, and regulations of the United States and Virginia. Paragraph 6, ensure the integrity of the actions of the Board of Supervisors by avoiding discrimination through special favors or unfair privileges to anyone, whether for remuneration or not. All land in the 900-acre Western Technology Zone is currently designated as A2. This process appears to be encouraging a usage not allowed in an area zoned as A2 while bypassing the normal rezoning process. A2 is defined as low-density residential and agricultural with potential for limited commercial development. Under no reasonable definition can a data center be considered limited commercial development. I'm aware the recent amendment will add a CUP for data centers in that area. However, this still appears to be bypassing the zoning process. Back to Code of Ethics, paragraph 1. Enforce the laws. The expedited amending of the original proposal to add the 900 acres to the TOD, or TOZ, whatever you want to call it at the moment, without due process of the zoning process laws seems to challenge item 6 of the board's Code of Ethics as well. While 55 dBA is an improvement to the initially proposed values, reviewing any acoustical reference book lists 45 dBA as a typical or appropriate sound power level in a residential rural area. The proposed development standard of 55 dB at adjacent residential property lines should be revised to read at all property lines not internal to the TOD. They're saying at the house's property line 55 dB. It should be where the sound leaves that property that it's on, not when it hits the first house. Stop it at 55 or preferably 45 at the property line. This should include, when I say the internal zones, it should include, or the external property barriers there. That should include but not be limited to Hockett Road on the west, Route 6 on the south, and the northern border of the technology zone. The 2035 comprehensive plan that was on one of the slides calls out the 900-acre parcel we're discussing as office, no retail. Or part of it is recreational open space. I don't think a data center fits under that zoning. The area immediately west of the proposed 900 acres between Mannequin Road and Hockett Road is designated single-family residential. So there's another residential area you need to protect with these offsets. And there's two 200-year-old churches there that
Next
predate West
speaker.
Creek.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is John Wright. I live at 104 Willway Drive. I've worked with many of you before in various capacities. I know you all to be good people. I know you all to be very smart people. I know you all to have the best of intentions. I'm not sure that what is in front of you will live up to all of those compliments. Planning and zoning is not the place for quick answers or for instant gratification. And when you look at what's happened with this over the last few months, this is my first meeting for all of this. I've been engaged, but only by reading. But when you look at this, everything has changed, and it has constantly changed. It has been tidal changes, and sometimes those tides seem like tsunamis. Suddenly, there was 900 acres that were added in. Maybe, maybe not, because there was a contract on the land that the 4 people who owned that asked to go in. And maybe those were the other 4 people out of the 6 who were interested in this. I don't know, but it doesn't seem right. It doesn't feel right. And I know you all to be smart enough to listen to your constituents, the people who voted for you, the people who trust you. And I know that you will, at a minimum, delay this until you can get the information, the studies, the things that everybody has mentioned. It's an overwhelming amount of information that's missing, and there's a lot of holes in what's happening here. And truth is that things change. Definitions of words change. We've seen that a lot recently. Definitions of what a data center is, and when this was approved in new language in 2014, none of that is relevant now. So think long and hard before you commit something to paper and vote for it. I don't think this is your time. In fact, I'm going to tell you that this seems really half-baked, and I don't like raw chicken. Let's not do this. I don't want you to sell the soul of the county for the good of somebody who isn't here. And that's what this feels like. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm tired. I'm sure you all are too. After listening to everybody tonight, it's very, very clear to me that a lot more research needs to be done.
Ma'am, you state your name and address, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
My name is Kathy Fallon, and I'm at 9236 Cerulean Place.
Thank you.
So where these data centers are, they're basically going to go in my, what I would consider my front yard. But I've been anxious about this for a long time, and now after hearing all the questions and hearing all the people that are pretty much experts in their fields, the professor, the engineers, there's way too much information that you all need to gather before you can make a decision regarding what to do with the TOD and everything else. I just ask that you delay, and I really ask that you take the 900 acres out selfishly, because I'll go nuts with the noise. But I have a few other questions that I would like to have answered. The first one is, if it goes through, how will you protect us from the negative effects of the data center? And is it worth the money, for us, for our peace of mind? And It's pretty clear there has not been an in-depth analysis of the effects of data centers in residential areas. So I just ask that you do more and more analysis on that. And don't you think it would be a good idea to put the proper regulations in place before any contracts are signed? This would show you're actually protecting us citizens. So if this was in your backyard, would you want it? Would you really want it? Or your parents' backyard, or your kid's backyard? So again, I ask that you respect the wishes of the 99.5% of the people, and tonight vote to defer or just vote no. And also look out for those poor people at Reader's Branch. Please consider voting no on that too.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep.
The list in front of you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Butner. My address is 12302 Shady Lake Place, and I am ceding my time to Scott Cole.
Ben Coleman, 2803 Cottage Cove Drive, and I yield my time to Scott Cole.
Sophia Cole, 2908 Cottage Cove Drive, and I yield my time to Scott Cole.
Samuel Jones, 12313 Pleasant Lake Terrace, and I cede my time to Scott Cole.
I'm Scott Cole. 2908 Cottage Cove Drive. Good evening, all, and thank you for this time to speak to some of my and my neighbors' concerns regarding the TOD. We're residents of Henrico County, right on the border with Goochland County. We're parents of young children. We learned about the proposal for the TOD about a week ago. Since then, we've worked for a number of hours to learn more about the TOD and understand what the TOD would mean for us. Clearly, others here have studied these regulations more than us, but that said, we're here tonight to highlight some important protections for residents near the TOD that we've identified to be missing, especially in light of the horrific experience my wife and I have witnessed with data center development in Loudoun County. They are whether the TOD regulations apply to areas that border the Henrico residences, clearly define limits on air pollution that could be generated by facilities on the TOD, safeguards against the risks posed by transmission lines and substations that will power facilities on the TOD, and conditional use permit protections for all residents bordering the TOD. Regarding the TOD's jurisdiction, it's not clear to us whether the TOD regulations apply to areas that border Henrico residences. So the first question I've come to ask is if they do, or if this entire debate leaves Henrico residences with only the protections offered by the M1 zoning regulations in the West Creek area, regardless of whether the TOD is passed. Regarding air pollution, I see in the TOD documentation that any generators used can only be operated for testing and emergency purposes. An emergency can be defined as any time the regulated energy provider directs temporary use of generators for protection of the energy grid, among other ways. I and my neighbors find this definition too ambiguous. Considering just how large and numerous these generators can be, we recommend amending this regulation to limit use of generators to a safe, absolute maximum number of hours per year, or only for testing and emergency purposes, whichever is less. Given how the TOD could accommodate enough data center facilities to justify hundreds of diesel generators, we also recommend ensuring threats of diesel generator air pollution remain modest by capping the number of diesel generators allowed to a safe, absolute number, and that these generators be required to have pollution control systems. These changes will provide us and all residents in the area with a much stronger guarantee to limits of air pollution, especially from nitrogen dioxide emissions, which have been strongly associated with increased asthma in children, such as ours, as well as increased risk of autoimmune disorders and various forms of cancer. They will give the residents who have built their lives here the benefit of the doubt, as opposed to the large corporations who are looking to move here. Regarding transmission lines and substations, my neighbors and I have identified that current setbacks for these facilities are a maximum of 200 feet and that they are by right. My wife and I come from Northern Virginia, where we have seen such facilities grow to enormous sizes in only a few years. We have felt the surprisingly strong electric shocks through our bikes riding beneath them. We've seen beautiful homes that were once on prime bucolic land rendered unsellable due to them. We know that they are the biggest drawback to data center development that is typically neglected in deliberations such as this, seeking to protect everyday residents from the harmful impacts of this development. Not only, but our neighbor is a doctor who shared with us research showing how home proximity of up to 2,000 feet to high voltage power lines has a statistically significant increased correlation with childhood leukemia. While a setback of 2,000 feet may not be possible in the case of the TOD, we strongly recommend increasing the distance to at least 1,000 feet, as well as making these facilities conditional use permit as opposed to by right, so that residents can ensure their locations don't pose a threat, especially to vulnerable populations such as children. Regarding conditional use permit protections for residents bordering the TOD, my neighbors and I have read about how TOD West has been made conditional use permit due to its proximity to local residences and the Richmond Country Club. We think this is a crucial change. We also notice, however, that there are no such provisions for the areas of the TOD near our homes in Henrico or other homes around the TOD. In response, we can only ask why. Why don't all children living around the TOD deserve the best protections possible? Our communities in Henrico bordering the TOD have 2 elementary schools and a senior living facility. Do you not think we should be able to control development next to an area with our schools, the hundreds of children that attend them, and our elderly mothers and fathers that spend a lifetime caring for us? My neighbors and I see the possible benefits of the TOD for Goochland County, and I do not want to give the perception that we stand against it under all circumstances. But the current form of the TOD is clearly seriously flawed. If my neighbors and I have been able to find these serious flaws in only a few hours of review, and your residents have found such myriad others without the aid of professional lawyers, can you imagine how the legal teams of the big tech companies will eviscerate your regulations? There's been much talk of legacy tonight. You can be the heroes to your county. Don't allow your legacy to be one of, at best, incompetence, and if you can read the room, at worst, accusations of corruption. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Art, Christina Lieber, Jennifer Butner, Tamara Williams, David Price, Russ Hood, Susan Haas. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Farrell Hart, and I live at 3724 Mill Branch Place in Henrico. I'm part of the ones that back up to that line. I'd like to address one aspect. I'm coming to you as a mom of a child with autism, neurodivergent. The noise. Do you know how it affects children and adults with the noise that comes out of a data center? There is a decreased sound tolerance that is common in autistic children and adults. It's about 50 to 70%. My son had an IEP where he was able to leave the classroom when the fire alarm would be going off so he wouldn't go into a meltdown. 1/3 have physically injured themselves or others as a result of decreased sound tolerance. In other words, the hum that comes from a data center. That's 1/3. And it also leads to significant distress, anxiety, behavior problems, unable to participate in family, school, and community activities, and workplace difficulties. Did you know only 5% of adults on the spectrum are employed? 5%. I'm lucky. My son's on that. He's employed. But we back up to that. And that noise could cause him to lose his job. We don't have any family in the Richmond area. He'd be moving into a group home. Is that what you want for my child? Noise pollution is not just an inconvenience. It can be made worse with pre-existing sensory processing differences. Even though the noises might be within acceptable limits, constant exposure can be harmful in quieter, rural areas where the noise is more noticeable. Please consider adopting the data center noise ordinance that Prince William County follows. Please protect our citizens.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. That good? My name's Roy Peters. I live in Mannequin Farms. I've been in Virginia for about 40 years. It's a great state. I was a little more active with the community back 30 years ago, something like that, when I was doing Boy Scout stuff. And I was around while they were working on this whole West Creek thing. It seemed like a pretty good idea at the time, but this one doesn't look anything like that. I mean, it was pretty obvious with the West Creek, but this one, I didn't realize that you would snuck that thing in there about putting an atom bomb in everybody's backyard. I'm a lot older than most of these people nowadays, and a lot of younger people have never seen all the pictures and everything that I've seen, and kind of people going through being blown up in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and it was. Have you ever heard or seen the pictures of the ghost people where when the atom bomb went off, it just blasted their body into the sidewalk and fused it all together? Another thing I remember was a doctor talking about having to peel the skin off a baby's body because this was coming off because of the radiation. I mean, we've got to think about this. I can't believe that there hadn't been more concern about putting a nuclear reactor. Everybody's like, it's not any different than it was 30 years ago when it was with the height of the war, the silent war. Anyway, I just hope you guys will take a closer look at that part of it too, because I don't think nuclear reactors, I understand that they'll tell you, oh, they hadn't had one since 3 Mile Island, there hadn't been any problem. Well, there's probably been a lot we haven't heard about, but it's also, what would a terrorist do if they got a hold of the pieces from that? I just think we don't, I'm against doing the nuclear reactors, period. If they can't power it with any other way, then just screw them. I mean, anyway, you guys help me keep these people out of here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Chair Winfrey, Vice Chair Christie, and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Christina Libre, and I'm an attorney with the Southern Environmental Law Center, or SELC. SCLC works throughout Virginia, including extensively in Central Virginia, to promote policies and decisions that strengthen our communities and protect our environment. I'm coming from our headquarters in Charlottesville at 120 Garrett Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We appreciate Goochland County's desire to attract technology-oriented economic development, including data centers and power generation to serve them. Yet this development must not come at the expense of the health and well-being of residents and the environment. First, we appreciate the revised proposal to require a conditional use permit for small modular reactors and natural gas peaking plants. To date, SMRs remain almost entirely untested in the United States, and these facilities raise questions and concerns regarding the storage and disposal of nuclear waste. Natural gas peaking plants present their own serious concerns by emitting pollutants that are associated with respiratory and cardiovascular illness, and that place residents at higher risk of hospitalization. We encourage you to consider eliminating gas peaking plants as permissible uses in the zoning ordinance. But to the extent that the county wishes to designate both SMRs and gas peaking plants as permissible land uses at all, a conditional use permit would allow you to carefully assess individual proposals, vote to approve or deny, and add conditions to mitigate unique impacts from any projects you wish to approve. Additionally, we encourage you to reject proposed amendments that would expand or accelerate by right data center development in the area of the proposed technology overlay district. Moreover, we recommend that you consider requiring a conditional use permit for new data centers, not only in the TOD West, but anywhere in the county. While data centers can power valuable services and provide local economic benefit, they also consume vast amounts of land, water, and energy, and they can emit harmful air pollution and persistent noise, as you've heard. Each proposal can threaten unique and substantial impacts based on its design and the characteristics of the surrounding area. As a result, the one-size-fits-all nature of development standards can fail to mitigate the potential for harm when these facilities are allowed by right. Additionally, the additive impacts of multiple data centers can dwarf the already significant impacts from individual projects. But when a locality designates data center as a use by right, its elected officials, you, surrender your ability to monitor aggregate impacts and control the valve of future development. A conditional use permit requirement would allow the county to take advantage of data center development, but ensure that you have the discretion to approve only projects that are thoughtfully designed and align with Goochland's best interests. Now is the time to take a more measured and transparent approach to data center development, not to open that valve wide and simply hope for the best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next speaker. Go ahead and speak. Go on.
Hello, my name is Heather Renwick, and I live at 5737 Lake West Terrace, Glen Allen. As one speaker already mentioned, Virginia is already home to approximately 150 hyperscale data centers. Our state accounts for roughly 35% of all known hyperscale data centers in the world. The second largest data center hub on the planet is Beijing, which has less than half the number. So my fundamental question is why? Why exactly do we need more data centers in Virginia, much less in our backyard? I think we all know the answer to that. It's money. Money for big tech, money for developers, money for who's in on the deal. I've been sitting here listening to this last-minute scramble to present new details and justifications. As Mr. Lyle rightly said earlier, why at the 11th hour are we suddenly getting explanations that should have been public months ago? The very fact that you feel the need to do this tonight is the single most compelling reason to stop this right here. This is exactly why I am here, joining hundreds of voices from Goochland, Henrico, and Hanover to make one simple, reasonable request. Do not vote on the TOD tonight. Defer this vote. This process has been an undeniable failure of transparency. The community has submitted hundreds of valid, unanswered questions about the environmental impact, the strain on our infrastructure, the noise, the incentives, and the potential harm to our property values. We've been ignored, and this vote has been relentlessly rushed. We are told to trust the process, but how can we? How can we trust a process when one of your own board members, Mr. Lyle, has had to publicly accuse the board of withholding information, both from him and from the public? I want to take a moment to publicly and sincerely thank Mr. Lyle. Thank you, Mr. Lyle, for your courage and for integrity and for upholding your duty to the citizens you were elected to represent. Thank you. You are doing what we expect from a leader. You are listening, you're asking hard questions, and you are demanding transparency. To the rest of the board, I have to ask again, what is the rush? When a sitting board member tells the public he cannot get a straight answer, the process is broken. If you vote yes tonight, you are not voting for progress. You are voting to approve a plan that has been shielded from public and even internal scrutiny. You are permanently attaching your name to a decision made in the dark, right before this entire process is about to be examined in the light. Because no mistake, the transparency you are avoiding is coming. The facts will come to light. The only question you are deciding tonight is what side of the record you want to be on.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Susan Haas. I live in Henrico County. I have a business at 1589 Hockett Road. My family goes back almost 400 years in Goochland County, so I have a lot of history here. I've lived in the county and out of the county. I have a master's degree that I got from Virginia Tech in Urban and Regional Planning and Policy Studies, prompted by 288 and West Creek being developed. I'm a former environmental planner for the state of Virginia, specializing in land use impacts to water quality and quantity. A fellow and former co-chair of the Goochland Leadership Enterprise, and a fellow of the Institute for Environmental Negotiation, now the UVA Center for Engagement and Negotiation, which could really help out with the situation that we're in today. I'm speaking to you tonight because I think this is very important, and I'm concerned about the lack of transparency that's been taking place. This is a decision that will impact the lives of thousands of men, women, children living in over 250 neighborhoods within 5 miles of this location. West Creek has 10,000 people that work during the day or that work there. They advertise that they have that there's 1 million people that live within 30 miles of West Creek, and they're advertising. I'm concerned about the impacts to the natural order of the 4,400 acres of very environmentally sensitive land that is feeding the James River and the Chesapeake Bay ecosystem. You have a responsibility since assuming the role as supervisor for Goochland residents to protect the health, safety, and welfare of your constituency and for the environment of Goochland County. And it's your responsibility to ensure an equitable and inclusive local government. West Creek is very sensitive. There are hundreds of acres of wetlands. There are endangered and protected species of plants and animals, and the groundwater is connected to wells for hundreds of people. So this is a forever decision that you're responsible for tonight, and I hope you will consider allowing time to plan this out, to engage in a process of responsible leadership and trust by working together to reach higher levels of protection for the senior citizens that live in and around West Creek for children, handicapped people, and for all the stakeholders with and without a voice. I recommend a working group is formed who will take the time to research success stories from other localities and ways to incorporate them for this
Your time is
intensive
up.
use. I have a lot more to say. I could talk for 2 hours on this subject,
Thank you very
but
much.
I was just trying to keep it simple and just ask you to really treat this in a responsible manner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Good evening. Thank you. And I apologize. I thought that both myself and Mr. Rogish had signed up. Misty Roundtree, good to see you all again, representing the Three Chop District in Henrico County. Thank you, first of all, for allowing myself as well as Henrico residents to speak. I know that you don't have to, and we appreciate it. My colleague Jody Rogish is here. He represents the Tuckahoe District, which also abuts Goochland County. And a member of our planning staff, Ben Seal, is also here because this is a matter of great importance. I thought, and I, like someone else adjusted my remarks, thought that I was going to come up here and, present a list of asks, respectfully asking that you look out for residents on the Henrico side of the border. But I don't say this to be funny at all, but it occurred to me that if you're not going to listen to a room full of your own constituents, that you're probably not going to listen to me or mine. But please prove me wrong, and if somehow you end up passing this, please do put a large buffer in and protect families on the other side of the county line as well. But what I really wanted to say is, as had been mentioned earlier, it wasn't that long ago that my colleagues and I sat on a stage, an auditorium stage in a high school in Henrico County with our own proposal for a TOD. And I mean no shade to Henrico residents when I say this, but we didn't have the number of folks that you all have here, and that's really compelling because 28,000 in Goochland is not even half of my district alone, and that's representation of what your residents here feel, right? And we had that without even half of the people that were here today, and halfway through our meeting, we realized the opposition was so strong that we couldn't do it. And so at that very meeting, we not only pulled back the TOD, but we asked our staff to put together a policy that barred all by right data center development in the county altogether because it was the right thing to do. So that is exactly what you all have the power to do because it's the right thing. But more than that, isn't that the dream of an elected in a representative democracy? Isn't that the dream that you have that political cover of 99.5% of the people you represent saying this is what we want, right? That is the dream, that you have the position of authority to enact what people want you to do. And I hope that's why you all got elected. But, and here's the important thing, you have to not have the hubris to think that you know better as an individual what all of your constituents want. So this is a gift. These people, these educated, well-spoken, involved, passionate people, this is a gift that every elected would want to have. And I'm proud of them if you aren't on their behalf. And I hope and I implore you to not squander that gift. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Kay Beasley. I live at 13004 Frisco Court in Mosaic. I made the decision to move to Goochland from Chesterfield to be closer to my children and grandchildren who both live in Hanover. I specifically chose Goochland for how I thought they ran their business. I have always believed in civics and believed in the power of government. Gail Butts was my high school government teacher. I'm the product of 11 years of Catholic education, and somebody says that is where my naivete comes from. But I hope that you prove me right, and my friends who encouraged me to move to Goochland and who spoke at multiple supervisors meetings and told me that the supervisors never listened to their constituents. Please prove me right, listen to your constituents, and vote to delay. Don't stop, keep looking, but please prove me right in my belief in government and vote to delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and it's not past my bedtime either, so keep on going.
Yeah, do we have anyone else? Yes. Yeah, if there's anyone else who would like to speak, would you please come to the front row and sit down and wait?
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Kristen One. I live at 9731 Kaleidoscope Row in Mosaic. My mother lives in Mosaic. My aunt and uncle live in Mosaic. We moved to Goochland from Henrico. The company I work for is in Goochland, and I support a healthy, vibrant, financial Goochland County, but that does not include data centers. I respectfully request that you remove the 900 acres from the TOD. Goochland County allowed our homes to be built, and we're asking you to protect that decision. I realize you didn't make it yourself, but please protect that. When you ran for office, I assume you wanted to help Goochland County residents, and I feel that you want that, but you need to delay the vote to be able to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, I do not see any more speakers coming forward, so I'm going to close the public period. Now, the board will now deliberate on the proposed action in this public hearing related to the TOD and TZ. Excuse me? Can't hear me? I'm sorry. Can you hear it now? Okay, all right, we can hear it now. The board will now deliberate on the proposed action on this public hearing. Do you have any further questions of staff, or? Would the staff want to comment on anything, to clarify any comments tonight?
I'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay.
Was there anything that you had heard that you'd like to address?
Specifically?
Any of the things you heard perhaps about the protections for Henrico or for any of the other comments that were made?
Yes, so the protections for Henrico exist naturally. The Henrico County line is adjacent to Tuckahoe Creek, so there's a significant buffer built in through Tuckahoe Creek next to Henrico County line. There were some misstatements regarding SMRs, saying that there was some inaccuracies in the frequently asked questions. The frequently asked questions that they were referring to were the older version. So we have removed specific standards from SMRs because now they are only allowed through a conditional use permit. So the board can impose those standards specifically through any conditional use permit process.
Okay.
More for staff. Two more questions for staff.
Yes.
So we've heard a lot, and I've read a lot, and this is terrible, in these questions about the TOD West, and it's not gone through the public hearing process. If it were to submit the process, could you please explain how detailed of a process that would be?
Sure. The public hearing process is very similar to what the TOD has gone through already. So the Technology Overlay District and the Technology Zone have gone through multiple community meetings. A conditional use permit would also go through a community meeting,
Multiple community meetings?
at least one.
One,
They
okay.
could come back for more if needed. A conditional use permit would also require a public hearing through the Planning Commission and a public hearing through the Board of Supervisors, very similar to this process that we're going through now.
Okay, and then one of the other questions that came up that I'd like you to address is, one of the speakers mentioned these parking changes for data centers would be changes countywide.
The parking center, the parking for data centers would be countywide. It would apply to all data centers countywide. However, we do not have any data centers in the county now.
Okay. All right. We've had the public comment period. I'd like to now reconvene the board, and we're now deliberating. Ms. Worley, would you mind reviewing with us the amendments proposed so that we'll have good clarity on that?
Mr. Chairman, if I may just have a point of personal privilege.
Sure.
It was suggested that members of this board and staff withheld information from me, and that is absolutely not the case. Every time I have had a conversation with my colleagues, I've gotten answers. Now, I have not gotten answers from people in the private sector, and that's their right. They're under no obligation to share information with me. But I want it to be absolutely clear that I have asked questions of my colleagues, I've asked questions of staff, and when I've had those conversations, I've gotten answers. So I absolutely want to put a stake through that heart that anybody up here would not be sharing information amongst us. So I appreciate that opportunity, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to review the proposed amendments that I had reviewed earlier. The first one, again, there was 3 that were more housekeeping amendments. The first one is to ensure that the words Monday through Friday were included in section 15449 in exterior construction activity. The second is to clarify in section 15.448 that if a use or for structure is permitted by virtue of the TOD ordinance, then the TOD standards apply. The third housekeeping is to reword section 15.448 to align the wording with the other sections. And the last amendment was more substantial in that it removes the flexibility for a user to develop by right or under the TOD in West Creek where adjacent to residential for data centers.
So it seems to me that these are strengthening, protective changes.
Yes, they are
Yeah.
strengthening protective
Thank you.
changes for residential adjacent.
Right, with that in mind, thank you. The board, do you have any further questions of staff?
No, Mr. Chairman, but I'm willing to make a motion to defer.
All right, we have a motion before the board.
Well, let me make sure I'm clear with that. I would like to make a motion to defer into next year, which would be at our regularly scheduled July 2026 meeting.
We have a motion, do we have a second? No. Okay, we have no second.
I understand how it works.
Yes.
So I move that the board adopt this ordinance revising the parking standards, establishing a technology overlay district, and amending the comprehensive plan as amended with the following amendments from staff's presentation. Adding the days of the week for exterior construction activity as shown on slide 77, revising the language in 15.448.b.1 to add structure as shown on slide 78, revising the language in 15-448.b.2 as shown on slide 79. And 4, revising the language in 15-448.b.3 to specifically apply TOD standards to data centers adjacent to residential property as shown on slide 90. Mr. Chair, I would also add to that, I move to amend the proposed ordinance to add additional requirements to minimize the potential noise impacts from generators by amending section 15-449.a.1.d.III as follows. 1, requiring that all the listed mitigation measures be used. 2, requiring that bullet 4 regarding the terrain or landscaped berms also provide for screening, and that any of those measures have to be employed at a height and in a manner that will substantially eliminate ground level visibility of structures within the development, and requiring that these improvements be installed prior to construction of any structures. And 3, modifying bullet 5 to require use of low emission tier 4 certified diesel generators.
Mr. Bothers? Can I just clarify that your first section of your motion included the amendments as staff presented? I think some of the slide numbers may have changed, but
Yes, thank you,
Thank
Ms. McGee. That first part was
Good catch.
the amendments that Ms. Worley just mentioned, and with the additions.
Second.
We do have a motion and a second. I think this roll call would be in order.
Discussion.
Oh, we'll have some discussion, yes, excuse me. Yeah. Would anyone like to begin?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I
Discussion.
will. I'll be happy to. If this could be a friendly amendment, I would like to also move that we amend the existing Technology Overlay District ordinance to remove the 900 acres identified as TOD West by revising the map to remove that acreage and amending 15-450-A.3 to remove the language regarding the data center being used as conditional use in the TOD West.
We have a motion
So
to
it's a friendly amendment, I believe.
To amend?
Yeah, it would have to be accepted by the maker and the second.
Yeah. Do we have a, would you like to accept that, Mr. Waters?
Do you go the second first or the first? That's not. Ms. McGee, can you advise?
The way it's probably clearest is just for the motion to be made to amend and then see if it's seconded.
Which is, so my motion to amend
Yes, sir.
would need a second.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So we don't have a second.
I understand that.
Thank you.
Doing my job.
Now, open for discussion?
Seeing no second.
Yeah, seeing no second, that friendly amendment failed. So,
we discussed the motion on the floor.
we'd like to discuss a motion on the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do ask for your respect. We've sat here and listened for many, many hours this evening. We do ask for your respect, and the board now has the opportunity to deliberate, and we do ask that you sit there and be respectful as the board members do their work this evening. Thank you.
We have sat here and showed respect to you all, and we've listened deliberately. Well, take a recess? No, let's move on. All right. Who wants to begin some discussion, some deliberation? Go ahead.
All right, Mr. Chair, thank you for taking my amendment proposal. And Mr. Spoonhour, thank you for seconding my amendment proposal. I want to first say to everyone here that the process of working through this Technology Overlay District ordinance has been far and away the most challenging in my time as a supervisor. With this Technology Overlay District, Goochland has the chance to set and follow a higher standard for development. solidify and grow our county's economy in ways never before imagined, and achieve our stated goals for decades to come. Most importantly, our goals of land use at 85% rural, 15% concentrated growth and economic development, and a revenue mix of 70% residential, 30% commercial. We have a chance to ensure that our capital improvements budget is funded to provide first-class facilities to our residents while always maintaining fiscal responsibility and paying down the debt in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District as quickly as possible. I chair the Board of Supervisors Finance and Audit Committee. I can't stress this enough. On top of the current principal balance of $52.9 million in Tuckahoe Creek Service District debt, our current fiscal year 2025 adopted CIP plan shows $80.2 million in needed capital improvements through 2030, $217.7 million through 2035, and $490 million through the total 25-year budget. And to that, my intention that we focus on building 50-year-plus structures that our staff and citizens are always proud of, even decades down the road, and we could likely see those figures increase. No change worth doing is without significant challenges, and I believe that the Board of Supervisors and county staff have taken this to heart in their tireless efforts over the last several months with this ordinance in the hopes that the economic development it brings can secure our county's future. When we started this process, I could see the biggest challenge clear as day. Why wouldn't my colleagues representing Districts 1, 2, and 3 want such an ordinance for their constituents and the county? The infrastructure investment has been made in the eastern end of the county for economic development. The timing is such that we must be willing to act or run the risk of being left behind in an extremely competitive macroeconomic environment. And we run the risk of by-right development in West Creek without adequate safeguards and enhancements if we don't act now. I clearly cannot take the approach of barreling forward to try and get just what District 4 and I want, as the potential 3 votes in support of the TOD would more likely than not be there. Therefore, I had to take the cotton out of my ears and put it in my mouth during this process. Listen, learn, and compromise were priorities 1, 2, and 3. Many have asked why I haven't been vocal about my vote in this process. My reason for this is because a no under any circumstances would be fruitless, even detrimental to this process. I had to find ways to get the most possible for District 4 while understanding the positions of my colleagues. This is the definition of compromise. I'm very grateful that Chairman Winfrey, Vice Chair Christie, and Supervisor Spoonhour didn't take their responsibilities lightly. They, like I, read every communication, attended numerous public forums, and worked together with me throughout the process. What good would 3 yes votes and 2 no votes from the very beginning have done for our county? It would not have been the right thing to do and would not have demonstrated servant leadership. A no said 1,000 times in 1,000 different ways is like a painter who has 1,000 square foot wall to paint, but instead uses every drop of paint on painting 1 square foot 1,000 times, and then wants you to praise him for the greatest square foot of painted wall in the world. Instead, we have drafted an ordinance, in my opinion, made even better with my amendments on the floor, that takes all the information available to us into consideration, is thoughtful, is both economically and technologically feasible in mitigating risk and disruption, and makes Goochland not only competitive, but hopefully a leader in achieving modern economic development. I also want to address complaints about how this process was conducted. I stand behind our county staff and the effort and transparency they displayed in all of their work. I also stand behind my colleagues in Districts 1, 2, and 3 in being as transparent as possible while also doing so responsibly and with core concepts of confidentiality, economic competitiveness, and consideration of all stakeholders in the process front and center. These practices were critical in landing the $5 billion Eli Lilly investment, a process that involved over a year of work for our staff and supervisors. Leadership is not demonstrating by putting everything in public forums and building no trust among your colleagues that ideas shared and information gleaned in totally appropriate ways won't be spread to anyone and everyone without proper context. Confidentiality breached, erodes the trust we have worked hard to build with our current and future stakeholders in the county's growth. Leadership and proper governance are demonstrated when difficult decisions are made in the best interests of the whole county after having compiled as much information and as many viewpoints as possible. All sources had to be challenged, and terms like experts and indisputable had to be scrutinized and not just taken at face value. Yes, difficult decisions are being made with this ordinance, but I firmly believe that those who are putting this ordinance in place, again, hopefully with the amendments I have proposed, should be able to hold their heads high and know they did what they felt was right and in the best interests of those they represent and the county as a whole. I have heard the voices of my constituents in District 4. I know that there is a resounding voice against data center development. However, the fact that data centers could currently be developed in West Creek with far lesser standards than what is proposed in this amendment ordinance has led me to find the best compromise possible. My colleagues and I did everything possible to make this as strong as it can be for the county, knowing it's not something that can appease everyone. To me, that's the essence of proper governance, to never be afraid to make hard decisions. Know that in life there is no way to make everyone happy all the time, and understand the interests of all stakeholders in order to improve life for the county as a whole, both current and decades into the future. I'll be a yes vote for the amended ordinance with my amendments included, and I hope my fellow supervisors will do so as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Christie?
Check. All right, good. There we go. All right, yeah, first I want to commend the volunteers, the Planning Commission, staff, and my fellow board members for their tireless efforts throughout this process. So thank you guys. After months of emails, accusations, rumors, adjustments, compromises, meetings, and fear-mongering, I am satisfied that the best option that works the best for everyone is now complete. There are no individual winners in this, but as a whole, we have fortified our financial standing and will be able to provide some level of protection to residents that those protections had not previously existed. We as a board have the obligation to not just look at the next few years, but to think about the next 50. I can also assure you that there are no winners on this board. I know I have personally taken some hits in this process, but that's our job. Let me be crystal clear on something. I was never involved in any backroom deals regarding development despite the accusations. I have listened to conceptual development pitches, but that is also the job, and not in this case. I hear rumors just like everyone else, but I have the responsibility to verify before spreading them. Understand that this process has not been rushed or that the concerns have been brushed off. This TOD is far different from its original draft. And to my shock, I honestly can't believe we're being attacked for making some amendments and concessions. With that said, I am in favor of moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. Spoonow?
So I've had the honor to be able to have these types of comments for 6 years now. It's been the honor of my life. I'll never have a job as meaningful and as worthy as this, and I take it incredibly seriously. And I didn't write my comments out because with everything with this process, we got chastised for trying to be prepared for y'all. So I didn't write my comments out this time. So I'm not as eloquent as most of the speakers that were here, so you're gonna have to bear with me. Yeah, I took this job. I ran very hard for this job, and I'm glad I did, and I would do it again. A lot of people will often come to me and say, man, I wouldn't want your job. It's thankless, and it really isn't. The people in this county are so special. It was very special, and up until this process, it hasn't felt like a thankless job. But let me explain a little bit about how we got. Well, so I joined the board. My 2020 was my first year. So March of 2020, we all got shut down and went into a world that we had no idea what we were doing. A few months later, the George Floyd incident happened. We started having protests in the courthouse. We had to do 3 budgets that year. It's been a very interesting time to serve. And through all of it, through all of the growth, through all the challenges, through Project Rocky, I've been extremely proud to serve the citizens, and I continue to be. One of the people said that they talked at their presentation was promises honored several times. This work and how we got here, staff did a great job with their presentation, but let me explain to you how I got here and how I believe we got here. When the Goochland Revolution happened, this county was going bankrupt. We had a treasurer that embezzled $300,000. We had debt that we couldn't pay. And that board for 8 years had to do some very heroic lifting. I joined on year 9, and we had finally gotten the ship right. We got an award for being one of the best run counties in the nation. We are the only county of our size in the entire nation with 3 AAA bond ratings. And we have done our very, very best to ensure that this county continues to grow and be an excellent place to live. I moved out here 23 years ago from Henrico, and everybody told me I was nuts. What are you leaving Henrico for? Great schools, you're going out there, you're going to be miserable. It's the best decision I ever made. Except the only other decision I'm more proud of is running for this Board of Supervisors, to be able to represent and advocate for the citizens of this county. If you look back at my webpage, one of the things I said, and everybody tells me, is to keep this county rural, keep its character. This should not have been a surprise to anybody. I don't care if you just moved here 3 months ago, 4 years ago. Back in 2020, when this board had its first work session, we said the way that we're going to keep this county rural, our plan in public that we were proud of, was that we were going to bring commercial. Mr. Lyle bragged or committed that he wanted to bring $2 billion to West Creek, and I thought he was just nuts. And we made that commitment. We followed that commitment up by working with our EDA to bring data centers. We weren't hiding the football at all, not even a little bit. We fought for this. I've been working for 6 years for this, but not at the detriment of anyone, but for the betterment of everyone. Not planning to grow, planning to preserve. I understand the gaslighting, and y'all have been in, I understand it. I do completely understand. I've been through this a lot. But isn't it interesting? Here we are, being accused of not listening and not hearing. Look at this room. Nobody wanted to hear what we had to say. Nobody wanted to hear our explanation. Thank you for those of you that stuck it up. But isn't that interesting? We did listen. We just may not agree on some of the points. So I'm sorry. This is from the heart, and I'm a little bit all over the place, like a lot of you were when you heard different things. I agree with Mr. Christie. You know, I've been criticized up for a lot of things in this job. My first reaction for any type of this is to defend myself. And you know what? It's not even worth defending, because there's nothing I'm going to say that you're going to agree with. There's nothing I'm going to say that's going to get you on my side or feel like this is the great idea that I think it is. But I do feel as a public official, as an elected official, we do have to explain ourselves. So for the few of you that are here, I thank you for sticking around and let me explain myself. I want to talk about the A2, because it's been this, like, we snuck it in through the back door. My experience with the A2, I was involved in the creation of the comprehensive plan. That land was always intended to be a growth area. It was not intended to be an agricultural asset for the county. When we went through the SIS study, it was identified as prime economic development. From my very first meeting, there were conversations about what was going to happen to that land, how they wanted to develop it, the problems that they were having, and why they weren't developing. They weren't developing it for several reasons. One, they didn't have any access. Two, they didn't have any end user. So why would you go through the process of rezoning your land if you don't have any access and you have an end user. So why would you increase the taxes? I called Mr. Peterson, who's the former board member of District 5, and I talked to him. I said, you know, give me some more of this history on this. He says, they've been trying to get that rezoned for years. And we've just kept putting them at arm's length, saying, just not now is not the right time. We only have access to Hockett Road. Let us do the infrastructure study. Let us do this. So they had been coming to us for years, and the board kept them at bay, saying, this is the let us get through the SIS study, which we just got done, and it included that as prime economic development. Fast forward to where we are. I'm hoping that somebody mentioned that they might apologize, that's up here, for recommending that get into and I hope that apology does come this evening, but I'm not going to apologize for adding it, because it should always have been added in there. To say that this has been backdoored, Ms. Worley explained, this could have come through zoning with one community meeting, one going to the planning commission, and then coming to us. So 3 meetings. If this is backdooring, it is the worst job of backdooring a project that I've ever seen. So I would defend having that in here, because it is our prime economic development. My goal, and I appreciate all of you, I really do, and I responded to about 600 emails. I've tried to get to everyone that was sent to me. I read every article that was sent, so much so that my Google feed now, my algorithm is nothing but data centers. And I watched every video. I did all the due diligence. I listened. I heard. I understand. And I don't agree. I believe that data centers are the best thing for that area. If you look, somebody mentioned earlier that the infrastructure, that the assisted, the age-restricted areas are just perfect for, and they are, they're amazing. And we're glad that you're here, and I'm glad the other board approved Reader's Branch and Mosaic. And by the way, I also, when I ran for office, I've watched every single YouTube video of every meeting, and if you go back to the April 18th meeting, you'll hear things like, it's going to destroy the county, it's going to destroy the environment, it's going to destroy the transportation, people are going to die on Hockett Road. And that wasn't because of a data center, that was because of y'all's neighborhoods. And guess what? I think it was a pretty damn good decision that you all are here, in my opinion. So I appreciate people's fears. I told you I got on the board in 2020. I realized very quickly with everything that happened that our world had changed drastically. Our world had changed to where everybody's initial starting point was the worst possible case scenario, no matter how unlikely that scenario was. So people's starting point was the worst case scenario, no matter how unlikely it was. And I get it. And I have approved developments that we were told were going to be horrific. I've approved projects that it's very difficult for a person like me who has an unhealthy desire to be liked to be in politics. Because I've sit in a room, a full room with everybody that doesn't like my decision at the time. But I can honestly say, and I will wrap it up because I could probably go on for another 2 hours as well, get my second wind, I guess. I honestly say that I've been, when I ran for office, I made myself one promise, that I would never take a vote to get a vote. That I would make every decision that I could go wake up in the morning, look myself in the mirror, and know that I made the best decision that I could. Have I made all the right decisions all the time? No, I'm a human being. But I can guarantee I have done the research, done the work, done the things to know that I believe we are setting us up for success in the future. And I understand that you're not going to agree with me, but I feel like it's my obligation as your elected official to not defend myself, but to explain myself. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to say a couple things. You know, I do want to thank you all, even though there's a few of you who've remained and are willing to hear our thoughts and the deliberation that we're going through. You know, wouldn't you want us to do the right thing? Wouldn't you want us to look at both sides of every issue? I mean, that's our responsibility. We have to do that. And what we've heard tonight is very biased, very one-sided, and I understand that. And believe me, a lot of your thoughts have influenced my thoughts, but we owe it to you all and to the rest of the citizens of this county to look at the whole picture, both sides. The economic benefits, the benefit to the county, the fiscal responsibility, and so forth. So thank you for staying. I'm sorry that more people didn't stay to hear our deliberation. It comes from the heart, and I can tell you that each and every one of us has a very genuine approach to this with no bias, no hidden agenda, anything. So, and I do want to point out that Henrico County, to my knowledge, has approved, when they once built out, about 20 data campuses. So we have none, so anyhow.
Mr. Chairman, are we still in discussion?
Yeah, I'm
All right.
trying to do mine, if you don't mind.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you would wound up. I'll sit
No.
here and pay attention.
Would you, if you have something to say, if you want to interrupt, that's fine.
I don't, I want to listen to you.
Oh, okay. So I just want to say, for the past several months, there have been a lot of conversation in our community about the TOD. Like my fellow supervisors, I've read countless emails. And I do want to point out, somebody said, well, you know, we haven't tabulated the emails and everything. We've done something better than that. We've read every one of them. And I mean, they've been voluminous. I mean, it's taken so much of our personal time to keep abreast of this. So we genuinely have listened and read and considered everything. You know, I've had a lot of dialogue with residents about the 900 acres. And I'm being a little redundant here. The acreage adjacent to Richmond Country Club, it's currently zoned as A2, but it has always been considered, as long as I've been involved, as prime economic developable property. And that has not been a secret. That has been identified in the Southeastern Infrastructure Study, the comprehensive plan. To my knowledge, it's been that way ever since. Sir, this is my time. I'm sorry. This is my time. It's not a falsehood. It is my time to talk. Thank you, sir. You know, I sit here and I respected every comment that you all made. And it is our time. The prime economic development land within West Creek was zoned as M1 many years ago, has been our county's location for prime economic development since 1987. The land has by right development authority for quite many business uses. The development of West Creek thus far has seen very high-class quality development with roads, amenities that we all have been proud of. And I think that this will continue. Knowing the owners there, I think their desire will be to continue to have very, very high-quality development. This is where Eli Lilly is projected to go. And that makes us all proud. And I was proud that I went with the governor and flew up there on the jet to the headquarters of Eli Lilly to help, and I can't say I did a great deal. I'm very impressed with the team that the governor put together and the resources they applied to it, but I was honored to go there and meet with the CEO of Eli Lilly. And, you know, this was on behalf of the entire Goochland. This is not something that benefits me. I've had conversations with landowners in West Creek. They want to be good neighbors of our community. They have a strong track record of development, and I believe they will stick to it. You take a look at CarMax, Capital One, Performance Food Groups, and Hardywood, they're all very high quality. So let me state a few facts pertaining to our county that will reiterate the long-standing philosophy here in Goochland, a philosophy which the Board of Supervisors for many years has endorsed and which your current board supports as well. Our goals remain 85-15, meaning that 85% of Goochland should remain rural and agrarian. We have a 70-30 goal, the ratio of 70% residential tax revenue versus 30% business revenue. Our county's financial portfolio needs to be more balanced in order to meet the needs of our community. Increasing revenue from commercial sources allows us to meet the future needs of our community without the need to balance the budget on the backs of the homeowners through real estate tax increases. We have a long way to go to meet the standard goal of 70-30. The goal of keeping real estate property tax rates low is a major goal for this board. Paying off the bonds issued years ago to allow the public utility services in Tuckahoe Creek Service District, this will eventually allow for the elimination of the ad valorem tax, which most residents in the TSCD are now paying in addition to their regular real estate taxes. This will be a significant financial benefit to the residents who are paying that additional tax. For instance, a $750,000 house would pay $2,400 per year, or 32 cents for every $100 of property value. That will go away when we pay off the bonds. Funding much needed and previously deferred capital improvement plans, CIP, including a new courthouse, fire stations, career and technical education expansion for the schools, utilities, infrastructure, transportation projects, public safety needs, and amenities for parks and recreation, particularly in District 4 and 5. Additionally, our community has always prioritized the operational needs of public safety in our public schools. As noted in our board's mission, we strive to provide high-quality services in an efficient, effective, and accountable manner across county government. It is also critical that we have the proper personnel resources, including adequate staffing, competitive pay to deliver these services to our residents and businesses who call Goochland home. Quality economic development done as we have proposed, where we have proposed, allows us to accomplish this goal. The proposed technological overlay district provides Goochland County with the framework to have strong economic development while also preserving the reasons why people have chosen to live in Goochland. Let me reiterate here, we are looking at what we feel is the best for all Goochland. Although the TOD is located in Districts 4 and 5, there is a benefit to all of our neighbors. We are not 5 separate communities. We are one community with simpler district lines drawn for organizational and election purposes. Now let me talk about the issues before us today for a decision by this Board of Supervisors. The board and staff have worked tirelessly on the subject and have listened to the unprecedented amount of citizen input, which has mostly been significantly helpful. As we all must agree, there have been significant changes and improvements in the TOD requirements along the way since our first iteration. This has been a process, a transparent, engaging process that has improved the first draft shared publicly on July 7th to what is proposed this evening. I view this as progress and positive change. The quality of life for our citizens has been and remains paramount to our process and deliberations. Again, let me say that our job is to do the right thing for the entire county. Specifically, it is my belief that data centers provide a good neighbor opportunity for the area. Given the proposed standards we are considering this evening, they can be quiet, aesthetically appealing, and low impact. They can generate needed revenue for our county while requiring relatively few demands on schools, public safety, and other municipal services. They do not choke our roads with traffic, as the employment numbers are few compared to other business uses. Yes, data centers do require significant amounts of energy, currently primarily from electric power. My belief is that we should not worry about it. Electric power is the responsibility, in our case, of Dominion Energy. If they cannot deliver power as needed to the site, there will be no development there until it can be provided. Our electrical grid throughout the United States is outdated as to technology and equipment. New development of major electrical infrastructure will bring new, more efficient, and more reliable equipment and facilities along with it. There will be fewer outages. As a result, also citizens and businesses will benefit from the added presence of reliable and better energy infrastructure. Additionally, I believe the water concern of the past has been mitigated by technology, in that there are systems now that circulate the water internally, and the new TOD proposal requires connection to county water. As to some of the feedback from our citizens in the eastern end of the county, where their proximity to this development is greatest, I have some comments I would like to express. I am committed to do the very, very best thing I can for all of Goochland. This means working towards the goals I have mentioned to you today, and there will be many other goals as time goes on where the board will work together. As stated before, I have been listening and continue to listen this evening. I must say that I am perplexed when someone recommends keeping the parking requirements high for data centers. Parking space requirements are put on the books to regulate businesses that require parking for their office building employees or for the public in the case of retail, hospitals, schools, etc. Data centers require very little parking. They employ very few people, and I must say they do not dump significant cars onto our roads. I don't know why we would want to require massive numbers of parking spaces that would never be used for a business that does not require parking. Additionally, we all heard about a small nuclear power reactors, SMRs, that would cause medical issues in adults and children. This simply is not true. Nuclear energy is clean, reliable, non-pollutant, and less invasive. These examples are just a couple of what I believe are factually flawed opinions expressed. There were more. I feel we have come to a point where we have the best proposal, the issues that have been thoroughly vetted and considered. This includes consideration of the property rights of those owning the economic developable land as well. We certainly need to take them into consideration throughout all of this. I know that not everyone will be pleased. Some do not want this type of development anywhere in the county. Some want it moved to the west. We have taken into consideration many factors to include public opinion. The comprehensive plan, the long-standing goals of the county, and I must say, the economic opportunity for the county. Sometimes a compromise leaves everyone not fully satisfied. However, a compromise to develop our growth areas while still protecting adjacent properties is what we have here before us today. Okay, does anyone else like to say anything?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I'll keep this, for me, brief. My belief is that we are all working towards the same end, but I'm of the opinion that we could have improved what we're about to vote on. If you went back and looked at the May 28th edition of the Goochland Gazette 2023, when I announced my candidacy, I stated unequivocally in there I wanted to see the county move to a 70-30 tax base, 70% residential, 30, what I call the Henrico gold standard. Because I do see that we have increasing needs. Our fire and rescue has transitioned primarily from volunteer, or was totally volunteer when I moved here in 1990, to mostly career. And those services do require financing. And I believe that commercial development is the way that we can best do that. The fact that I continue to get new information as this process continued, as recently as Tuesday, and having conversations with people who says, well, I didn't know that, and this is new, and we're finding conflicts in what has been written and what exists in some of the other ordinances out there, have me thinking that there is still fine-tuning to be done. I asked and was told that there's no current deal, if you will, out there that hinges upon the TOD being enacted tonight. And so why not improve it if we can? And I will submit that there has been a lot of misinformation, a lot of angst, and what I would consider to be unfounded concerns as to what is happening. But it's understandable. I was in business development with my companies, and when you had questions and doubt, you didn't get the deal. People did not want to sign on to something they didn't fully, completely understand. And I did not feel, or still don't feel, that there is a compelling reason that we could not take an additional 6 months, 3 months, additional time, and to bring uniformity between some of the conflicts we've seen. The fact that we are looking at amending what has been out there as of tonight. We're going to be changing what we're doing. I think that we could make what is good better. I was never a no data center, no distribution center person, and I shared that at my town hall meeting back in September. If you're looking for somebody who wants no distribution centers or no data centers, I don't think I'm your guy. But I do think that they can be regulated, managed, if you will, so that they have minimal or, dare we even say, no impact on people. I use the 4 S's. If you couldn't see them, if there's no sound, you couldn't hear them, if you couldn't smell them, and if they didn't make you sick, I was thinking that's probably something that we could work with. And I think that we can get there. I'm not sure that what we're going to vote on here tonight is the best way to get there. I do have concerns as to the 900 acres. There are 27 pages of conditions and proffers that went into the construction of West Creek. And as we have organized what we're looking at now, there is a likelihood we will miss conversations on many of those. What is the transportation plan? What are the setbacks? What are the right-of-ways? What are we going to do for the utilities? What kind of environmentals? All of those things are addressed and were addressed as West Creek was being put together. And I think that wasn't such a bad approach. It's called planning. It's get it set, and then let's figure out how we go forward. I'm also appreciative that there are, I believe, at least 5 different property owners in those 900 acres. West Creek was assembled, so there was really one unified decision maker as to how things were going to be done. And West Creek was built with private money, no state money. That 4-lane parkway in there was all done by the developer and then turned over to the state, which we hear all the time. Why don't we build the infrastructure first and then have the development? Well, that's exactly what happened there. So I'm hopeful, at least as we look at the 900 acres, that there will be development, but it's not defined. There's no plan that can be evaluated to see, is it going to come onto Hockett? Is it going to come onto Route 6? Is it going to transgress one property owner? Is it going to transgress several? Questions I like to think we could answer, and we will. They'll get answered. But I like to think the process would have been better if they'd gone through what I call the established rezoning process, going from A2 to M1, M2, B, whatever it is that they chose to go to. And yeah, the comprehensive plan shows it being economic development. I showed that at my at the District 5 Town Hall, and I carry a copy of the comprehensive plan with me in my office. I can look that up, and it shows it's going to be economic development, not necessarily M. There was look at B, but I'm getting into the weeds here. I have got concerns, and because I think this could be better, I will not be voting for it tonight, but I am 100% in favor of economic development. I think that there is opportunities for us to develop, and I think that some of these are going to be improvements to the current by rights, but I am curious if the non-requested downzoning is actually going to be well received by the current property owners in West Creek. I don't know. They'll have to weigh in on that. It's been a process. It's been suggested we don't read our emails. I know that's not true because I've had conversations with my colleagues and we reference the same email that we both have received. And there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that we do talk, we do discuss. We don't meet in concert because sunshine laws don't permit that, but there's dialogue that goes on. There's an exchange of concepts and ideas. And I would submit sometimes, not sometimes, frequently, it is healthy to have a difference of opinions. I need to apologize maybe to the residents or voters of District 5. You did not elect a persuasive individual. I was not able to share my thoughts in a meaningful manner that the wisdom, or at least my thoughts on how this should proceed, resonated with my colleagues. I 100% respect and appreciate their perspectives because they do see things differently. And as has been suggested, I am an imperfect cracked vessel of God's creation, and I don't get it right. I have made mistakes. I learn from them, but that's now, we're going into a counseling session here. I'll stop there. I do appreciate everybody who has written. I've met people I would not have met otherwise. I won't push the envelope and say we've become friends, but at least we've become closer acquaintances. And this is a public service, and this is an opportunity to be of service. And so I hope that those of you who have been in communication with me will continue to do so. I have gotten a list that's a little longer of roads that need to be addressed and curbs that need to be, or potholes that need to be filled in. So this has been good for me as a public servant. I've learned more of what's out there. I'll just iterate again. I think this could be better, and I think time would have allowed us to do that. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you giving me the chance to share my thoughts.
Thank you. And two things. I do want to thank my colleagues on the board. You've got my utmost amount of respect, including you, sir. I respect your opinions.
I'm not sure how to take that, including you. That makes me feel a little outlier there.
And, I know,
yeah, you know, for a skinny guy, you don't sweat much.
I know on this, and I know a tremendous amount of personal resources of your time has gone into this, and thank you for that. And secondly, Madam County Attorney, do we have a clear and concise understanding of the motion at hand before I call for a vote?
Yes, sir.
So that's been made, and you approve of that motion and so forth, so that's going to be what we're going to have to live by.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So, Ms.
McGee, do you mind if I mind reading that for the benefit of the public, just so that we know that we're on the same page?
Mr. Christie wants to say something.
Oh, sorry.
Dr. Raley, I actually find that the possibility that I will mistakenly say something and actually introduce something that's not clear is more risky.
Okay.
What Mr. Vaughters clearly adopted all the amendments of staff, and we did clarify that. The other amendments he made were also in writing and prepared by me, and I know he followed those, but I actually gave him my copy of his motion.
Perfect.
So I do think we have a clear motion.
Right.
Mr. Vaughters' changes with respect to the generator standards being more stringent is written out. It's already even prepared in writing by staff.
Perfect.
Certainly
Thank you.
were listening when he read it out and so forth.
Yes,
So
sir.
it's what you, does any board member feel like they have any misunderstanding of it? It's not clear to them? Okay. So we now ready? I think a roll call vote would be in order.
Okay. Mr. Lyle?
No.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Vaughters?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes. Okay, we'll now adjourn.
There's
to-
another motion.
Mr.
Oh, we need
Winfrey.
Mr. Winfrey, now going to the technology zone
Oh, the
ordinance.
technology zone, excuse me.
I
yes.
move that the board adopt as amended this ordinance establishing a technology zone, including those amendments which I previously proposed.
Yeah, this ordinance doesn't have to be amended. In the technology zone, the incentive language did not change from as it was.
Then may I pull back that motion? And,
Thank
Mr. Chair, I move that the board adopt this ordinance establishing a technology zone.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that one?
Mr. Chairman, I would observe that the technology zone is the incentive package, but because I believe it is a package deal with the overlay district, I will not be supporting it, though I understand the benefits that it's intended to deliver.
Thank you all for keeping me straight on all this, too. No further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Lyle?
No.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
And Mr. Winfrey?
Yes. Okay, now, we'll adjourn until 12 noon, when we'll have the annual Employee Service Awards Luncheon, which is open to the public, and that's, when was that going to be?
The second, I believe.
10:30 a.m., and then we had the December 2nd, and then we have the Audit and Finance Committee meeting open to the public, and at 12 noon, the annual employee service on that date, and of course, the regular afternoon meeting at 6 p.m., public hearings in the boardroom 250. Meeting is again open to the public. Meeting adjourned.